Testing. All right. Electricity went out last night in my, I have a Tascam Mixcast that, testing, mic check 1 2, check. Can you guys hear me? What's up? All right, we are live. I believe it's working. Let me check my audio shit here. Yeah, it was weird. It just went out. Bloop. All right, so let me go to TikTok here. All right. What's up, guys? We're just getting started, so if you're just coming in here, it's because we're just getting started. So let me make sure. Okay. Liberal loudmouth. I'm about to go share this shit out. All right, here we go. Okay, so I can hear myself, so that's good. And now it's time to share it to anybody and everybody. Here we go. Send. Share it some more. Yeah, since I've started, I've never actually shared it with anybody. It's kind of weird. I never even thought to. But I imagine the numbers today are going to just be atrocious because I've been gone for 3 days. In to anybody that was wondering why, because I had somebody trying to start shit last night in a live. I did get a banana for 3 days. Now they did unbanana me yesterday. Last night, was it the night before? Anyway, one of the nights, and I wasn't ready for it, so I didn't have anything prepared at all. So let me go ahead and share this out to more people. Why did that person disappear? I don't get it. Depot, you're going to get one. Everybody getting one. Fuck them. Everybody shares their shit to me constantly, so I guess I shouldn't have any issues sharing it to other people. I generally don't. Like, you know, because you get spammed with all those lives. Anyway, I'm going to wait a little bit till we get some people in here. We have 1 like. So whoever that was, I appreciate the 1 like. That's great. Yeah, thank you. Appreciate that. We're like 9,999 away from 10,000. So, wait, you had to verify to watch my show, Zio? What? You had to like click something to verify something? What? Here, can you come up here and explain that to me? Because I don't understand. Like, explain like what you saw. Although motherfucker's probably going to start reporting and shit, but we'll see. All right, so I have... Yeah, so what happened?
I clicked in when you sent an invite.
Yeah.
To click out just to see if you were on the FYP, that little circle thing.
Yeah.
And it was. So I came back in, and it told me I had to verify to watch your show.
Like, you had to, like, click a button or something to watch it.
No. You know how that thing where it tells you to look for 4 wheels? And you got to pick the 4 wheels, and then it lets you know that you're not a robot? It just happened. I should have screenshotted it. I was like, what the fuck is going on? And, of course, I failed every time. You had to drag a puzzle piece to put it in a piece, and then it let me in.
What the fuck? Yeah,
Isn't that weird?
It is weird, but I wonder if TikTok did that because they did approve my agent's appeal. When I appealed my banana, they denied it. And then my agent appealed. So I wonder if they discovered that bots were reporting the live. And so,
well, somebody else, maybe it's me. Maybe it is.
That's possible. Because they're coming after Zio hard. I mean,
Let me give you these coins right now because they're going to take this motherfucker real soon.
Yeah, well, I mean, because they'll literally, you could sit up here, Zio, and say absolutely fuck all, and you'd be like, oh, account violation. You're no your account would be gone. You would be user 980733241. These fuckers.
Wait a minute. Those lives last night, the things that those bitches were saying, and they didn't get one violation.
Right. Yeah. Well, so one of those lives, however, is on Canada's server. So it is very strange to me that we live in the land of the free and the home of the brave,
right.
And yet we are so censored so hard. While Canadian lives, they said the most atrocious fucking shit last night. It's strange, isn't it?
It is.
Now, okay, so I'm in my, I guess maybe it's because I can't request up to myself. Let me check something.
Oh, Aaron got your gifting goal. Thank you, Aaron.
Oh, shit. Thank you, Aaron. I appreciate that. Let me go into my alt because I'm just seeing black boxes for all of the rest, and there's no request button. So let me test something real quick because
Aaron, ask Aaron to come up and see if she's having.
Aaron, are you able to request up? Okay, somebody did try to request up. I don't know who this Willie is.
If she's having problems on her lives with like people being taken down and.
Yeah, well, now we know it works, so at least there's that. Willie, you sound like you are under the ocean about 300 feet. What's up, man? Have you seen, actually, they have those like substations under the ocean. Have you seen that shit where they go and do research and stuff?
Yeah,
and
dude, it's pretty cool.
Fucking amazing how they can do that. That's wild. They even have pizza delivery that will be sent down to them.
Oh, hell no, that's ridiculous.
No, it's pretty wild. Matter of fact, since I brought it up, let me pull up a picture of it. I watched a documentary over it. It's pretty cool, though. They have like those little things.
Listen,
a moon pool.
Listen, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
I'm reposting your video to my page, and somebody keeps removing it. And it'll say repost it, and then 2 seconds later, when I'm sharing it, repost removed. What the fuck's going on?
What?
Nutty. This is nutty.
That is crazy.
This is great. Maybe they just fucking with me. Let me hurry up. You need a new gifting goal.
Yeah, it might.
Tap that screen, guys. It's 38 of us. And let's try to tap that screen. Get to 10K likes, guys, in the next 30 minutes.
Unless
we get more in here, so I can give these coins. They're gonna snatch this account real fast, but I'm gonna curse a few people out real good before they snatch this.
Coming up. Okay, so here, let me just play. I can't play too much of it because it'll be, they'll probably ding me for
it,
yeah. But let me play this just because.
Ask Erin if she's having problems with her lives as well. With taking down, Queen got taken down and nobody said anything controversial at all.
Really? Yeah, they got this for oil, making oil lines.
This is
a while ago. A bunch of people got sucked into an oil line.
Yeah, I think I heard about that. But so some of these are just for research at all. Like that's the only thing that they do. They go down there and they do different research. Like, I mean, imagine that you live down there for like a while. They stay down there a while. It's pretty nuts. Pretty awesome.
Do that. It's like camping.
Yeah, right.
Awesome.
Yeah. Yeah, no, and then they have like a moon pool that they can like drop down into the ocean and go.
What was that just flashed?
I didn't see anything. What happened?
Oh my God! Something just flashed at the bottom of your.
Oh shit! I missed it. Damn it! It's a Viking hammer. Bunny, thank you for the Viking hammer. Fuck!
Oh my God.
And I totally missed it because I was over here looking at Deepwater Horizon, the rebirth.
Craziness.
C Lab 2021. Yeah, that shit is awesome though. I mean, like, I wonder if you could get like a Airbnb under the water. You don't think that'd be cool?
I think you can get those in like the Maldives.
There's also here's Aaron. Let's see. Aaron, what's up? Were you having any issues?
I'm gonna answer, Siren. I've not been live. Like I took my vacation. I did not do lives at all, and then I came back swamped. So I'm gonna start doing lives back on Monday, hosting my lives again.
Sweet.
Oh, good.
Well, go check out Aaron's live, guys, when you get a chance. You start at what, 11 or 12?
12 Central.
12. Okay.
Ish.
So you gotta be.
But it has been very, very glitchy. People dropping.
Okay.
I know, like when I was on Bill's panel, it was showing like the 9 box grid, but it was really the big picture with the 5 boxes on the side. That's what everyone else was seeing. But I was seeing 9 boxes. So when I went back to my alt, I was like,
that's
oh,
cute.
that's weird.
That is
It is
gorgeous.
weird.
Jussie, thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Crazy.
Jussie and Bunny, shout out to y'all. Win. W Bunny, W Jussie. I still can't believe I missed that fucking hammer.
That was
I bet
weird.
that was awesome. Because I think that's
like it was under the ocean.
I think that's one of the vault ones, isn't it?
Listen, child. I can barely see this.
Those vault ones are really cool because they look purple, I think, in the gifting deal. And you have to be a certain level, I think, in order to be able to send them. But they're always really cool looking. I don't know what, it's all gifting, but they're cool to look at anyway.
Reset your gifting goal. Did you?
Oh shit, I didn't. Let me. That's weird. It's showing me
50 roses.
Yeah, it's showing. I didn't reset it.
But it says 50 roses for you.
It must have reset itself to the same thing.
Somebody's controlling this shit now.
Well, no. So last night, I heard another creator talking about if I just leave it alone, it'll reset itself.
Oh, really?
Which that's good because I forget. But when it's just a coin gift, it's that's I get 40 some percent of 50 cents. So, which I mean, that's fine. I just, cause I usually go up in like, I start at a coin and I go to 5 and then I go to 10. Anyway, so
you gotta reset it. Oh, it's going to reset it itself. Okay.
Well, let me go to the boxing gloves or to the finger hearts actually, cause that'll be the next step up. Let me do that. And let's see if that resets itself too. Cause I know they did an update, couple of days ago for the live studio. Where the fuck are my finger hearts? Speaking of finger, that video I made still cracks me up, guys.
Willie is under the water.
He is in the deep seawater horizon there. Okay, so we'll just do this. We'll do the finger hearts.
TikTok format. Maybe something's changing.
Well, they are finalizing, and matter of fact, I can go ahead and pull it up here. Where was it at? I know I had it up here.
What do you mean they're finalizing? I thought they already finalized.
Well, so they said that, but it is now going to be done on the 22nd of January. And it's not just going to be Oracle. I mean, of course, they're probably trying to do that for plausible deniability. Oracle will get like 15%. Somebody else will get 15%, and then it'll be spread out among other investors. I don't, it's that fucking bullshit they do to be masters of the universe. I don't get it.
I'm giving all my coins because they're going to snatch this today because I will be cursing out. And every time I buy new coins, they steal my whole account. That other one had all of that money and coins on it.
So you're planning on going out today, huh?
Oh, I'm cussing, bitches. I'm cussing. Listen, when someone wants to have a game, and I hope you cunts are listening, a game about if we could own slaves, who would we own? And your group is okay with that, but you want to call somebody else a Shotzi and a racist, but you are literally laughing and giggling about owning slaves and naming black people? Oh no. You will be getting cussed out today. Come up here today.
Yeah, I didn't quite.
I got a new game that I want to play, but I'm not going to tell y'all what that is until I get the right people up here.
So I didn't understand that because Doll had a call out live yesterday, and I don't really care to get into the dramatics of it, but I didn't understand what they were talking about. Did you? What were they saying? What was the game?
The game is that if we could own slaves, who would we pick to be our slave? And they were picking people, I guess, with certain abilities and things of that nature. And a lot of people took offense, a lot of black people. Oh, slaves come from Slav. And we know goddamn well you're not talking about enslaving white people. You're talking about black. So I got a new game that I want us to play. And we're gonna giggle and sweet, and it's a really good game. But certain people have to be up here for me to start that game. And when they come up here, and they will, I will start the game of If I Wish I Could. Okay?
Okay. Okay, now, is it going to hurt my life?
No, it'll hurt me for sure, but I'm going to be very delicate with it. But it's going to be very cute, and we're going to go.
We're going to.
It's just fantasy.
That's fucking funny. No, I thought it was interesting that liberals were like okay with somebody using the N-word.
Yes. Aaron, people you think are your friends are allowing people to pick their slaves. It's funny. It's hilarious. These people, you can understand if that's coming from some MAGA bullshit, but these are liberals saying, right. Oh, this is my friend. I love this person, while attacking one person and calling them an out and out schnazi. But yet you are letting this person who you love play that game and be the same. And
it is weird
in all kinds of ways. Yeah, it's
double standard
they're hypocrites.
Yeah,
and it's call their asses out. If you come to this live, bitch, I'm calling you out. You hoes know who you are. Male hoes. And see, I don't want to get his live taken down, but it's male hoes and female hoes. But I want to cuss all you bitches out. So stop hiding in the shadows, bitch. And you come on here so we can play a new game. Not that If I Could Own a Slave, but I'm gonna play a new game for y'all and see how funny that's gonna be. Okay.
And I would just like to request that just in case I accidentally drop, please send me a request to come back. Yes. So I can see this for myself as well.
Oh yes. Oh,
if I remember, I just for TikTok purposes, Zaya was talking about gardening. Okay, those are gardening tools. God. So don't clutch your pearls just yet. Okay, unless gardening offends you, and then clutch away.
And look, they can say the N-word all day on these lives. They can say they want somebody to be homeless, living under bridge, so they're going to trash on them on these lives. We barely say anything, and we're sniped. These people say the most heinous things, guys, on these lives, and nothing happens.
It is weird. It is so
weird.
Yeah.
So weird.
Yeah, I'm like, I don't even know what the fuck I can talk about or not anymore.
Last night, you know that, right? On that, they literally said the N-word
last night. Really?
According to Madam, because Madam, they said the N-word. A couple of those people thinking it was cute. Nothing happened to that lie. So I got a new game we're playing today. Once they come up and bring your bitch asses in here. And you can report me because I'm ready for this shit to be over. Because I'll never come back to this motherfucking bitch ass app. Because you motherfuckers are out of control.
Well, don't tell them that. They'll be like, okay, let's get her there so we can get her account taken so we never have to see her again.
It's already taken. Them bitches are following me around. You know, if I got to put puzzles in the hole to come to your live, bitch, you know they already restricted me.
That is true. That is weird. Has anybody ever seen that before where you go to click on a live and they make you solve a fucking puzzle?
Right.
Has anybody
I have to pull
seen that?
A puzzle piece into the puzzle hole, and then it let me in after he had sent me a what do you call it, invite. Then I clicked out of the invite to come and check to see if he was on the FYP, that little circle thing, and he was there. Then I came back in and they made me do a verification puzzle.
That's so weird. Okay, so I did verify the finger hearts I'd put up there, and it did reset.
Your motherfucking father took Tylenol, bitch.
Was that Bubba 47?
Can we spell Tylenol correct though?
That's right.
Tylenol, like literally sounded it out.
Saint Denis 171515.
Who?
That's the person's like TikTok name, Saint Denis. I don't know. Bubba's. I mean, it looks like a troll. They don't even have a profile picture.
But these are going to be coming to you, Aaron, because this is who these people are. And listen, look, I'm ready. I'm ready for warfare, since it was so fun to revisit slavery and pick the people or the personalities that you want to be your slave.
That is, like, do you know who's live that happened on, like, when they were playing the game?
That was that live a doll. What they said that they were talking about, that they had that game and they were playing it again, supposedly on her other call out live. But let them come in here and you let them up. Specifically that bitch ass Socrates, that punctified hoe, and Hoodlum, that piece of bullshit ass hoe, and Mojo, that cunt hoe. I want Laura and Olive up here because we're gonna have to have some conversations as well. But I want Doll up here since she's their enemy. But you all support those other pieces of shit. Unacceptable. But we got a new game to play. Let's see how many of you are going to be willing to have fun and play that game. Okay? And I don't want to hear any crybabies when I play my game, all right?
Well, remove Zyotog. Zyotog's live content contains themes that some may find uncomfortable.
Dirty bitches and TikTok kiss my
if they remain in your live will be unavailable to some audiences. I gotta drop you.
TikTok kiss my black ass bitch.
We'll see you, Zio.
Already. Bye.
Yeah, see ya. Live visibility restricted for 10 minutes. Cool. Yeah. So look, I came up here to talk about the fact that Donald Trump is saying that this economy is great, like he did that press conference, right? Yet all of the things I'm looking at suggest otherwise. And one of the most interesting parts to this whole thing was, and let me pull this up here.
Yeah, if you look at it, he didn't put in the data for anything of like really anything to do with housing,
Right, and so
for gas prices.
Now, yeah. I want to put this out because I hadn't really thought about this, but Joe Weisenthal says that if you exclude the healthcare and social assistance sectors, the job growths are negative 53,000, negative 45,000, negative 300. So they're losing jobs. And it's interesting that the healthcare industry and the social services sector are propping up the job growth. Yet whenever these fucking subsidies expire, they're going to lose their fucking jobs too, because people aren't going to have insurance. They aren't going to be able to pay their hospital bills. They're not going to, you know what I mean? So it's going to have a domino effect. Mm-hmm. While this jackass sits up there and acts like everything's fine. It's the greatest economy ever.
Well, he's just he's just being transparent. Whereas like in the last administration, we were blatantly lied to for 4 years. So it's, it is what it is.
You weren't lied to for 4 years.
Yeah, we were.
How were you lied to?
Oh, well, Janet Yellen deliberately put us into even more inflation when she chose to, for the second time, buy our debt on a short-term basis,
You mean kind of like how the Trump administration, how every government does that, where we
no, this had never, every time they usually do long-term, this idiot decided to do it not once, but twice. Yeah. So, they just didn't tell you all the details, and you guys didn't look into any of this.
Doll, I'm asking you a question. Are you talking about selling of bonds? Is that what you're talking about, that she sold our debt?
No. She refinanced our debt, right? So she took on a huge amount of interest.
Why did she do that?
That is impossible for us to have paid back in that period of time. But why did
she have to do that? What happened?
She shouldn't have done that.
No. Yes, she did.
That was literally asinine.
This is when fake economists don't know how the economy works, right? The reason why she had to take on that high interest is because the revenue of the country was cut drastically. And we started paying our bills in real people terms. We were paying our bills on credit cards. So what do? You finance your interest so that you can actually pay your bills.
Yeah, not in the way she did it. You would have done it over a long period of time.
Okay, again, you don't know what you're talking about. That is why she did what she did. Because if you look at numbers 101, I don't know what industry
No.
you're in.
So we
I'm
weren't
speaking. I'm
we weren't making any
speaking.
money.
I am
Okay,
speaking.
so what is the
You don't.
argument being made here
She's
that
upset because Janet Yellen refinanced our debt, took on higher interest and lower payments. She's upset at that and says that put us in that it rise
It
inflation.
made us in more debt. Do you
It
realize
did
that?
not. What it did was it allowed
Oh
us to
my
give us
God.
more time to get revenue to pay our
Anyway.
debt down. If
Anyway.
you look at the
Okay.
bills that and I'm not a Democrat, if you look at the bills that the Democrats passed, they actually had caveats to actually pay down the debt with money. They weren't just spending money and cutting revenue like the Trump administration was. But if you did not look into what they actually did and who paid down the debt and who added to the debt, you will be saying the things that you're saying. You don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, so look, why are we talking about Joe Biden?
Because I was saying how Trump is being more transparent, right?
He's
and
not.
In the last administration, they deliberately put us into even more inflation.
Okay, so you said transparency and then you disagreed with a policy that you are aware of, which means that they told you that they did this thing. So when you're talking about transparency, let's make sure that we're sticking to transparency. So as far as transparency
they lied
goes,
about the jobs report in the last administration. They had to redo the numbers. At least there's transparency about what's actually going on.
They adjust numbers regularly. It's normal. They make they make estimations. They make estimations, and then as the numbers come in and they get the reports, then they finalize those numbers.
It's regular. You know they lie. You think they lie.
Right.
Okay. Here's the fact. We are currently up shit creek without a paddle. We have no job growth. We have job losses, in fact. Yep. While simultaneously the fucking wages are stagnant. While he's deporting in the most egregious way people. So we should have actually more jobs. But we don't. And wages should be going up, but they're not.
Well, that's the thing. He's not really deporting that many people, like he said.
Right. He's just putting them in concentration camps all over the United States. You're right. He's not. He's denying due process. He's arresting people without charges.
That's not true.
Violating the Constitution. No, you just admitted it. Hold on. You just
there's no concentration camps.
You just admitted that he's not deporting people.
Let's be normal.
Okay.
You know what a concentration camp is? It's a camp where they concentrate people.
Yes.
No, they're called detainment centers. They're like jails.
And what do they do? They concentrate
the
people
law.
there. That's what a concentration camp is.
You go to jail when you break the law. Yes.
You voted for a felon. You do not.
That's how you that's a concentration camp.
Anywho, I just wanted to come up here and say, liberal loudmouth, I love what you said last night on my live, calling out the hypocrisy, that's been going on this toxic app. And I just wanted to applaud you because it's not very easy and people don't have a lot of courage to do that. So you being one of those people, I applaud you.
Well, I appreciate that. I mean, it is they say one thing out of one side of their face and then go and do the thing that they just bitched at somebody else for doing. It's fucking gross, and I'm just sick of it. It really
so I
is.
just wanted to thank you.
Now, look, I would put you in the MAGA category. I don't know. Do they do that shit in any way whatsoever on you guys' side? Like, do you see that infighting? Do you see any of that stuff?
No. What happens? Maybe there'll be something, but it all is said out loud in the open, and there's none of this back channel sabotage of one another. It's not that deep, but the level of lengths that people are willing to go to destroy people that comes from the left is alarming. And you said it perfectly last night. This behavior, this level of toxicity is why Trump won.
It is.
Because nobody's gonna take that like seriously at the end of the day.
Yeah,
you know?
I mean, so basically what you're saying is they yap and talk shit to each other and say heinous shit, but they don't necessarily like create groups to collude to fucking cancel somebody in secret and go around. Okay. Well, I just asked because
actually live. They do, but their groups just overthrow the government and throw every marginalized community under the bus and uphold ideas of white supremacy.
I'm sorry. You tried to impeach people like numerous times on nothing. So you and your J6, you can shove it up your ass. Okay, you try to impeach.
Impeachment's not legal. That's a legal process.
Let me add. Let me add something.
And you fail every time miserably.
If we were to shove something up the ass, at least one of those people, at least it wouldn't be so dirty because they took a shit on Nancy Pelosi's desk and smothered it all over the wall. So at least there was, some clean rectums going around.
I wish everyone took a shit on them. Forget the desk, they do nothing for us.
Yeah,
they deserve to be a human.
I actually think it's funny, but it is gross. A person that would think to do that. I mean, come on, that's not something I would ever think to do that.
The level of robbery that those people have participated through their entire careers and stole from the American people,
like
they deserve all of that.
Pelosi,
we know that like they all are doing this, right? Both sides, left and the right. This is like Marjorie Taylor Greene, for example. What 25 million? I think she's gotten up. Like they all fucking do it. It's and maybe there's a mentality where it's like you got to get in there and get your bag because everybody's fucking doing it anyway. It's not right, but like. Yeah. Do you go in there and be broke as fuck the whole time like Bernie Sanders and Joe Biden? Is that what you do? Yeah. Does that serve you in any way whatsoever? Because like Bernie Sanders writes a book, becomes a, millionaire, and everybody's like, see, he's a rich person too. It's like, yeah, not from fucking stock trades.
Right.
Not from doing this,
no, he just took donations from pharmaceutical companies and other things,
Show me a person that doesn't.
Well, that's my point. If it's not them doing their own private, manipulating of their stocks and whatnot, then they're taking money from corrupt lobbyists and
How are you so aware the left is doing this, but you can't seem to wrap your head around Trump does this all the time?
Everyone. Don't know Donald Trump.
I said everyone.
The biggest grifter known to man. He has become a multi-billionaire because of his manipulation of the markets, because of his meme coins, because of his enriching his companies, because he's the fucking president. And you want to talk about Democrats? Like the calls coming from inside the house.
Yeah,
like Obama making $100 million, and saying that the country that voted for him twice,
nobody's denying that politicians are racist. You're saying
you should be saying thank you very much, America, for making me a rich man. Yeah.
Okay.
You support the number one grifter.
Correct.
I mean, essentially, yeah. So
they all are.
Well, Doll, let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. Do you agree that we need to get the money out of fucking politics? Yes,
absolutely.
So would you be on board with like campaign finance reform, where the government says everybody running gets this amount of money, you get no more? And that's it. You do with it what you will. You can't spend any other fucking... Okay. So at least on that we can agree, because it does lend itself to these problems that we're seeing on both sides of the aisle. But it also...
So, Lib, why didn't she mention that the Democrats actually put forth a bill that every Republican voted against that was going to bar gerrymandering, as well as they refused to call to a vote the bill, I think it was from Ro Khanna, that will bar people in Congress from holding stocks while they are members of Congress. They wanted to bring it to a vote, and then the bills that they did bring up, Republicans voted 100% against it. But that's
because they're all. What I said is they're all corrupt. I don't know if you guys missed that.
So you just want to complain and don't want to have a solution.
Well, Doll, she's saying that somebody put forth a bill, and these very characters voted against it. like on your
Yeah,
side.
the
also.
Republicans are corrupt. The Democrats are corrupt. They are, at this point, they're so sloppy in, like, you know, their presentation of all of this, that you know without a shred of a doubt that they are working together and they are controlled opposition for each other. Like,
that's what happens in a two-party
so
system.
obvious. That's what, yeah, we're seeing the breakdown of democracy and how it doesn't work.
No, you're seeing the breakdown of a two-party system.
Right.
Yeah, well, that's, yeah.
And leaning
no other
into
democratic
white
country is a
supremacy.
two-party system.
Yeah, so like right here, this was in September. Let me pull it up real quick.
We know that all of the things are breaking down. Okay, so the bottom line is, you know, these people are not going to be working for our benefit. I mean, and haven't been for a long time. We're just now like seeing how blatantly obvious it is.
Well, okay, so like you say
but
that,
then you're voting for the people who are being more obvious about it.
Yeah, there's not more or less. They're all the same. When are you going to understand that?
So, like, look, but when you talk about this stuff, you still do, and I think maybe even I do this to some degree. I try not to, but when you speak about it, you still have your own side, and you favor them still, even though we know that they're generous.
Well, because I'm 36
they're all
years
doing
old.
the same shit. So
yeah,
why can we?
I'm 36
why
years
can't
old. So
we stop doing that? Stop favoring a party.
No, I just am saying because I'm 36 years old and I've lived under more of the, you know, Democratic administrations. Like the left has been in power like more of like my lifetime. So it's kind of like hard for me to decouple that, right? Like I just see how like one failed thing after another coming from them. You know, and that's the reason why, like, I just wanted to escalate this and voted for Trump, because I want this thing to actually change. I don't want to keep doing this status quo, like, you know, nothing is done. You know, we elect whoever, and then they can't write a bill because they can't get along, and then it's just executive orders, and then next, like, 4 to 8 years, you know, another person comes in and nothing gets done again. Like, I'm done with that. I'm done with that.
So, okay, so I want to point this out. I just looked it up. Republicans held the presidency in 36 years. They held the presidency for longer. They controlled the House for longer. They controlled the Senate slightly longer. They've dominated judicial appointments, and Republicans even block Democratic agendas more often than the other way around. So what you say isn't like borne out by reality. So that may be your perception. For example, and the Oklahomans do this shit too. They will trash, oh my God, the Democrats are ruining everything. Yet the Republicans have a fucking super majority in there and have for like 15 years. And yet these people keep voting for them and then keep looking at Democrats as if they did something wrong.
How did Obama get to
do
the ACA if he had no, you know, ability?
No. That's not what I said. Republicans have been in control for more of the 36 years. You said you were 36, I think, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So of those 36 years, Republicans across the board have been in control more.
Not when I was like, you know, like a child, like under 10 years old. I should have said my adult.
Why did you say 36
my
years?
adult life. You know, when I started realizing politics.
So 16 years, basically.
So yeah, so I you know, remember Bush, Obama, and all of that, and ever since then I was able to vote, and all, you know, that happened was now we have a system where nobody can afford healthcare, you know. And so I just like am like so sick of this corrupt government not being able to do anything right for the American people.
Okay, so I looked that up. So 18 years, right? So that would have put it at 18 or so. Democrats did hold the presidency longer, but Republicans have had Congress, and especially the House, more. They also have had an outsized control over the courts for that time. So again, like, it's your perception isn't borne out by the facts. And, you know, you know, people in Oklahoma also do this. Like I said, Republicans have a supermajority. They can't seem to figure out, why does the education system suck so bad in this state? Oh my God, Democrats are running the education system. This is what they say.
Oh yeah, like
so it's
like this
it's
is why
weird.
Like people are so like upset because you like Trump has the House, the Supreme Court. He won the election. What's your fucking problem, dude? We don't need a plan. You're saying now, oh, I'm coming up with a plan for housing. You're coming up with a plan right now when you have ran for president 3 fucking times, dude. Now you're coming up with a plan,
right? Well, I think he's still
are like,
at
what
concepts
the fuck?
of a plan. I think he's still in the concepts phase, but
yeah, like maybe
we'll get there.
You've been in now the game. You should have a plan. We're a year into your term.
Right.
That's why people are saying, like, what the fuck? This is a lie. You have everything on your side now, and you're still dragging your feet. Fuck this. Not what we voted for. Yeah. And this is what's cool about a lot of conservative leaning people is like they don't give a shit about holding power for the next election. They're gonna fucking drag his ass if he doesn't do what they voted for. And I respect that.
I think he actually is doing what they expected, because what we're seeing is the takeover of private industry into basically like
That's
everything,
not what people,
and a consolidation of no. I'm talking about the people like in charge. I'm not talking about the base. I'm talking about the ones that are supporting him, like Mike Johnson. They knew he was going to do this. That's why he's got so many damn billionaires. Hell, the NASA chief he just appointed. Fucking billionaire, like another billionaire, that is going to push private money or private corporations in there to suck from the government teat yet again. That's my view of it. Is his goal is to go in there and try to privatize everything, let these parasites suck off of us as much money as they can. And who gives a fuck what happens to the people?
So fucked, and then we'll have some kind of thing pop off where this thing comes crashing down.
Yeah. Now, you haven't spoken. I think you tried to jump in there earlier. My apologies. I should have gotten to you sooner. What's up, man? What are your thoughts?
Okay. Yeah. So, I mean, a couple things.
You're looking dope. I just saw that.
Well, hold on, doll. Hold on, doll. I've been sitting there for.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's okay. Yeah, doll. I'm also conservative, right? You're conservative, if
I've always been conservative leaning, but I honestly I just like don't like to label myself anymore with this.
No, same. I'm registered independent. Yeah. What I'll say is this, in regards to the Treasury, right? So when I see a tagline, "No job growth under Trump," for me, I don't even have to necessarily look at the most recent jobs report, because I know what the Federal Reserve is doing. They're cutting interest rates. Why? Why do they cut interest rates? Well, to either mitigate inflation or because we have an issue in unemployment. So that tells me that, all right, unemployment must either be going up, or there must be an issue that they're seeing in that, especially if we're not seeing inflation. So that tells me everything I need to know about the direction,
the actual what's going on. Absolutely.
In regards to Janet Yellen, I mean, I'm not sure if I necessarily fault her, because I almost think that we were in the midst of a worldwide pandemic, and I think the issue and the concern was, are we going to secure this financing? And I don't actually even blame Biden as much. I mean, I'm critical of some of his policies, but economically, I don't blame him as much, because I feel like he was dealt a bad hand because of the pandemic. So that's where I'm at. So, I mean, I'd still, would vote for a conservative over Biden, but that's, I don't blame him, for that. That's just what I wanted to say there.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean, she did it twice in a very short period of time. And so basically, the first time, okay, maybe you just thought that would be the best situation, but then when you saw that it made the situation worse and you did it again, that's where I'm like, that's deliberate, you know. And when you see
okay,
like
so
countries,
what exactly happened? Because I'm not into economics or the minutia of that.
Inflation went up.
Okay, yes, and it's still going up.
Right. So then you did it again. I mean, that's crazy, you know. And
what? That's what I'm asking. What exactly happened?
Refinanced our debt at a high interest rate.
Okay, so what is the mechanism behind this? Somebody explain this to me. Like I'm two.
Okay, so like let's say you have a credit card, Tim, and you let's say are trying to refinance.
No. I understand refinancing, but that is not how the government operates. It's not the same thing as refinancing a credit card. So what some fucking bond or whatever the case. If somebody knows the mechanics behind this, please explain it to me, because it's not the same thing as refinancing a credit card.
Well, I was just breaking it down as like you can spread out the amount of you're going to pay back over a long or short period of time, and she chose to do that in a short period of time where we didn't have money to pay that.
Who did this?
Janet Yellen. So we like doubled down, right? For I have a problem with the second time she did it, right? Because you've already seen that we can't do this. It made our inflation even worse, and then you did it again.
Yeah. Well, inflation
what did Janet Yellen do? What did exactly?
That's what I'm trying to get at, but I still haven't heard an answer.
She refinanced our debt.
Like how? What do you? I don't know
what you mean.
How? Right? Yes. How does she do that? What is the thing that the Fed did?
You can literally take your debt and pay it off on a long-term or short-term basis.
Okay.
She chose to do it on a short-term basis, not once, but twice.
What did she decide to do on a short-term basis?
Refinance our debt.
To pay back debts?
Yes.
Okay, so we shouldn't pay our debt then. Is that what you're saying? We're trying to get our national debt down. We shouldn't pay it down?
No, we should, but we can't do it on a payment plan where it causes us into more inflation.
Okay, all right. So let me just give a brief synopsis here and correct me if I'm mistaken here. So your issue with Janet Yellen is she had a choice of locking in low rates for 10 or 30 years for long term, and she chose short term, right? And we weren't able to benefit from those low rates. I mean,
correct.
Is that your contention? Okay. So I don't really fault her for that, because number one, she's the chair and she sits with a board. So I don't really fault Powell for his decision. I mean, they have a particular leaning. They're supposed to be independent, and I think if we try to find fault with everything without knowing all the information, then I think we just find ourselves mistrusting everything. But also during a pandemic, you would want that bond to mature, quicker than spread out. So even though in the long run, I would agree that economically it would have been better for us, we needed that cash flow in short term, especially at the midst of a pandemic, because we weren't sure what was happening with our supply chains. We weren't sure what was happening with distribution centers. Everything, all these multinational companies and agencies were in disarray. So I don't know. I don't know if I would necessarily focus on that particular bad action.
Well, I mean, it was kind of it was multiple things too. I mean, the fact that they, you're claiming that they were still in this crisis phase. No, they weren't. It had happened. It was over, and they kept spending, all this money, as if we were still in the midst of
That's not true though.
But the pandemic, if a pandemic is officially over, you still have ramification for at least two years or more. This is just on average, because the supply chains have already been disrupted. You can't say, hey, the pandemic is over. Now all of a sudden, next day, economic, the norm is reset. Things don't happen that way.
Well, I mean, we know, we can say that, like, all the people that were being censored at the time that were calling out how, like, this was a big sham, right? Like, now we know it was a big sham. Back then, people were still under the guise or the disillusionment that it was some, real big crisis, but it wasn't.
Here's another reality.
Okay, so I looked it up and it what I discovered, because I couldn't find anything about refinancing debt or whatever. She issued short term notes instead of long term.
Yep.
And you just have an issue with that, like that's
because you wouldn't have done that twice, right?
Okay, so I'm reading here. This is on time. Now look, I'm not an economist, okay? So I don't know what the fuck they look at to make these determinations, right? But it says the metric favored by Yellen is the right one to use, Furman says, because it's important to factor in the opposite effects that interest costs and inflation have on the debt burden. When rates and prices are both going up, Furman says that, quote, in one sense, next year's debt is even bigger than this year's debt because it goes up with interest. But in another sense, next year's debt is smaller because part of it is inflated away, and so you don't need to pay back as much.
Right, but all they did during that first period of time was spend all the money. They didn't, they were still spending money as if we were still in a crisis. They weren't paying the debts.
So question.
Who spends money? The Treasury doesn't spend money.
Doll, do you agree with the way Scott Bessent is doing the debt now?
Well, I honestly don't.
It's a yes or no question. Do you agree?
Well, I don't know because I don't have any of the real information, I feel like.
Yeah, he's doing the same thing Janet Yellen did. He didn't change it.
Well, he's talking.
You said earlier that the Trump administration was being transparent, that they had a shit show when they're fixing all this stuff. Then if this is your issue, that you have a problem with it, why did they not change it?
Well, I feel like they did other things, right? Like the tariffs, and they're paying people.
I don't know what you do for a living, but I work in finance. I literally am at my job right now, and I do this to split my brain. I work in finance. Knowing these numbers, knowing what the economy is doing is how I can do good at my job, right? You are 100% incorrect in this. Someone has gaslit you, not understanding why the short-term, I'll call them loans, just illustratively speaking, why the short-term loans are actually a good thing, because it doesn't let interest compound. The problem is we have reduced our revenue. Even though we have reduced spending, air quote, we have reduced the revenue, so we are paying for our debt on credit cards. So what do? You do short-term loans, so that you minimize.
Right, that's great if you just did that once, right? But you're talking about, so it doesn't compound. What happens when you do it again?
But if
with the same stuff,
because you pay that off again.
But they didn't. But they didn't,
yes,
Aaron.
We did.
No, they didn't.
Okay, so Doll, are you an economist?
Oh no, I'm a dumb American.
I mean, look, I'll put myself in that category when it comes to economics.
Looked up this stuff. That's why I'm not able to, talk about it in like all these terms, fancy terms.
And
maybe don't mention it then.
But I've looked up all of the things, and I manage my money and my finances, and I talk in layman's terms. So if that's offensive,
which is what I'm trying to do, but you keep talking over me. You're not listening.
Yeah, and look,
but Aaron,
I'm not.
Hold on.
Can I
that
speak?
Happened once.
Can the host get a word out?
This stuff.
Can I get a word out, Doll? That would be phenomenal. Look, I am not an economist. You are not an economist. There are differing opinions on this from economists. So I just read from an economist who said that he agreed with the way she did that. And to me, the way I'm looking at it is like a 15-year mortgage versus a 30-year mortgage. You're going to end up paying less on the 15-year mortgage, even though the payments may be fucking outrageous, right?
Right, and then when you're not paying that mortgage, and then you refinance that loan again, what did you just fucking do, Tim?
What do you mean? What did you just you took it on down the road? You kicked the can down the road, which we've been doing since Clinton. Since after Clinton balanced again, everything, they've raised the fucking amount of debt.
But what she doesn't understand is this approach that Yellen took, it prevented a larger amount due later down the road. It did not, for the next administration coming in, it did not saddle them with a whole bunch of interest debt that came from spending the previous administration. It also allowed the market to fix itself with fluctuating interest rates, which we knew was coming. When you look at it in totality, it was the best deal for Americans. Because what did we see in 2025? We saw the countries that held our bond, which is our debt, dumping our bonds. We saw a decrease in the dollar. We saw an economy stagnate. We saw massive job losses. All of these things it was not exacerbated because of the way they paid the debt during the previous administration. That's why it's trickling down and you're not getting hit with everything all at once.
Yeah, and also...
So the reason why she did that was because we were in an election year. That's why.
It's a conspiracy theory. There's no talking to her.
That's an assumption, though.
And what happened was, if she had done that and it all worked out, we would be happy as a clam. But guess what? It didn't, because then she did it again and compounded all of that. So that put us into more inflation.
Yeah, I just have to say again, right? A chair is part of a board. I think when it comes to these types of issues, is it prudent to take issue with something like this? I mean, I say yes, but I don't think these are like primary like issues. Like when I vote, I don't necessarily say, okay, what did Janet Yellen do versus what?
Did she give a 2-year note or a 10-year note? Because really, I'm a one-issue voter, and this is my issue.
Yeah, so I mean, I'm not saying
the number one issue for people that were voting in the last election was the economy.
And here's what's crazy about that, doll, because our economy at the end of Biden's term was actually doing just fine. But Biden and Kamala were fucking terrible messengers. They couldn't get a word out for shit to save their goddamn lives. And we were doing just fine. And now it's all went to shit. And yet you've still got this guy out there. Oh, everything's great. You know, they stopped eating the cats. They stopped eating the dogs. And now the interest rates are going down. We're losing jobs. The interest rate's going up. Shit's getting more expensive. So what you're saying is just, it's not borne out by reality, really, because the pandemic did have a fucking serious impact on the economy around the entire world, not just in the United States. Around the world, they saw the same issues we saw. Biden was probably the best leader of a country in terms of getting that shit back under control. Of course, America itself, is in a unique position compared to everybody else, but still, we were technically the envy of the world based on the metrics. So, that was your perception, but it wasn't reality.
And that was beautifully put. And that's what I keep telling people, like whenever I have these talks. The economy, by all measures, was doing great. Cost of living sucked ass. And cost of living sucked ass because of unfettered capitalism. But you're not looking at the capitalistic side of the record profits that all these corporations that Donald Trump gave all these tax cuts to for the last 8 years were banking and making and doing stock buybacks and corporate bonuses. You weren't looking at any of that. Your rent going up because companies were working together to grape us over the coals. Grocery stores, record profits, testifying under oath that they raised the cost of goods and services over the cost of inflation because you never let a good crisis go to waste. You didn't talk about the Democrats when they did try to do stuff, putting in all the bills to prevent this that was blocked by Republicans. listen to someone gaslight you, not knowing why they did what they did.
See,
and
I don't
you built your
believe
bridge
the
on there.
government has the right to go in and artificially corrupt a free market. I don't think that they should be.
What do you think tariffs
getting
are?
Involved.
You voted for tariffs. What do you think tariffs are?
We're tariffing other countries.
No, you're not. You're tariffing American consumers.
Yes, that's what we did that a long time ago. Before the war, we had tons of money, no debt. We were able to rebuild other countries.
We've had debt since Nixon, when he took
us
off the gold standard.
I'm talking about before the World War. Yeah.
Yes, you did. Yes, you did have debt. You 100% had debt. That's
so
why
how are we able to
that's why the federal income tax system was actually created, was to pay our bills, because the system that was before was not making any revenue for the country to pay their bills.
Okay.
And again, you don't have a basic understanding of the economy, of the tax system, whether you like it or not. The fact that when we did have an effective tax rate of 90% on corporations, unless they put the money back into the economy, that's how the middle class was built. And then what happened after the middle class was built? They then took away the power of actually taxing corporations. They introduced all these loopholes, debt exploded, all these conflict exploded, led by Republicans. And then you wonder why the system is broken. Then Democrats, they stop actually fighting for the people and just wanted to just keep everything even keel. And all you do is you're just blaming Democrats and not looking at the way that you vote and how you have exacerbated this issue.
Okay, Doll, I'm going to bring in the timer because we've got people that haven't really said much, and I'd like to get to everybody. Before I do that, I do want to make a point, because it's not even just what the government is doing. We have corporations actively fucking us over. Like, for example, Walmart and PepsiCo are now facing a price-fixing lawsuit. This is very pervasive, where these companies collude with each other to fix prices. And the enforcement mechanisms we have in place have the teeth of a fucking 2-year-old, fucking or a fucking 8-month-old, all gums. They don't do anything. So we also have to contend with this. And I would argue that a lot of our inflation more so is because of shit like this.
Yeah, the government on the Democratic side has always pushed to give subsidies to all of these big corporations, and they get paid in donations for their good job in government, allowing them to enrich themselves even more. You have things like Walmart saying you have to keep SNAP because that's like gonna maintain our employment base. These people have literally artificially created this thing that you complain about. The government should not be involved in propping up these big corporations, which the Democrats have done in exchange for political positions. And back to this whole thing that you're trying to school me on because you think you know more than me and you keep talking down to me. The bottom line is that everyone knew that after we this short-term plan of getting our interest paid off, right? Everyone said that is super risky because we know that the interest rates are going to be higher. So when you go and you refinance again our debt, it's going to be at a higher interest rate instead of locking in long term with a reasonable rate that could be paid off, over time. So your whole thing about how she refinanced, the long-term debt would have been a much better choice for America to avoid higher future interest payments when they went to refinance. Again,
you just said yourself that interest rates were high. If they would have done a long-term deal when interest rates are high,
no, at the time it was actually low.
Doll, no one interrupted you. Please have some decorum. You just said out of your mouth that interest rates were high. Why would you when you take out a credit card, do you want your credit card interest to be 26%?
No, 4%? Everyone knew they were going to get higher.
Hold on, Doll.
Why are you interrupting?
At the time,
do you have
they
Doll.
weren't
are you
high.
schizophrenic?
Doll,
It's
she
my
has
turn.
a timer.
Do you want your credit card payments to have 26% interest or 4% interest? Especially if you know that the rates are going to drop. So you do a temporary deal with higher interest. So when the rates drop, you're able to refinance at a lower payment, a lower amount, and you save money. It doesn't make sense to lock in for 10 years at the higher rate. That is bad financing.
They all knew at the time it was lower. At the time, she should have taken the lower rate.
Jesus.
Oh, okay, so you disagree with an action that an economist took, and that's fine. You can disagree with that. Let me get around the board so that everybody has a chance to weigh in here. Equal vote. Thank you for being patient, man. I appreciate it. Please go ahead. The time is now yours.
Thanks for having me, guys. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
I wanted to refute something that's been discussed here. This whole idea that somehow, and I'm not going to debate the fact that the United States helped rebuild Europe after World War II. The challenge here, or the problem with this argument, is that the United States was in significant amount of debt after World War II, upwards of 120% of our GDP, highest of any point, higher than today. The idea that somehow we averted debt after World War II, just go take a look at the history books, go look at some numbers, you'll see that's a false statement. Secondly, we were an industrial powerhouse. Back when we made our own stuff, like we actually did things. I agree with you. We actually built. We had factories that built things. Yeah, we stopped doing that. We started shipping all of our jobs overseas so we can get 10 cents an hour. So we can get our shirts nice and cheap and our hats nice and cheap. We will never make anything in this country again.
Correct.
So let's this idea we're going to bring back manufacturing. Just stop talking about it. It's a bunch of bullshit. Okay, that's all I got.
Okay, so Janet Yellen's decision to issue mostly short-term debt during a low-rate period is causing refinancing challenges for the U.S. Treasury. Current high interest rates leave little room to refinance into maturities, forcing continued reliance on short-term debt. A weakening labor market, right? Without fiscal deficit reduction, U.S. interest payments will surge, and relying on labor market weakness to lower rates is an unsustainable solution.
Wait, so she is upset because Donald Trump's economy is in the shitter and interest rates are creeping back up. So she's upset that we can't refinance at a lower rate. If we would have kept the trajectory of the economy in 2024, interest rates would have continued to be low. But because he has fucked the economy, because he has fucked the economy and the labor market is weak, interest rates are increasing. She wants to go back and blame.
We were good in 2024.
Doll, she does have a timer. Now, guys, we're not going to do 3, 4, and 5 rebuttals to somebody, okay? I'm going to get around the panel. One rebuttal was fine, but Aaron, since you're going, go ahead, and then I'm going to get to 2 puffs, and we'll make it around the room. Go ahead.
And this is what I mean, when you deal with a conspiracy theorist, right?
Now I'm a conspiracy theorist.
Doll, stop.
This is what happens when you deal with a conspiracy theorist. Because the economy was growing, the economy was rebounding, we had jobs, pay was increasing, even though inflation was making your 10% more like 7%. It was on the right trajectory. Donald Trump got into office in January and stopped that shit, put tariffs in there, undid a lot of stuff, which led to massive job losses, right? And now she's blaming the weakening job market and increasing inflation on Joe Biden when it's Donald Trump's policies that's doing this stuff. He can reverse course, but he refuses to.
All right. Thank you, Aaron. 2 puffs. Welcome in. Go ahead.
Hello. I just had a couple things to refute. One, we don't have a free market, Doll. You can't have banned items and have a free market. That's literally just false.
Banned items?
I need you to not talk. Thank you.
I don't know.
Number 2, when you say, "Oh, before the war we had so much money and we barely had any debt," you do realize that billionaires and corporations were taxed at 90% of their income after a certain point. So what has happened, okay, is all of the money we used to have from all these billionaires and corporations are consistently getting cut. There are companies out there paying $0 in taxes because of what Trump has done and Republicans have done. Okay? So like for you to sit here and say, "Oh, we had so much money," it's because billionaires weren't getting fucking taxed. There you go.
True. Yep. Two Puffs, thank you. Doll, did you want to rebut? Guys, rebuttals are going to be 45 seconds. Try to stay within the confines of the timer, please. Go ahead, Doll, if you want.
Yeah, so banned items, you can thank the government that you love to make bigger and bigger, right? You want them to be able to regulate, all of our markets, put regulations on everybody, patents on things so we can't innovate or make anything better, faster. You just love the government coming in and slowing all of those things down that happen in a free market that's based in capitalism. So, capitalism is not free capitalism today because of this big corrupt government getting involved in it and propping up Walmart.
And yet you glaze Trump. And yet you glaze Trump so bad.
Okay.
While he's actively doing the same exact thing. I would say probably worse.
Your TDS is showing.
Okay, so
since you say Trump once,
what a fucking loser.
Did I say Trump once?
All right, no. so since Doll has already spoken earlier, she was actually, her and Aaron were the first two to go. I'm going to skip them and get to everybody else. Do we have any other opposition? Because currently it's only Doll, and so she's going to get the rebuttal timer every time.
Yeah.
So if there is a conservative that's here or in the comment section that wants to come up and help Doll, by all means, do it. Danny, are you a conservative?
No,
well,
man.
I know you're a conservative, and
I'm a conservative. I'm gonna have Doll's back just a little. Just a little.
So if you hear something that you'd like to rebut, I can just go between the two of you because I forgot you were sitting there. You're always so quiet. So I'll just swap between you two for rebuttals. Okay.
Okay.
But did you want to weigh in on something that's been said? I'll give you 45 seconds before you make a statement.
Sure. I'll do Cliff Note version. So I believe in the 1970s. I do agree that since the 1970s, trickle-down economics works less and less because tax rates have been lowered and because of globalization. I believe that even though corporations were able to pursue, cheaper goods and services for the U.S. consumer, we did that at the expense of our middle class, and we ended up building other countries' middle class at the expense of our own. I do think that in this administration, it's economically short-term pain for long-term gain. I do agree that under, Trump versus a Kamala right now, that we will lose more jobs under Trump. But I do think that probably within like 2 years of the administration, we will start to see the results as we penetrate more markets through the tariff strategy.
Okay. And now it is your turn to make your statement, so you'll get 5 seconds as well. Okay. Go ahead.
Yeah. So in regards to, I guess I'm gonna just comment to Doll. Doll, I agree with some of what you're saying, but I think that I think we need to be able to call out where a party goes wrong. Like, for example, even though I'm more aligned with what this administration is doing economically, I detest what they're doing socially. Like ICE, for example, is a good example. This administration got rid of sensitive zones where now ICE can go into like churches, they can go into hospitals, they can go into, and people say, hey, you have to take the shackles off of ICE and give them more tools. But I think there's something to be said when you have reports on ICE actually detaining illegal immigrants in front of school kids. I don't think that I think the notion that illegal immigrants is a source of problems for like housing, but criminal activity, etc., is just scapegoating an underlying issue. So that's all I wanted to say to that.
Yeah, thank you, appreciate that. Danny, go ahead, man.
All right, man. First off, I like the way you said you guys want, the person wants smaller government, but the last I seen, the government has grew under Donald Trump. Okay, like now we have what 50,000 ICE agents. You know what I'm saying? The second costing American taxpayers in the trillions of dollars for these people. Another thing is, I do not believe in subsidies. I don't think a company, a person should get a subsidy at all. You know what I'm saying? If your company's doing bad, do something else, man. You know what I'm saying? I don't think you should be bailed out. Instead of subsidies, how about you do help the middle class by making single payer option health care? You know what I'm saying? Which would grow the economy, because the money that you spend on health care can actually boost our economy. And we are the second leading exporter in the world other than China. So we're not doing bad on that end either.
Fair points.
I'm good.
Yeah, Dahl or do you want to rebut?
I'll leave it to Dahl. This one.
Dahl, go ahead.
Yeah, so I mean, yeah, if you're a liberal, you should be happy with what Trump's doing. You're getting what you voted for at this point. We don't want bigger government. We don't want governments to bail out companies, and let them keep making tons of money while they suck at their job. All these things that have happened in the past where the Democrats have bailed out banks, and it's just ridiculous. These people need to either run their company correctly and not pay themselves bonus after bonus, while their companies go to shit, and then we have to, the taxpayer, bail them out. Yeah, I'm done with that too.
Yeah, I want to point out that well, sure. I just wanted to say that the Democrats, the base, don't like that shit either, right? And for like the bailouts and stuff, I'm pretty sure that was proposed by George Bush and then later signed in when Obama got to office back during the crisis. So this is a both sides thing too, where the leaders aren't listening to the people. It's too big to fail. I remember that bullshit. If you're too big to fail, you're too big to fucking exist, in my opinion. But that's right, my opinion. Danny, you wanted to rebut that? We are at the end of the panel, I guess. Yeah. So sure, 40 seconds.
Yeah. No, I don't need that much time. I want her to address the single payer option on health insurance that could actually dramatically fucking improve our economy in folds, man. In folds. Okay? Answer that.
Now, what was the question? I was a little confused by the question.
All right, universal health care, man, would actually boost our economy.
Wait, so you want the government that's been inefficient in every way, shape, and form, like the Postal Service, and now you want them to be in control of your health care?
Let's talk about the Postal Office. They send, hold on a second, you're saying the Postal Office is no good?
We had to bail them out.
But hold on a second. Here's what I'm saying to you. Do you understand what the average person pays on healthcare? Could actually, instead of paying on healthcare, can actually go buy consumer goods, which would create jobs, which would create wealth around the country. You know what I'm saying? You got. It's not the government taking over healthcare. It's actually just the government. No, it ain't. It's just the government paying for it. Period. That's it.
Okay, Dahl. Let me ask you. Do you know of any corporation?
Just the government paying.
Do you know? Well, Dahl, do you know of any corporation that can operate with a 1% and less than 1% overhead? Just one. Just one corporation, even nonprofit, please. Because I've tried to find them.
1% overhead.
1% or less. Yeah.
Do I know of any?
Right. Any corporation.
No, I don't have any on the top
because
of my
they
head.
don't exist. Because the government though can do that, and they do this. They operate with very low overhead.
Well, when you go
all the
into
time.
a post office, right, and there's post-its on the wall from 1970, and the place closes at 4:30 on the dot, and
Yeah, it's called federal law.
they mismanage the monies, and people aren't getting paid pensions, and then we got to spend the taxpayer money to keep that fucking like sinking ship afloat. Let it fucking sink.
You do realize that corporations like Amazon, and other big corporations, they use the postal service, right? So not only are we subsidizing their conglomerates by
That's
giving
right.
them massive tax breaks, they are then using the free postal service to make more money.
We pay
Again, your
in
issue,
taxes.
hi, still speaking.
Yeah,
The issue that you have is with unfettered capitalism. All of your complaints that you are up here talking about, it is rooted in unfettered capitalism. And guess what? I hope Liv don't kick me for this. I'm a capitalist. I think that we need to have a mixed market of capitalism, socialism, a little bit of communism in order to create a system that works for all. But this unfettered capitalistic system that we are in, it is screwing us, the regular people.
No, because
excuse me, still speaking. We're the ones that are on panels, and we're the ones that are complaining about not making enough, making more money we've ever made before, but barely making it, right? But meanwhile, the people at the top, they're not complaining. They're reaping in the benefits of all of this. The one big beautiful bill benefited them. The TCJA benefited them. You've got a billionaire that wrote a tax bill for him, not for you, and somehow you're up here simping for billionaires.
Yeah. And,
are you done?
It sounded like it.
Okay. So, the reason that you think that you see, like, if you listen, if you don't mind quality going down, and you want, to like be in some kind of socialist communist system, right? Well, the quality of whatever you're going to receive will go down.
Are you sure?
Just like that? You see with any government funded run system, you're going to get a very low quality product. And so the reason I like high quality things, so that's why I like a free market capitalistic society, because people get to compete. It's not the government, propping up a loser and us funding that loser to stay in the game. So I like where it's unfettered competition, where the real winner wins.
You don't know what the word means. You don't know what that word means. So let me give you an example of how you're wrong. I was on vacation in Australia.
I'm going to take a phone call real quick. Hold on.
So even though she's gone, she's wrong. So let me give you an example to the class. I was in Australia on vacation, got horrendous food poisoning, had to go to the hospital. Meanwhile, I'm in another country. I am not a citizen. I went to the public health care, a public hospital in a country that has universal health care. Not only was I seen within 45 minutes, I had lab work, I had an IV. The doctor actually came out to get me. Do you know what my total bill, with not having insurance, not being a part of their healthcare system? Do you know what my total bill was?
$25.
$300. That's with prescription, that's with IV, that's with labs, and that's with no insurance and not a citizen. So you are 100% incorrect. Now, if you do like what the Republicans and the Libertarians did when the ACA was being written, and you actually made a deal with the insurance companies to make sure that it was designed to fail, and you made sure that all the quote free stuff that would have helped people is taken out, then it's going to sputter along. But that is what capitalism does. It does not want you to eat into their profits to help the people.
Yeah. Now, Equal, you had your hand up, but real quick before I get there, guys, let me do a PSA. We have 85 people in here. We're at almost 20,000. Let's get to 40,000. Let's double that. So if you're watching, please tap. I do have a live goal of, I believe, still boxing gloves. I say 7 more boxing gloves to meet that goal. And for those of you that have been sending it, I really appreciate that. Also, you can support the live through Crash App and Vimo as well. That's $LibLoudmouth and @LibLoudmouth, respectively. And Dr. Galt, give me just a second. I'm going to bring you in, but I'm going through my PSA real quick. So there, in order for this live to continue, you got to support these things. You got to support small creators and stuff. So if you want to do that, you can go to my bio, and I have all that information there if you'd like to help out. And with that, now Equal. That's awesome. What is that? Bunny crown. Thank you, Bunny. Bunny sent a bunny crown. That's very fitting. Thank you, Bunny. Equal, please go ahead. And I guess I'll just open it up for like 10 minutes for free discussion, but you can start us off. Equal, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. So a lot of us are, we're masked from seeing the healthcare costs. Like it's a quick poll of the panel, like who gets their insurance through their employer?
Not anymore.
I do.
I get it through my wife's employment.
Like most people get it through some sort of employer-based plan. So it's the employer that's actually paying for your insurance. And when that happens, there's en masse, you have, let's say it's a company or school or, public school system, all leveraging. So I don't think people realize if you lose that job, or you lose the spouse's job and you don't have that insurance, that's when you would really start to see how much healthcare costs. Because for the folks that are getting insurance through their employer, they don't see the true cost, other than maybe a small subsidy of their paycheck. But most of that cost is subsidized by your company. So I think it's part of our problem. Like, we are masked from seeing the true cost in general for those that actually have the benefit of having it. And then there are some people that choose to, I'm going to go on my own. But they too don't see the true cost, because they too are being subsidized by programs that are geared toward people that don't use an employer. So I don't know, thoughts on that?
Yeah, no, you're right. And one of the true costs that we don't see is in nuclear electric. We don't see that true cost because the government actually pays to store all of the nuclear waste, and it's expensive as fuck. But we don't see that because the government bears that cost and takes it out of taxpayer dollars, even though they charge you only a certain price. If they were to have to pay for that, it would be substantially more anywhere nuclear power is used. That's another hidden cost. Yeah, anyway, guys, go ahead. Jump in there.
Yeah, I just wanted to come up and say one thing. In Australia, if you're a U.S. citizen, you are not covered under their system. So whoever made that claim, you're either from the EU, but you're not from America, because they don't cover Americans over there.
My black ass has only lived in the United States. I am from Columbia, South Carolina.
Well, then your black ass is lying.
Would you like me to take a screenshot of my credit card statement to show you the price from their healthcare system? Again, I told you, and that's the whole point. The point is, as someone, and if you were listening, I said I was not covered. My insurance was not good there, and out of pocket, I paid $300.
Yeah, but you framed it as if their system covered it or subsidized it. It didn't. You paid.
System. No. If I would have gone to United States and I would have gotten the same work, my bill would have been $30,000 without insurance if I did not get a charity case, right? And they would have maybe taken off $1,000 of that. You're not listening to what I said. Hold on one second, Witchy. Credit cards are not bad if you know how to manage your spend. You absolutely should be putting everything on a credit card that earns you points and paying that off at the end of the month. Therefore,
that's right.
You are earning something for your spend instead of just using straight cash. You know who tells you to use straight cash? People who absolutely sell you that system that you pay hundreds of dollars for, and they become a billionaire and a millionaire telling you, oh, don't use credit when we live in a credit system. So perhaps you should be better at managing your finances and be disciplined enough to be able to know how to use credit cards responsibly and not live in debt.
It also protects you. Because if somebody steals your credit card and runs your fucking bill up, they're going to fix that. Your debit card, there are stipulations in there, and you may not get your money back.
Correct.
So again, I don't think you fully addressed when you went to Australia, you paid out of pocket directly to the insurer, right, or to the healthcare provider?
To the hospital.
Yes.
Yeah,
that's what she said.
$300 for all of that.
Yeah, but she framed it as if it's because she's. I think the way she framed it is when you go over there, they cover you.
No, I did not.
She said she did. No, she said she paid cash, and her point was that it's so much cheaper over there, even as cash pay. Is how I took it.
Yes.
That's how I took it.
Yes.
I have a similar story.
I don't believe that to be true either.
I have a similar story. I was in a skiing accident in Switzerland. In Switzerland 10 years ago,
here,
a skiing
man.
accident.
I broke my leg in Switzerland.
Yeah, and I paid $400 for a surgery to correct my collarbone. $400 for a surgery. So that would have cost me hundreds of thousands of dollars here in the U.S.
That's wild.
Part of me, when that happened, I seriously considered moving out. I considered moving to Switzerland. I have to learn a language, but I would do it.
Sure, and I went to Ireland and they gave me free potatoes.
In the hospital.
Yeah, I went to Ireland. They gave me free potatoes too. Yeah, you're right.
You know what? Shut up, dude.
You guys are fucking liars, man.
As it is in the U.S.
That's
Marxists are all liars.
Free potatoes.
Oh, okay.
Well, okay, so we're not Marxists, and Erin just literally said earlier, she was like, I hope Lib doesn't drop me for this, but I'm a capitalist, which I'm thinking, why would I drop you? Because I'm also a capitalist. Like, I agree in a hybrid system, where you have those things in place to make sure that these companies don't do what they do, which is consolidate their power and control. That's what we're seeing them do right now and turn into this, like, crazy thing. For example, like Coca-Cola and Walmart getting sued right now because they've been fixing prices to fuck all of the other people around and jacking up the prices for everybody else. They literally colluded together and now they're getting sued over it. So, this would be free market capitalism. Without those regulations in place, there's nobody to say, hey, you fucking dipshit, you can't do that. Right? And we need that. We really do.
Yeah, but also if you look at like EpiPens, right? So this is where I'll say tax funder dollars created EpiPens, and then the government gave IP rights so nobody else can create it. So that's not free market capitalism.
It's interesting you bring that up because we oh shit, that's fucking cool. What is that? Carrie, thank you for that. Hold on real quick.
That's hilarious.
I've never seen
Spacewalker, man.
Chasing the dream. Thank you for that. No, so we were actually talking about this the other day, Dr. Galt, on I don't remember whose panel it was. I think it was Olive or Laura's. Anyway, talking about IP, and I'm like, it is bullshit that the U.S. taxpayers will fund something basically in full and then hand it off to some fucking private company. That is gross. It's bullshit, and it should stop. We shouldn't do that.
Every private company should have the same access to create EpiPens. Like, there shouldn't be an exclusive deal with a private company.
Yes. I totally agree. And that if we fund it, that's exactly what they should do. Yeah. That's exactly what they should
do. Market manipulation.
Yep.
Yeah, insulin was created. Wasn't insulin created in Canada first of all?
It was. The patent was remained free so that people would not profit over it. And then what happened? Corporations bought it and then start charging for it. But the inventor of insulin did not want it to be something you make money on because he really wanted to change people's lives.
Yeah. Well, and again, if you create something, the patent is the reason why the free market capitalism fails because of IP and patents.
In what way? What do you mean?
Yeah. So if I make a product like insulin, for example, if I'm the only one who can provide it, the only person that's going to stop other people from making it is the government, right? They're going to, I can use the government through force and coercion to stop other people from making similar like products. So if the government didn't stop other people through force and coercion from making those products, then other people would be able to come to the market with similar products and compete. I wouldn't have a monopoly on products and through the force of coercion and violence through the state.
But I think when you,
I'm pretty sure that we have laws that do allow the government to come in and take care of that to make sure, because this is a very specific thing. If somebody invented like a CD or whatever, insert whatever invention here, they should have the IP for it, and they should be the ones to be able to capitalize on that. But when it relates to medicine and things that people need, they shouldn't be allowed to do that, because you can compartmentalize and say, this is a different product, this benefits everybody, whereas the other thing is not something you need, but it's something that somebody who invented it should be allowed to make money from.
Yeah, I don't believe in any IP. I don't think anything should be hide behind a paywall that the government's able to use force and coercion to prevent. Like, if I invent something, the benefit should be I'm the first one to market with it. That should be the benefit in itself.
Well, okay, so here, I'm going to read right from this, okay? It says, the Congress shall have power to promote the progress of science and useful arts by securing for limited times to authors and inventors the exclusive right to their respective writings and discoveries. So it's in the Constitution. So this is something that the government, is to do. The Congress is to regulate, to make sure that people are allowed to do it. And in fact, I would argue this is one of the reasons that businesses prefer the U.S. over China, because they do have those protections. So it can be a net positive in that regard. But when it relates to things that everybody need, like medication, we should say, no, this is, there is weighted more of a benefit that the government step in and say, okay, we're going to make sure that everybody has access to this, and that you can't.
Liberal, can I add something to that, if you don't mind?
Sure.
But okay, on the medicines that you guys are saying, it's not that they are exclusive forever. Okay, just like you remember the blue pill that came out from Pfizer for men that are needed to do.
I've heard about it from some people. I don't know anything about it personally.
Right, but what I'm saying is they had it, the market on it for a few years. You know what I'm saying? But then after that few years was over, now look at it. There's Hims. There's a whole bunch of them out there now. You know what I'm saying? It's just that I believe that way is correct, man. If you invented something, you should have at least 5-6 years of selling your product till another company opens it up to another company.
I disagree. I disagree, because if somebody came up with the cure for cancer today and the government limited even IP for 5 years, that company then could exploit the market and nobody else would be able to invent. Like, maybe Liberal Loudmouth and I took that formula, and through competition we actually made a better one, and not only did we cure cancer, but we cured people who are irrational.
Yeah, I agree with Galt. It's all stifling. It's all stifling. Yeah, that's okay. I know you don't like me, but I couldn't be a mature human being and say, good point. So the thing is, this is what's stifling the progress of our country. We wonder why these things haven't happened yet. Well, it's because we keep putting these, hurdles for people to innovate. This is why we aren't where other countries are, like Singapore.
Capitalism.
This is a prime example of profit over health. Okay. That's all we're talking about here, guys. Profit over health.
This is why I need to cure irrational thoughts.
Doesn't matter, as long as the corporation's making the almighty dollar, all is well in this capitalistic society.
Yeah,
let me tell you what exactly would happen. Exactly would occur at a research facility, which would more likely than not be at a university. University would have qualms with even being able to patent anything to begin with, given the fact that they was their facilities that were utilized to have such invention. And then you would see a capitalist corporation step in and buy said patent and then they would shelve it for the next 30 years, just like they did before the cure for cancer. So yes, you are actually right about there being stifling, but it's occurring because of capitalism, because if the treatment for cancer is more profitable than the cure, then they'll do exactly what they've already done in UCSD.
Oh, okay, so the alternative to capitalism is to remove exchange value in markets, right? Like that would be the alternative, and we all know that that's been debunked and proven to be like irrational by almost every economist.
So it's better for one man to have as much money as several countries. You understand that money is at the end of the day actually a weapon. It's not just resources consolidated. It's actually a weapon.
Yeah, I think you need to engage in my point and not just say some stupid shit.
What was your point?
I'm sorry.
No. My point is that
what was stupid about my point?
Yeah, because I said something and you just yell about billionaires. That's kind of regarded. What I'm saying is,
I wasn't talking about billionaires. I talked about the very advert point that money becomes a weapon.
Okay, and I'm saying the alternative would be to remove exchange value in markets. That would be the alternative.
Remove exchange value in what way?
That commodities wouldn't have value, right? Value, when you look at exchange value, that's what creates profit, right? That something is worth something. So in order to remove what you're talking about, the pricing mechanism, you'd have to remove exchange value in markets.
Why?
So how the pricing mechanism is right now, sir?
The value of things have been arbitrarily, propped up because we allow commodities trading in the first damn place. To me, if you're going to trade in commodities, you need to have a fucking warehouse, and especially futures, where you store that shit your damn self.
Yeah, but I guess because people are whining about capitalism.
People are jacking up the cost. Like the price of something will skyrocket in like futures or whatever, but the fucking price of the actual product will remain the same. It's just like all that is just, it's nonsense. It's a casino. It's, you know what I mean? It's like people wanting to gamble, and it's, but it can cause panic too. So in terms of like exchange value, the price of something is supposed to be worth what somebody's willing to pay for it. Right.
Well, regulated capitalism has allowed cartels to form, right? And I think even Luxembourg warned of this, that as you try to reform into socialism, which is what we're seeing, you will see a power dynamic at the top, and you'll see these cartels form with government, right? And that's exactly what we're seeing. So the people pushing for the reforms, what they don't realize what they're doing is they are creating cartels, and when the music stops, we're either going to get some form of an authoritarian fascism or an authoritarian socialism. But that's the path that you are advocating for. I am advocating for the opposite.
Unfettered capitalism is what's causing this to happen right now.
Yeah, it's weird. It's weird, though, to hear somebody say that if you invent something, you shouldn't have the rights to sell that thing. Right? Like, is that not weird to anybody else? Like,
that's very weird.
No, it's not socialism.
Yes, it is.
No.
They're literally the people who invented capitalism.
No.
What do you mean, dude? Removing markets and exchange value is literally socialism.
No, that means nothing to the conversation that we were having. You're just throwing out these terms to like confuse people, but what you're saying is irrelevant to what we're talking about, Gold, and you know that.
Yes, removing value, exchange value is socialism. That's right.
Well, who is removing? Who's removing exchange value?
Huh? Who's removing it?
Yes, and in what way? What's the mechanism?
Well, I guess it depends on who the socialist thinks you can do it. You can either do it through reform or revolution. That's the two ways to do it.
What do you? Hold on a second.
Okay.
Wait a second. Hold on a second, man. He's for communism. That's what he's for, man.
Who?
Well, he's a libertarian, I believe, right? Gold.
Yeah, I'm not for communism. What are you talking about?
So, correct me if I'm wrong,
you are,
but
man.
I believe Galt's, worldview is the government shouldn't put its hand in anything, tell anybody what to do. I don't know. Are you a no borders libertarian?
So that's a funny. So the Rothbard.
It's like vegetarians. They have some that'll eat fish, some that will eat eggs, some that will eat, you know what I mean, mollusks. But then you have some vegans that So which like flavor of libertarian are you?
Yeah, so I take the Locke and Pervaso method, which is limited border, and the government's right. The government should be protecting our rights, not necessarily preventing, right? So like if I want somebody from China to fly over to my house, as long as he's not a national security risk to everybody else, like he should just be able to come over here. So in that sense of open borders, sure.
But I mean, doesn't that also say though that like you only have a right to property if there's enough for everybody? Is that?
Yes, that would be the Lockean theory. Yes.
Right. So like, so if, for example, my property, my intellectual property, which is looked at as property, if there's plenty of things to go around and it's not something that everybody needs, it's just something that might, a radio, whatever it is. You're saying that shouldn't be protected, that property should not be protected? That would violate the proviso that you were just talking about.
No, I'm not. You're mischaracterizing my argument. I never said those things. And when you're talking about property, what the proviso would say is, if I were to acquire all property, let's say I acquired the entire United States, I would morally I would violate that. Right? It's a moral framework that Locke is operating under. Right? So, like, if I were to acquire all the water in the United States, that would violate the Lockean principle.
Sure. And all of the intellectual property, you don't see that as property?
If I consumed it all, I mean, again, if I go out and if I owned every single form of entertainment, that would break the Lockean principle, of course, morally speaking.
Right, but in
this
case, though, and I don't think maybe you understood my point, is that if it's something that people don't need, that means that there's plenty there, and so you can put a restriction on it, as per this proviso that you're talking about.
A restriction in what sense? He's working under a moral framework.
Well, to allow somebody to have their intellectual property, protected.
Well, he's working under a moral framework. So if I created insulin and I had all the insulin in the world and I acquired it all, yes, morally speaking, I would be breaking the Lockean principle. Yes.
Right. So,
but you were talking about borders.
And I want to point out, though, well, I mean, it's kind of I don't often get into libertarian stuff on this panel, but in terms of like for healthcare stuff, somebody invents a drug that's good for everybody, right? We do have in Congress has passed laws that are called march-in rights. So if the government has funded something, they can go in and say, no, we're gonna take this and license it to other people, because it's good for us. They've never done it, but it's there, it exists. They can also go in and say, we're going to take what you have and we're going to make sure everybody can license it, but then pay them, whatever the value of that thing is. They do have that right. What you're saying, like, there are, because healthcare to me is separate from items, your retail shit, stuff you don't need, but maybe, you want it. It's a totally also separate thing, in my opinion.
You're presupposing that the government is operating on some sort of Lockean principles, and in most cases, they're not. So in my framework, if we're talking about in the normative, I would make the argument that, some of those laws may be based on that moral framework would be actually immoral, right? They would be immoral of the government to do that. But again, you're kind of coming in out of like this, I don't know, this sort of presupposing that everybody's operating on this like sort of Lockean theory, which we clearly know they're not.
You brought it up. That's the only reason why I put it in that framework.
Borders in my position, so
right. But then you brought in the Lockean stuff, which leads to another framework from which I inserted my previous argument. Because if you're saying that as long as everybody has access to enough stuff, then it's okay to restrict these things and to say, like, there's plenty of land to go around, not one person has controlled everything, and therefore you can have this private property for yourself, right? Because it's fair, whatever, under this principle that you brought up. And the same is true for intellectual property. You can also use that and apply it to this, since there are enough things and nobody needs this thing, you can place restrictions on that property based on what John Locke was talking about. That was the point I was trying to to make.
Well, I don't know if
Locke
he's justifying
John Locke also talks
laws.
about resolving conflict, right? Like stopping the idea
Thank you,
of
Mike.
theft. So if you make a radio and I make the same exact radio as you, what conflict is there? I didn't steal your radio. You still have yours. So it's not only about how much of it there is, but it's also about stopping conflict. We put property laws in so people aren't fighting in the street over things like that. If I make the same radio you have, or if I make an EpiPen that's similar to one that you made, I didn't take anything from you. You still have your EpiPen. You still have all the design papers from when you drew it up.
That's
you
not
still
right.
have all the sales you've got from selling it, everything. I haven't taken anything from you.
That's not true, because your intellectual property is property. It is yours. When you come up with it and you create it, it's yours. It's your property. By law, it is your property. So when you say they created it, they didn't take the thing that you created. Yes, they absolutely did. They took the schematics, they took the blueprints, they put it all together in the same way. They stole your intellectual property, so there is conflict.
How did I steal it? You still have it. How did I steal it?
Right.
By taking the thing that you invented
You realize that the majority of these
and then recreate it. Yes, they did.
Hold on.
Yes, they did.
If I make a radio that you've made, do you still have your radio?
You have stolen somebody's intellectual property. See, you're still talking about no. You're talking about a object. I'm talking about the idea and or the schematics for such thing. That in and of itself is property, separate and away from the actual product itself.
But you're also talking about
do you still have the idea, and do you still have the schematics for it? I didn't steal it from you. You still have them. They're in your possession. You're welcome to go make more stuff
You
with it.
took it without permission.
You realize that
well, how did I take
but
it?
do you still have it?
You do
and how
understand
did I
that
take it?
How did I?
You understand the vast majority, for the love of God, you do understand the vast majority of innovations made these days are made at the behest of utilizing public dollars to come up with these things. So
Yeah, but we keep shifting the debate here.
Yeah, we're adding
Well, I'm so
qualifiers and
sorry,
getting into a
because
weird
that's not
place.
talking about reality that
Liberal,
currently
you said I
exists.
stole your idea. Do you
Correct.
still have the idea?
It doesn't matter.
If I use it, do you still have it?
You cannot then capitalize off of that thing in the same way. And as I pointed out before, I'll read it again. This is written into our Constitution. The Congress shall have power to promote the progress of science and useful arts by securing for limited times to authors and inventors the exclusive right to their respective writings and discoveries. This is in the Constitution. It is recognized as property. You don't have a right to go and steal somebody's property. Just because it's in the abstract and it's not a thing doesn't mean that you get to steal it either way.
But you're shifting.
Essentially, what you're saying is
Hold on, Mike,
if I build a house across the street from you,
whoever's playing that song,
cops.
who's playing that? You've got to turn that off.
But Mike, he's shifting the argument. We're debating Lockean theory, and he's shifting to the Constitution.
No,
so are we
incorrect.
debating Lockean theory?
No, Galt, that's incorrect. I was making this argument before you brought up Lockean theory and the Provaso.
No, because you asked me about borders.
Correct. I simply applied that. I simply applied that to that theory.
Yeah,
but
you're
my argument,
categories.
then remove my argument from that theory. I don't give a shit about the Provaso. I don't care.
Yeah. So what I would say is,
the argument remains.
Yeah. What I would say is, if I walked into Mike's house and stole the blueprint off of his desk to build the radio, then yes, sure, that's theft. And he would have the right to defend his blueprint, the piece of paper property that outlines the radio. But if he sells me the radio and I see it and I can deconstruct it and construct it again based on something that he sold me, that I now own a radio, if I'm able to rebuild it through my labor, using my labor with nature, I haven't stolen anything from him. In fact, he sold me the blueprint by selling me the product.
Okay,
I bought it from him. I purchased it.
Okay, that's interesting. Well, you actually acknowledge that I'm right in there, and I don't think you realized it, but you did. But I would then like to offer you, if you take a book that somebody writes and you copy it and then republish it, is that a problem?
Well, what conflict would be there? What am I stealing from you? Let's
your written work. Your written work.
What you just said.
Your written
You
work.
understand what you said? I could buy ChatGPT and
what would the
copy it and then
conflicts
sell it
be?
as my own, right?
Yeah.
I could just
Like,
sell ChatGPT as a copy, according to what you just said.
Let's just say you're right. Let's say if I copy down your book, I'm somehow stealing your book from you, even though
I don't
you
think
still
you're
have that
understanding.
book.
If I copy
What would the
ChatGPT, I can sell it
conflict
right
be
now.
from that? What would the conflict
According
be?
to the world you're talking about, I
It-
could copy ChatGPT
it im-
and sell it right now.
it impedes on your constitutional right to make money from the thing that you created.
Yeah, but you're pivoting now. We're talking about locking.
Wait,
No.
so I'm stealing
No, we're not.
potential future
No, we are
profit
not.
from you?
We're not
That
talking
sounds
about
like
Lockean theory.
protectionism for oligarchs.
You're completely ignoring what I'm saying. But what I'm saying is the actual point.
Make
You could
future
copy
profit off
ChatGPT and sell it right now if you wanted to.
Liberal, you just said that I'm potentially stealing the ability for you to make future profit off of it. That
That
sounds
is
like
correct.
protectionism for oligarchs.
No, that is correct.
Okay,
And
according
okay,
to
so
the
let
world
me
you're
let
trying
me
to
bring
create,
up let me bring
defending
up
oligarchs and
let me bring up
monopolies?
an example of what you're saying and how it's bullshit. Philo Farnsworth is a guy who invented the TV, right? Put a patent in there. But because of things, eventually a war started and they had to retool all the manufacturing. He was unable to do anything. So by the time his patent ran out, I believe it was RCA, came in there and fucked this guy over. They did exactly what you're talking about. So the inventor of this thing was by a large corporation forced into courts with money he didn't have, and they made sure that he unalived without any fucking money and without any credit to the TV. And they stole his property and then reused it for themselves. And they were already selling it before the courts had even. So yes, they stole from that man. That's exactly what happened. So in the situation where it's restricted, these companies are still going to come in there and steal from you.
So I didn't steal your book because you still have it, and I didn't steal the idea because it's
Oh
still in
my
your head.
God,
I
dude.
just stole
potentially
you being able to hoard profit for yourself.
To hoard profit. Okay, so it's okay for RCA to go in and hoard profit for themselves, but you have an issue with the guy that invented the TV being able to profit from it in any way whatsoever?
Actually, no. I don't want anybody to have. I don't want to go to court with anybody at all, no matter who, and say, well, that guy might have accidentally stolen future potential money. You can't steal future money, dude.
Yes, you can. Yes, you can. What do you think damages?
You just sound like you're
well, hold on, Mike.
Mike. Government and corporate protectionism, dude.
Mike, let me ask you this: if somebody does something that harms your job, and then you bring a court case that takes you 4 years, were there future damages that you were incurred? Let's say you were right. Everybody knows that you were right. Is that not even though they didn't even though they didn't take anything, right? You weren't getting paid because you were fired or whatever the case is. Those future damages, you don't think that existed and that person shouldn't be paid for the time that he wasn't working?
Did they have to harm me?
I'm just using it as an example.
Oh my God,
now you're not gonna nitpick because that's what you're trying to do because you know that the argument I'm making destroys what you just said.
No, you just don't want to.
Future money
harm your job
is a tangible thing.
Assassination.
Future money is a tangible. Wait, character assassination?
The only way to harm someone's job, I guess I should say there's a couple, but the only realistic way to actually try and get somebody fired or something is through character assassination, and that's not a property issue. That's an identity issue.
No.
No.
Okay, you're missing the point, Mike. You're missing the point. You said that future money isn't a thing. It doesn't exist. Like, I can't say that this person stole from me future money. And I'm giving you a situation where, in fact, this is, looked upon as if, yes, you would have made this amount of money had this thing not happened to you.
Hey, can I just put it another way, Liberal to him?
Sure.
Thanks, man. I think he might understand it this way. Contractor comes to your house and remodels your kitchen, right? You owe him $20,000. Out of that $20,000 that you're going to be paying this guy, he uses some of that money to fund his other projects. You know what I'm saying? To buy material and stuff like that. But you didn't pay this guy $20,000, so he takes you to court, right? He takes you to court. It took him 4 years to get that money from you. Do you understand what he means by what he's saying?
Yeah, you're talking about a contract, which we agree with contracts between individuals.
But
We
that's
agree there.
taking future. Hold on a second. That's taking future money from him.
Yeah, again, you can go to court, right? And under the contract that you have, if you want to make that argument that, hey, I was due this money on this day, and because I didn't get the money that I got, I couldn't invest it elsewhere. That's different than what we're talking about. You're talking about voluntary exchange and contract law.
No, it's
Yes, it
not.
is.
It's not
man.
different. It's not
It
different.
is. It is
No,
different.
no, it's not.
No, it's not.
You
It's
So are
not
you a
okay?
different.
leftist, or are you like a big government Republican at this point? Because you sound like you're defending the rich oligarchs so they can save and
So
hoard potential money in the future.
you realize your argument is a losing one, and so you engage in ad hom. That's cool.
No, because you're saying in one sentence that the one person was trying to steal, and
Yes.
because they were trying to steal, there was damage, and then you're trying to frame stealing as somebody creating something and then having self ownership to an idea. Nobody owns ideas.
Yes, they do.
Well,
In the
essentially
No, they
what you're
don't.
doing-
in,
essentially
let
what
me
you're doing
okay,
is
real
you're
quick, guys. Real quick,
you're
real
defending
quick.
tax
Let me
loopholes and
let
trust
me
too, because
let
that's
me
ways that people save
let me read it
their
again.
potential profit in the future. So you're defending that
Let
stuff as
me
well.
let me read this again, okay, so that maybe you can understand. The Congress shall have power to promote the progress of science and useful arts by securing for limited times to authors and inventors the exclusive rights to their respective writings and discoveries. So it is property. It is an abstract version of property, but it is absolutely property. If you create it, it is yours by law. And you have a right to that property, just like you have a right to your property if you purchase land. Well, unless you don't pay taxes, and then they can come and take it, but that's a different discussion. It is property. And what you're trying to do is claim that it's not property and that it's something else. No, it couldn't be property because it's not tangible, whatever. But that's just not true.
You can't hold it in your hand.
It's yours. That's what it is. You created the damn thing. It's
Yeah,
yours.
but someone else can use it without taking it from me. I still have it. So what makes it
What?
property?
No.
Oh my God, dude!
Hold
Listen,
on.
he's not going to get it, dude.
Yeah, they're purposely, but that's okay because the comment section.
Conversation's going over.
And
Yeah,
I
the
go out and
comment
make
section
that movie,
gets it.
You still have the idea for the movie. I didn't take it from you. It's not like I came and kicked you out of your house. Like the argument you're making is if I own a house and the guy down the street tears down his house and makes one identical to me, and then I call the cops and I say, hey, this guy stole my house. And they show up and they go, where is he? And I go, oh, well, he's not at my house. He's at the house down the street that looks identical to mine. He stole my house. That's the argument you're making.
No, that's a faulty
It's
comparison.
not. Oh my God, dude.
That's a faulty comparison because you are actually comparing tangible things with intangible things that become
What do you mean?
tangible when
What do you
those
mean? He
things are
stole the blueprint.
applied
He stole my house. He stole my design idea.
from an architect.
Even though I still have it, he's stolen it
From an
somehow, but I still have
architect.
it.
If an architect builds a fucking house, the schematics of it, and somebody takes that, whether taking a picture of it or memorizing it, if they're able to do that, it is theft. That's property. And
How?
you
I still
own
have it. I thought theft inquires you actually taking property from someone when you actually look under contract law. So I'm not taking it from them. They still have it. So how's it theft?
What do you mean?
Well, I still have my house. The guy down the street didn't kick me out of it. I still have my house.
It's your
He didn't
property.
legitimately take it from me.
I see.
It's still in my possession.
Okay, so if somebody clones you, that's fine too?
Yeah, sure. Why not? I still have
You still
myself.
have your body.
Yeah, I do.
You have no right. You have no right to your DNA, which is tangible.
Well, did somebody steal my DNA?
You. Well,
did somebody steal it?
In the same exact way that they stole your idea.
Well, no,
that's right.
different. They would actually have to steal
That's
something
right.
from me, like actually remove DNA
They
from me
are.
in order
And
to
see,
do that.
okay, so you guys aren't going
That's
to get it
something totally
because you are refusing to acknowledge that an idea is property.
I don't think you're going to get it because I feel like I'm talking to my fucking doorknob right now. You're saying that people steal shit, but I still have it.
Says the doorknob.
Like, can I call the cops and say somebody stole $5 from me, even if the $5 is still in my wallet? And I say, well, I think they might have potentially stolen future profits for my company. That doesn't make sense, dude.
It's a civil. That would be a civil matter at that point. That's a civil matter at that point. Yeah, it's a civil matter, right? Because then you have to go to court and prove. And we do this all the time. See, you guys are also failing to acknowledge the fact.
Anywhere, John. I don't know how you entertain this.
No.
This is ridiculous.
It's ridiculous. It's upsetting Mike because he can't formulate an argument that makes any goddamn sense. And I've cooked both of you here.
You cooked nothing, sir.
Look, this dude just dropped off after he threw out ad homs. I'm sorry. That is indicative of somebody that just got cooked.
No, that's somebody who's just done wasting their time. That's what that's indicative of.
Right. Doorknob. Okay.
I choose to maybe waste more time than Mike in life, unfortunately.
Well, look, I like you, Galt, but look, the courts recognize that your ideas are property. This is a fact. The Constitution recognizes that your ideas are your own and that you have the exclusive rights to them. This is written in the Constitution. So there's really no argument to be made that your idea is not property, because it is.
Oh, okay, but can the courts recognize something and it still be immoral?
What? Does that have to do with anything that we're talking about?
Recognize something and can it still be immoral?
Well, sure.
Yeah. So like, for example, the Constitution used to allow slavery. Did that make it right?
No, but we're not talking about slavery, are we? So your comparison is faulty. I mean, I see what you're trying to do, but it just kind of falls flat because one has absolutely nothing to do with the other.
Well, you're not making a moral argument. We were talking about the Lockean principle, and you're not making a moral argument. You're just saying the Constitution says it, therefore it's right.
That's interesting. So is all morality equal? Would you say is it true that some things are more or less moral than others?
Well, I'm an objectivist, so to me, 2 + 2 is 4. Morality is seen through self-rationalization, and I probably look at morality different than you. You probably look at morality as something that's subjective. And
I'm talking about your own view of morality. Would you agree that taking a rock from somebody's yard, while immoral potentially, is not the same as owning a slave?
Are you saying is there a different degree of how immoral something can be, like from a scale to 1 to 10?
Sure, you could do it that way.
So you're trying to put a rating to like how bad things are? Like, is something worse than another thing? No, I'm trying
to make a point, and you can't even answer a simple question.
No, I'm just trying to get a clarifying answer of, like, are you trying to ask me, is there things that are worse than other things? Sure.
Okay.
Yes, sure.
It took us a while, but we got there. Okay.
Hold on. If I steal from you, right, or I steal from you and schmurder you, yes, I did 2 immoral acts. One's worse than the other. What's your point?
Because you tried to compare 2 different things with 2 different degrees of what you consider immorality. Because you don't believe it's immoral to steal somebody's idea from them. You don't think that's immoral. But we can both agree that slavery is immoral. And you were trying to compare those two by saying, well, courts have, found in favor of XYZ morality or whatever. But the point I was making is that it is written in the Constitution. And even at that time, it was legal to own slaves. And they found this in court. It is currently property by the Constitution, whether you agree with it or not. It's a fact.
Yeah,
well,
I'm not debating.
I kind of like, look, I think you can make a case that in a lot of cases, intellectual property is actually immoral, but I'm not like super interested in like deontological normatives or something like that. I think you can make a case based on outcomes against this like intellectual property, because we do have to remember ideas are infinite. Like there's no like finite amount, so you're not going to run out of ideas. Someone's not going to starve to death because you stole their ideas or something like that. And look, you can use like Walmart for an example, right? A large part of their supply chain is IP. Like the logistical frameworks, their method of how they restock their supply and stuff like that. If somebody arrived at a very similar schematic on their own and decided they wanted to make this like public domain, like they wanted to offer this up in a way like, okay, other proprietary supermarkets or even public supermarkets, if they exist, can use what I came up with as the schematic that's very similar to Walmart. Walmart could come in and say, oh, actually, you know what? I'm going to sue the fuck out of you because this schematic is actually way too similar to our proprietary one, even though. So
Sure.
now it remains solely underneath, the ownership and the curtain of Walmart. And now the entire rest of the nation or the world ostensibly can't benefit from this. So in this way, it's like based on an outcome perspective, a lot of people's well-being now, talk about future values or something like that, was lessened because of this like abstract valuation of ideas or something. I kind of think that's immoral, and we can see this in like the pharmaceutical industries and the things like this where they block people from coming up with generic alternatives to medication and stuff. It's like this is like evil, just because of
That
profits and stuff.
I agree is immoral to withhold something that benefits society. And this is why at the very beginning I made very clear that there is a difference between something that benefits society as a whole and something that is just quality of life, like a couch or a fucking TV
How do we
or
delineate?
something. But I also wanted to point out, and Amir, I'm glad you brought this up because this is why patents exist, to prove that I came up with this, when I came up with it, and what I came up with. Right? And so if somebody, recreates the same exact thing that you did, you can go to a patent and you can say, look, I can prove that this idea was mine first. I see personally nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, but like even based on the timeline aspect of it, what if this person arrived at this same exact schematic as Walmart independently and they wanted to make it public domain just because Walmart. This is why this is kind of like, and I don't mean this in like a disrespectful way. It's like a childish sort of view of ideas. Well, I came up with it first. It's like, who cares? This person came up with it independently too. They want to make this a public utility, and then now you're saying, well, I did it first. So you can't. This is almost like it's just like I don't know. It's always reflected as silly to me.
That is a better argument, but again, you're talking about rare, probably maybe has happened maybe a few times over the course of this history, or never. I don't know of any situation throwing out a hypothetical and then judging everything based on this thing you just came up with on the fly that you probably can't even point to something and say, oh my God, on the same exact day, these two people came up with the same fucking thing exactly in the same way. You're making that argument and then attributing that to everything. It's illogical.
I just don't think the temporal aspect is important. Like if someone arrives at the same idea or something, a year later than somebody else, but they did it independently, who cares? I don't know. I just don't really think temporality matters, especially because ideas, again, they're not like a finite object. Someone earlier said something about cars. If I have two cars and you steal one of my cars, it's like this is a physical object. Like obviously this is very different from this abstract, like idea or like, I don't know, code or like trade secret or something. We're not going to run out of these. You know what I mean? People aren't going to. So we don't feed ourselves on trade secrets.
Okay. I mean, look, you have the exclusive right to the thing that you create. And I think that's fair because what you end up with is that the people who have everything, if there's no protections for you, let's say you're a poor person, a farmer like Philo Farnsworth, and you don't have shit. Yet there's this large corporation that has everything. They got lawyers coming out their asses. They've got all kinds of, things to come in and fuck with you. They will come, take the shit that you have, strip it from you so that you don't have any way to capitalize off of the thing that you created. You are actually encouraging that behavior by saying, no, just because you came up with it doesn't mean you have a right to be the one that makes money from it. The other person who already has money is the one that gets to take it. That's what you're arguing, essentially.
Yeah, but you're defending IP. What you're saying there is, hey, a company
yes, I am
with more
defending
money,
IP.
You are, though, because what you're...
I am, yes. I think IP is a good thing.
Yeah, but in one sentence you're saying it's good, but then in the other sentence you're saying, well, it's kind of bad because these corporations can come in and enforce IP by saying, hey, Dr. Gall created this. He's a smaller person. He can't fight against me. So I'm going to make the claim that I made it first or it's mine and I have a right to it. And I can't fight that corporation because I don't have money. And what we're fighting over is actually the IP law that you're advocating for.
No, what you would be fighting over is the idea, the thing that you created. That's what you're fighting.
You can flip
because
that.
in your because in your in your world, here's what happens. You invent something, could be revolutionary. If you are poor, you don't have any kind of capital behind you, but this is something that everybody's going to want. People with all of the money will come in and steal your shit and take it for themselves. And when you have nothing there to make sure that saying, no, he came up with this and he has the exclusive rights to it for a certain period of time. If you're saying that you're allowing these wealthy people to take everything from everybody, that is what you're advocating for. I don't think you mean to, but that's what happens. That's the outcome.
I think it kind of this happens probably more often in the reverse, where someone will probably come up with an idea, and the large like multinational corporation with unlimited amount of capital is able to put together some giant, like legal team and come in and say, well, actually, technically, what we came up with is just slightly different to yours, even though because you see this even in Hollywood, like where you have like a small creator or something like create a story or something like that, and then a larger producer will basically, because they have access to this really sophisticated legal team, they're able to just change enough to get through the legal framework, and then they're able to outcompete the smaller, person with the unlimited amount of capital and investment and stuff like that. So it's like in a way, like even on both ends, IP hurts the smaller person, whether it's the larger corporation coming in and seizing what they have, or it's they're able to skirt along the lines and steal their ideas anyway. Because what really matters at the end of the day is how much funding you have. The IP is just this blanket that we use, and honestly, it really would be it'd be a lot less complex if we just got rid of it. Then people would be able to compete with their ideas.
Can I give you a perfect example?
Wait, can I just piggyback what he just said though? Hold on, Chico.
Really quick. When I was a kid, I used to run away, not run away, like they'd take me to the park and I'd start running, and my parents started putting a dog leash on me so I couldn't go far. And then those retractable dog leashes, well, they built a harness and put those retractable, really long leashes so I'd run and I couldn't go that far. And no one else had them, so my parents wanted to patent that,
Your parents put you on a dog leash?
They called runaway leash for kids. And,
What?
and they couldn't patent it. And I was always their test model because they would, go to, show it off, and they'd tell me to go run. And I'd love to run. Whenever we went to the park, I'd just take off on them and wouldn't come back. So they did the runaway leash, the runaway kid leash.
Okay.
And they couldn't patent it.
Okay. So anyway, back to the point here. So in a system where IP doesn't exist, and to your point, liberal, if somebody didn't have capital to put something to market, theoretically, I could go to Amir and say, hey, I got this great idea. Will you invest? I propose it. I blueprint it. He then steals my idea, right? And he runs to market to do it. I still have the ability. Maybe I come to you, liberal, and say, hey, we can do this together. I have the idea. They stole it from me, I guess, from under your worldview. They're going to go to market with it. Will you help me? And you say, you know what? Sure. We will go to market and compete against them. And not only that, we're going to run newspaper ads to say that they stole our idea, and we'll try to, beat them in the public eye and market against them, whatnot. And the only thing that would stop us against competing against one another for market share and competing in pricing would be the government allowing the company that stole it to me that might be bigger to come and say, well, we had the idea first, so they're not allowed to come to market, right? So, under my worldview, I would just find other people with capital to bring my idea to market, and that's part of business, right?
No.
I'm sorry, but look, we have a lot of wealthy people in this country, right? And to me, the people that become insanely wealthy should only be the ones that actually invented something. that actually change something, because we we glaze people who have money by pushing money around and doing shit like that and don't actually add to anything. And so to me, protecting those who create. Oh, thank you, APAC. I appreciate that. And for the record, guys, the APAC I don't think has talked yet. Danny hasn't talked in a while, so let me get to you guys here in just a second. Hell, now I forgot what my point was. But my point is, like, I understand where you guys are coming from, but I just see it differently. My worldview is totally different. If I invent something, I should, at least for some time, be allowed to be the one that capitalizes from that. I should be able to, right?
Yeah, I mean,
it's
if I wanted to
protection of my
concede,
stuff.
if I wanted to concede to, like, maybe to you, maybe it's limited IP 6 months or a year, and then that's it. Sure. But IP for 50 years, 100 years, like until I'm unalive, like somebody shouldn't be unalived and they have the IP. Like, I'm Dr. Galt for a reason, because unfortunately John Galt is IP'd for the next 50 years.
I have a good point.
Shit.
Nobody's
that's
talking
awesome,
about.
APAC. Thank you. Wow.
So something nobody's mentioned that's futuristic that I think would be interesting to bring up as far as theft, because it's already been happening and people have been getting pissed with the new regulation of AI. And like, say like somebody's a famous voice actor, right? And there's people whose voices have been used to make money without their permission, and that would be a form of theft. And like the way AI is moving forward and regulating, like in the restrictions and laws on it, what's going to actually stop them at some point from just, because there's even people like, for instance, James Earl Jones is one of the first people to actually be like, when I pass, you can use my voice. I'm fine with that. But like other people who are famous, because they're starting to use AI to like dub things and cut shortcuts and save money. What's to say they're not going to like use your voice illegally through all this like surveillance state stuff that they're doing right now? That's just wanted to throw that in the mix because I haven't heard anybody bring that up, and that's a form of theft to take my voice because it's a part of my identity.
Right.
And you can't really patent your own voice, which is kind of tricky.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, doesn't that kind of expose how silly IP is, though? In a way, it's like, we're getting to the point where actually AI is kind of breaking down this like abstract normative mythology. Abstract like normative mythology of like intellectual property of it's like mystified, you know what I mean? And the ability for AI to replicate all that stuff is kind of like breaking down that barrier, I think. So it's useful in that respect, actually.
Now, real quick, APAC, holy shit, thank you for those gifts. That's some of those I haven't seen before. That's wild. I appreciate it. Did you want to jump in on this? Because you haven't actually said anything yet. And by all means, just jump in there and have at it.
This is Angel Eye. I just wanted to troll you.
What's up, you little shit?
I wanted to get the catchphrase, thank you, APAC.
Thank you,
now
APAC.
You can't say that liberal didn't get money from APAC.
Oh, that's fucking funny. Damn it. I didn't even think about that, you little bastard. No, I appreciate that, man. Thank you.
Look, if I'm gonna
well played, sir. Well played.
I just used the remainder of my time to just say this. So I'm like, look, if I'm going to troll him, pull a prank on him, I was going to support your channel anyway. Let me just, like the first time I gifted, I saw you like, you're like, what the? In fact, like you had like this like scowl look on your face. And I'm like, that's right. APAC's giving you some gifts. So I'm like, I'm not going to prank him. Like I at least, it has to be to his benefit. So
that's diabolical.
That's fucking funny though. And see, guys, I'm not an anti-Semite. I take money from APAC. Oh shit, that's fucking funny.
I land my plane there.
No, I was wondering. I was like, why is this person so quiet? And they're sending all these gifts. Makes sense now, though. No, I appreciate it, man. Just jump in there if you'd like. Well, what is your thoughts on IP? Are you in favor of it? Like, what do you think?
Yes. I'm in favor of IP by all means, because if you don't have so you're talking about like safeguarding IP or
yeah. Well, your rights to the things that you create, for example, or invent, what have you.
Yeah, I think that's important. There's a reason why a lot of tech companies and engineers make a living. At my job, what we do is we find a problem. We develop ideas we ideate, right? We do perform a feasibility exercise, but I think it's important to protect ideas because it's something that people, especially if well thought out, could really improve the world. So I mean it's I think one of the issues we've had with other countries though is that they've been able to knock off our ideas as a country and produce things for cheaper at our expense. But yeah, no, I'm in favor.
Nice. Now, real quick, shout out to Sarah. Thank you for the $25 on Crash App. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I don't know if that bothers libertarians or not. What say you?
Well, I'm not a libertarian, but I am opposed to intellectual property. But I mean, look, the fact is, if you actually look at reality, you talk about like making the world a better place or saving the world or something. It's actually IP that, in a lot of ways, stops us from doing that because large corporations will preemptively buy patents or they'll keep maybe good ideas that somebody within the company did come up with, secure behind this really tight proprietary curtain or something. And so, they're able to decide, ostensibly with market forces and this kind of thing, able to decide the prices. They're able to inflate the prices. I mean, what's stopping somebody, right? We could look at like a diet, like insulin or something. Let's say somebody has like a patent on insulin that's required for people to live. I think we literally saw this, where the person that owned the patent for like needed medication jacked the prices up like to an insane degree. Nobody was able to make a generic of it. I mean, that's making the world a worse place, and that's IP.
Well, not all of that is IP though. Like Shkreli, at least one of the rugs was not an IP issue. It was something that was invented in the 50s. The IP had run out. He used other tactics that would be available in a free market if the government doesn't actually do anything to stop people from doing that. And he did it.
Hey, liberal, I got to run.
Thanks for having me up, dude. I appreciate it. It's always a pleasure. Yeah.
Yeah. You know what's weird? I follow you, but I just had to refollow you. Apparently, TikTok made me not follow you anymore.
Man,
it's getting too popular.
I had somebody, Zyle, for example. Of course, it may be her account. She had to do a fucking jigsaw puzzle or whatever before she was allowed to see my.
But you know what, liberal? You know who viewed my account this morning? So maybe that's why I lost. It was Bibi Netanyahu. So I think that's why I don't follow you anymore.
That motherfucker. He's everywhere.
He's taking away your followers, liberal.
My name was unmasked, like on your panel. So I changed it to APAC, but it used to be Into the Light. So I actually saw APAC like flash away, and then it reverted to my old username. So I'm like, that's weird. And then about 15 seconds later, I went back to APAC. So I thought that was
wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, TikTok being TikTok, that's weird. But it was really weird when Zaya was saying she had to do a jigsaw puzzle just to see the live. That to me is crazy.
I will say two things you'll appreciate. The first is I think the reason why IP is important is because you need competition in capitalism in order for it to thrive. You can't just have the big players taking all of these ideas, advancing on it first, because then where's the competition? Where's the sense of governance and checks and balances? Where's the safeguard? And then the second thing I'll say is my understanding is isn't today the deadline for the files to be released?
Yes. They're not getting released.
Well, aren't they on vacation? Did they go a day early?
They threatened Bondi, I believe, with impeachment if she doesn't meet that deadline.
They're not going to impeach her. Trump will back her all the way, so it won't mean anything.
In honor of that day, I figure it's prudent to send this.
Oh, shit.
So I got live footage of his plate.
What was that? The Lolita Express?
It was the Lolita Express. Oh my God.
Yeah,
oh my God. See,
now you got
holy
APAC
shit.
the Lolita
APAC.
Express through too.
Wow. That is a monster. That may be one of the biggest gifts I've seen. So wow. Thank you. I appreciate that.
That's what you said.
Liberal.
I heard my name. What's up?
Hey, it's Danny, man. I gotta just add something to this, man. So you invent something, right? You invented it, and you're making money off of this. But here's the thing: they license these things out to where people can actually make it as well. You know what I'm saying?
Correct.
So, right, like the licensing of that anything that was made is making that person that made it, the beginning of it, the person that made it, making money off of that licensing agreements.
That's right. Yeah. Absolutely. And see, I wish Galt was here because I'd want him to hear me say this. Like, I noticed that when IP comes up, they always, when it comes to negative stuff, they always go to the healthcare industry because this is, it is a problem when we see that. But that's why I view healthcare as different from just regular everyday inventions, TV, radio, whatever.
I agree with you 100%.
Yeah, and we do have laws that allow the government to march in and make sure that those things that everybody needs can have access to it. They've never used it, but it exists. So they do need to use it. And when it comes to,
for instance, they make a pill.
And when it comes to like the taxpayers funding the research for something, in my opinion, the government should hold that and then allow companies to license it without any discrimination. If any company that wants to license it pays a fee or whatever, and they're allowed to do it because we came up with and paid for that invention, right? Or in somebody working for
exactly.
us.
I agree. Sorry, I was having to do something at work, but I agree with you guys. Okay, could we maybe if we could find like a middle ground? I look, and to be clear, I am like a socialist, so I kind of don't really buy into like private property or capital. This like Loki notion of property anyway, really. But insofar as it relates to IP, could we agree that necessities like medicine, healthcare, just in totality, housing, like utilities, especially things that receive, like you said, R&D from like the public sector or something. Like maybe IP just shouldn't exist at all in these industries, but maybe with art or something, or like inventions, like in like the books, sure.
Yep.
Like we can maybe agree that there could be some sort of like protections there if people really think it's prudent. But like, when it comes to necessities, I mean, IP is really is evil, honestly, in a lot of ways, I think. At least the way it manifests within capitalism.
No, I agree with you. And so there is an argument to be made to keep at least some protections in place as far as like healthcare is concerned. Like, for example, Botox, things that aren't like necessary. These, surgeries that you might go and get that you don't need, it's not for like health or whatever. That'd be one thing, but I'd be okay with removing any kind of patent. The only downside is that if you do that, it does remove incentive for companies to pump any of their own money into research and development if they can't have the exclusive right to those things. And so what we'll have to do, and I'm okay with, is have the government fund that shit entirely.
Right. And they do.
And
they
I'm
do for
okay
the most
with
part.
that.
They do for the most part, at least insofar as it relates to a lot of industries now already. Like R&D already is undertaken by the state. Even in America, even like in a country that's public funding is like abysmal. Like if you look at, whether it's, and I know it's not exactly the same, but even like tax incentives and subsidies and stuff, this is in a way like a form of funding R&D, because obviously ostensibly the incentive would be that the money they're not paying taxes, they're using to fund research and development or whatever. And we already see this in a lot of industries, especially like, and even like the greatest inventions in America over the last 30 years or 40 years, a lot of it has come from public funding anyway. So it's kind of like, and that's just our country. That's not even to point in other
and
countries.
I'll take it a step further. The internet lines, the tubes, as Al Gore says. Just kidding. It's a series of tubes. Who said that? Somebody said that. Anyway, we built this off the back of taxpayer money. We funded it. directly funded the creation of the grid that would allow us to have internet access. Yet then we allowed the private companies to basically hoard. I say the government should be in control of all of those fucking lines and then lease out the access and bandwidth to companies who provide service, and that's it. They provide customer service. It's the same fucking service from one to the next. That way you have even more competition, but you're competing on how fucking nice you are and how well you treat each other. But it's the same shit. I would go that
far.
The
way we do it now is that we privatize the profits, but we socialize the losses.
Exactly.
And it's like, okay, how is that, if we're talking about fairness or something, how is that fair at all for, the C-suite of these large, where we bail out the banks when they fail, or when, energy companies or whatever, when they fail. But when they're like succeeding now, it's all the profits get to stay within the C-suite. That's just not an equitable economy.
Yeah, totally. I totally agree. I mean, this is it's not like this is some. Oh, what's that?
Hold on a second. When the government bailed out the banks and the car industry, they had to pay that money back. It was a loan, right?
No,
we just did. No,
I think they did.
I'm pretty sure the car industries paid it back, and the banks paid it back. With interest.
Let me look at. Let's look it up, because I think they did, but now I'm not 100%. So let's look it up. Industry.
I mean, wouldn't the better alternative be if the banks fail, we nationalize the banks and we remove this like stupid semi-privatized Federal Reserve system that we have, where it's the government that decides the interest rates, but it's the private banks that get to decide who they lend to. It just doesn't make any fucking sense. It's like, I would almost rather and I'm not even a libertarian, I disagree with them on a lot of things. I would almost prefer the banks to just be fully privatized, instead of this like middling bullshit that we have, where the government sets the interest rates, but it's actually the banks that actually control the money supply. It doesn't make any sense.
Okay, so
I'm sorry.
I was going to pull it up. It looks like what happened is they bought, I guess, some shares as part of this bailout, right? So the total amount that we sent the auto industry was $80 billion. What we recovered was just over $70 billion. So we lost between $9 and $12 billion. But the money that we lost was because when we sold the shares, apparently I guess they were worth a lot less. So we ended up, losing some money. So at least we got most of it back. But it is. Now,
how about the banks?
The banks did, I believe, also pay it back. Let's look up. What about the banks? Let's see.
I just think that the model, because we have real world examples of housing markets in other countries facing something similar, where there's a bubble and there's a possible a recessionary effect from the bubble. And I mean, in China, what they did is they just nationalized the housing industry, and they were able to completely avert a recession, and it's been working a lot better for them. Whereas, there's a housing bubble that bubbles up in America like every 15 years.
Right. 15 years. Here's the thing about banks. Hold on 1 second, man. Here's the thing about banks. I think this is me, and I think everybody would agree this. If you put your money in the bank uses your money, right, and then charges you a fee, right, to have your money in their bank. That I think is fucking wrong, dude. I think that is so fucking wrong. And by the way, like your savings account, checking account, and stuff like that, they charge you if you take money out of your bank, a certain amount of withdrawals, they charge you for that. Which I think they need to regulate that shit on the banking, man, because I think that is bullshit. Because they use your money to invest.
That's right. And to give out loans, because they give a percentage of the money that they have on hand, they're able to loan out. So it allows them to do that too.
That's what I'm saying is, who the fuck are they to charge you $25 banking fee every month?
Right.
But they're using your money.
And they're making, yes. Now, real quick, we did profit $15 billion at least off of the bank bailout. So because we charged interest, so we did get our money back plus some. Now the amount that we got back was not, on like almost $500 billion. It wasn't great, but it was still more than what we put in. So,
well, I looked it up too, and it said that like the gross revenue from those, with including the dividends and interest and all of that, was more, but after expenses, like repayment sales, all that kind of stuff, the interest cost in of itself was actually about 31 billion less than the actual loan. So I mean, and look, and that's like it is kind of a risk anyway. Like what we're doing with Argentina, the currency swaps and stuff. That's supposed to net us, So and it's possible that it could, but same thing with these loans. It's also possible that it completely fails. They, they're not able to swap back the currency. We don't make any interest on it, and then we're out like a fuck ton of money. I would rather not take that risk and just like nationalize them, honestly. You know what I mean? I don't know. It's kind of risky to do that.
Well, I guess maybe we'll turn some profit from the stolen oil, right? Because now I guess they're just going to start snatching oil tankers. What was that? 1.1 million barrels of oil? I mean, the fucking this shit is nuts to me. I wonder if Galt. I wonder if Galt would think that was theft.
900 and something million oil.
I think libertarians typically are and I actually, like I'm far
I'm
leftist,
just teasing.
But I actually,
I'm
yeah. Well, look, to libertarians' credit, I think they do have pretty good foreign policy, or at least amicable to the leftists or whatever. I think they would say, yeah, what they're doing in Venezuela is U.S. imperialism, and we should not do that. It's costly, and it doesn't really work out for us. And which I totally agree with. Frankly, it's crazy people are falling for the same narrative again. The teist pretext. They're just putting narco on the front of it, and everybody's eating it up again. It's like, this is so fucking stupid.
Well, and now, they're doing this with ICE too. I don't know if you guys saw. Let me pull this up. They are opening investigations into people who are anti-ICE, right? So the FBI is now starting to launch cases into people who are opposed to ICE. Just like that order had said before, when they were declaring whatever. So you're right. They're just labeling somebody a T and then, going about their fucking day as if that's normal. This shit is getting nuts. It's getting out of hand.
I'm surprised people are still buying it up. That are still eating it up and shit. Honestly, it's like, it's so clear that, because the FENT stuff doesn't even come from Venezuela. It comes from like Mexico.
Right.
It comes up through Mexico.
Yeah, but you don't let facts get in the way of their feelings, because they have a lot of feelings. Okay. Now, outsider, welcome in to the inside.
How are you?
Doing fine. Did you want to weigh in on what we were talking about?
Well, I really wanted to ask all this, this speech that we were given and how wonderful everything is. So $31 trillion, I believe, in tariffs and Doge money and all this stuff. Can anyone tell us where this is? That's a lot of money. Where is it?
It's in Donald Trump's head.
It's probably in the coffers of the billionaires that he put in his cabinet, I would imagine.
Yeah, I mean,
or in Russia.
With all the, every time, of course, this number goes up every time we talk about it. Excuse me, he talks about it. And I hear people, coming back and they're like, oh, but all the money we have that we've collected, all the money. And I mean, I may be old fashioned, but if you're going to tell me you have something, I want to see it. And in my line of work, everything we do has to be documented with a note. And it says if there's no note, it never happened.
Yeah. So, are you talking about the tariff money? Is that what you're talking about?
All of it. The tariff money, the Doge savings, everything that he has, because, he's the best. Nobody's ever seen anything like him. So if you are the best and you've done all this stuff, where are the receipts? We have seen nothing of this.
Right.
All we've seen is more. Our national debt has gone up tremendously. They've taken away all kinds of services because it was wasteful, but we have not seen any of this going towards anything other than, hanging plaques and adding gold to the White House after you destroyed another part of it. I don't believe that we have seen anything like any savings or any improvements at all.
Yeah, I know. Trump does this. Like the Trump University with the cardboard cutouts. Get your picture taken with Trump. I mean, so like when he says something, I have to assume that it's a lie and like the opposite of what he said is true. And like I was like floored by this $1,776 fucking freedom dividend check or whatever to the troops. I'm like, this guy is so full of shit. It's all about the pomp and the circumstance of it. I agree with you, outsider. I think all of it's full of shit. The money isn't there, or he's he's just flat out lying about it.
Well, the freedom dividend was actually supposed to be for everybody. The warrior dividend, they had to go back
on the warrior dividend.
They couldn't afford it. They weren't able to give everybody the dividend. So now they had to change it because they only give it to the troops because they couldn't afford the actual original idea.
But I've also I looked this up, all right? That amount of money that he's saying he's giving to the veterans and whatnot is actually something they were supposed to get for housing subsidiaries.
That's exactly what it was. And Congress allowed it for the money already. It was already.
Right, so
it's not Donald Trump's fucking idea. Congress did that.
And what's funny about that, he's also about to take credit for the MJ reclassification.
Yes.
Which
unbelievable,
started under Biden. And then got
May 22.
Yeah, it got fucked up in court because a lot of these political interest groups started coming at the DEA when they were discussing this stuff, and the judge was like, okay, you guys have these groups from these corporations or lobbyists and from the other side kind of like engaging in the conversation. So the judge put a pause to it. And so now once that's over, Donald Trump is going to take credit. But don't forget, Joe Biden is the one that started that. So it's not like he's doing anything.
Right. They did the research. They did all the research on it, why it should be a level 3. And they litigated it and all this stuff. And now Donald Trump is taking credit like I put hold on a second, ready? I put an executive order in on it. Here's the kicker. Joe Biden was trying to get it passed to a law. In law. Executive order, okay, you put an executive order, next president comes in, takes that executive order away. So where'd we go? What did it actually do for us? Temporary fucking band-aids on shit? That's all it is. You know what I'm saying?
And the tariffs, the money from the tariffs. Don't forget, that is a tax on the American people. He's like, I taxed you, and now I have all this money from tax revenue that didn't exist before I got here. It's weird. This whole thing is weird. Look, guys, it's the cardboard cutout. We're taking a picture with the cardboard cutout. That's what's happening. It's fucking strange.
Yeah, and
I like that terminology, man.
We would have the same amount of tax revenue if we just actually closed the loopholes and taxed, the multinational corporations that are not being taxed and the high net worth individuals who are not paying any taxes. Like if we and by the way, that's actually I'm not like a Biden stan or whatever, but they were working on that in his administration. They had hired more IRS agents. They were actually going after. And then when Doge came in and fucking gutted the entire IRS, now the tax fraud is basically completely on the table for everybody. So now they're having to rely on the tariffs as tax revenue. Whereas how about we just actually collect taxes that people owe the fucking government? So,
there you go, man. Yeah. How simple would it have been?
Guys, how are we only at 26,000 likes? Please, if you're watching, just tap. Just
screen.
What'd you get? You can get both fingers. Please tap if you can't gift. And if you can't gift.
You know what happened there, liberal, was when that libertarian was talking, it dropped your live a little bit, man. A lot,
Well, it
actually.
went up for a little while, but I think everybody got tired of it, so they started leaving. But in the show's defense, this is about the time where my numbers always drop off. I think it's probably people driving home or doing other shit.
Or
It's
eating
like
lunch.
every day, around noon, my numbers will drop around this time. So it's been that way since I started. Now we do have a new person in, or a couple of new people. Let me get to them. I think I may have gotten something from somebody. Anyway, Equal, welcome in. Go ahead. Did you want to weigh in on this? Go ahead.
No, I think you guys already talked about it, but this whole idea of the tariffs paying for these quote unquote dividend checks, I mean, that's all Department of Defense money that's being spent there. Makes you wonder, it makes you realize, how much slush there is in that defense budget. So I think we need to really getting some folks in Congress, Senate, House, and Senate that are going to appropriate less. Do we need to spend any more? And I'll be honest with you. So, I'm not terribly against the idea of giving any money to our veterans and our service men and women, because that's where it should go. At the same time, there's trillions in that
Be right
budget
back.
that are not well placed, in my opinion. So I just feel like we need to focus a lot of time. If we're really trying to balance a budget and we're trying to be more, penny wise with our tax dollars, I mean, place number one is the military. I mean, I don't mean the veterans. I mean all the other stuff that goes into
Yes, the Lockheed Martin contracts, the fucking, yes. We need to turn that. Listen, how many more fucking ships do we actually need out there in the ocean? You know what I'm saying? Just saying,
It's interesting
how many
that
more aircraft carriers do we fucking need? We got more than the rest of the world. You know what I'm saying? Combined.
We have to fight all the wars for Israel, so we need, a huge, giant military. But it's funny that Doge went in and audited, quote unquote, every single department except for the Department of Defense, or I guess it's the Department of War now. I guess is what it's called.
Which is the only one that really needs the audit.
Exactly.
For the record.
Exactly. Yeah, I actually kind of disagree. Look, we should be giving more money to our veterans, especially the ones that are living on the fucking sidewalks. That's egregious. But I don't know that we should be incentivizing people to join the military and again go to war for Israel and stuff. I think that's something that's bad, honestly.
I agree with that too. Sending billions, not millions.
Here's the
billions.
thing: we should stop funding their fucking healthcare, dude.
And their free education.
That's my fight. My fight is healthcare, man. I'll fight to the end. There should be universal healthcare in this fucking country. It would save our government $2 trillion. My God, it's so easy fix, man. Just do it.
They get free healthcare, free education, free housing subsidies, and their children who are under 18 or below, they get subsidies as well for each child.
Can I say something,
While people here are trying to make it from paycheck to paycheck.
Who is that? Who said I? Who was that? Is that Outsider?
That was me, Outsider.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I also have no problem with, I know in a lot of these countries, all people are required to serve, I think, 2 years in the military at least. And I have no problem with that. But I will tell you that this whole thing with him out there talking about, I mean, first of all, he came out to the American people and said, well, see, the problem is you're too fat, you're too stupid, and you're not good enough for us. All right. And then he was wondering why people weren't,
the irony.
Signed up, right?
The irony. Yeah.
But I have a person in my life who is actually, he's 28 years old. He has been trying to get into the military since he was 19. They would not take him. He couldn't pass their tests, etc. Well, he was pulled into the Navy 2 months ago. So their standards have dropped dramatically for somebody who is saying, we only want the best of the best. And it's just another DEI thing that they did, getting rid of this type of people, getting rid of that type of people. We don't want you. We only want the best, but they've actually lowered their standards tremendously.
Well, yeah, people don't want to like go to these bullshit American imperialist wars anymore. We kind of the facade of this is necessary to our security or survival, or we have to spread democracy or whatever. It just doesn't. It's not landing as hard as it used to, and people are like, "No, we're just fighting wars for the war profiteers. That's all this is for," and people don't want to
Natural
fucking do it anymore.
resources, oil.
Yeah. And
That's
it's always the children of poor people that go and fight
Yeah.
these wars for rich people. And so it's been that way like forever. And
Well, I guess
the 17
when you have that really good bloodline, you tend to get those bone spurs.
Hey, here's something to think about, really. With what's happening in Venezuela. Does anybody realize how much money the American taxpayer has paid into that unaliving of those people on those boats? How much the cost of that? Just that, and having those ships in that area is costing the taxpayer how much money we have spent already on that. I wonder what that cost is so far.
Oh, I imagine it's a lot.
I
We're
will
paying for
tell
war
you that.
crimes.
Do you remember when he decided to fly those fighters overhead just to show? I don't know if it was Putin, one of them, right? That cost us something like $20 million. I remember seeing it come out. That was just to fly them overhead.
No, that was okay. When he flew Air Force One over Daytona 500, he told them they need to direct that plane over the 500, that Daytona 500 race, man. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm
That's
not
so
even
weird.
talking about that.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
you know
Yeah,
what
it
I'm
was
talking about?
over
Okay.
Putin. Yeah, he did. He also did it over somebody else.
Right.
I don't remember who. May have been Zelensky or somebody. But yeah, I mean, the operating cost of those things is outrageous. Which I love how they're like, oh, the government needs to be more efficient while they do shit like that.
Right.
Yeah, remember
Like,
the parade? That fucking military parade that they did?
oh my God. That reminded me actually of the No Man's Sky debut. I don't know if you guys are familiar with the debut, but it was so bad. Like, this is what they said it was going to be. This is what they gave us. Let me see if I can find that clip actually.
That was so funny.
No Man's Sky.
They literally
Funny.
had the drones that we were flying. Was somebody carrying the drones in their fucking hands and walking around with it? Oh man, that was such an embarrassment. Like North Korea has cooler parades than we did on that one. So.
Sky reality versus expectations. I can't remember what it is. I think I've played this on the show. Here we go. Yeah, here we go. Hold on. So, and this is like I laughed so hard because I prepaid for this game based on the the videos or whatever, the trailer. So here we go.
Welcome to Jurassic Park.
This is what I think about when I see that military parade.
Oh,
that fucking
shit.
video. It's like, it's going to be so grand. It's going to be the greatest military parade in history. Ain't not one person walking in step with each other, just fucking.
Yeah, that was fucking. I think they deliberately did that, the fucking military.
If they did, like, that's pretty fucking awesome. I mean, good on them.
I truly believe they did that. And how much did that fucking parade cost the United States taxpayer? But we're all out of this fucking money, right?
In money or pride? Because it cost us both, right?
Right. Yes.
If you have any friends who are military, speak to them about it. They said that is an outright disrespect. That's why it was done, to show disrespect. Gentlemen, I want to thank you for allowing me to come up here. I do have to get ready for a meeting, but have a wonderful Friday.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Thanks for being up here. We'll see you later.
standing up there fucking like he's fucking some dictator, saluting like fucking Kim Jong-un or whatever the fuck that guy's name is.
Yeah, but it was worse because at least in North Korea and like other like more authoritarian states, their parades are actually really cool and impressive. That was just like embarrassing. Like that was we looked like idiocracy. That was kind of the vibe.
Yeah, well, we don't do that normally. It's not something that we really see.
It's something we should do more often, though. Not because the president wants us to do it, but to honor the troops and to honor.
No,
we should
we
give
honor
the
the
American
troops.
people. We should give the American people a show of what our military, because a lot of people don't get to see the military DNC, so drill and ceremony, which is what that was, if you can call it that. I mean, I've been out for 5 years, and I could probably do a better job. But I don't know. It was done. Great concept, horrible delivery.
I think military parades are cool, but that was bad.
How's this sound? Instead of spending that money on aid, how about we just fucking raise the wages for the military members, man?
Yes.
How's that sound?
Yeah.
So it's two separate budgets. But and that's why I initially came up here to talk to you guys about the budget stuff. So, and this is I'm in no way defending anything that they've done where they've basically just pissed away a bunch of money by showing off and stuff like that. But I will say that they have to spend a certain amount of money every year to keep the budget they have. And the reason you don't want to cut back on that budget and decrease it is because if we do go back to war, the next war will be fought, and it'll be, instead of millions and billions of dollars, it'll be trillions of dollars, because the equipment we're going to need, because we're going to be sending drones over, we're going to be sending your bigger explosives over and stuff like that. It's going to cost more, so you don't want that budget to dissipate just because we're in peacetime.
I disagree 100% on that topic.
Hi bro, how are you?
I disagree on that topic.
Hi bro.
I get after the whole premise of budgets. The whole premise of budgets is you spend what you need. You don't keep money on a budget just in case. You just don't do it. You spend what you need. That's how budgets work.
Well, federal budgets don't work like that. If you spend what you need, your budget gets taken down.
Exactly. That's what needs to happen.
Well,
that's called
the thing.
Finances.
When you need it,
fiscal responsibility.
When you need it and it's not there, that's a problem. So that's the reason that our soldiers.
It leads to waste.
Over in the Pacific.
Well, people say that there's money in the coffers, and we don't have any purpose for it, but we're going to use it for like whatever we feel like using it, just so we don't lose it. It's like use it or lose it. It shouldn't be that way. The budget at the end of each fiscal year should go back to back to the coffers. It shouldn't stick around. You don't carry it over.
Yeah.
That is actually how government budgets. Well, hold on, because I'm a CPA, so I actually had to do an entire course on government accounting. They actually run on a different accounting standards and a different accounting method that actually is to not have a surplus in their budget. They're supposed to apportion funds exactly for what they're going to spend it on. If they have a surplus at the end of the year, they actually view that as like a bad thing. And so if they do need funds, if they, for some reason, expenses they anticipate them to be higher or something, they can accrue funds from other sections of the government or something. But, when it comes, they shouldn't be running a surplus. That's actually, they view that as like, oh, we fucked up on the apportionment at the beginning of the fiscal year.
So, Amir, I'm going to ask you a smart ass question, sort of. And I have family that's been government accountants as well. But right September 10th of 2001, Rumsfeld came out and talked about the trillions of dollars that were unaccounted for. Can we attribute that to accountants? Who do we attribute that to?
Trillions of dollars not accounted for. I mean, you'd have to look at the books. And I think they do have internal auditors that should have gone in. The thing with Doge, though, none of those people were accountants. That was the funniest thing. They had a bunch of 19-year-old software engineers come in and look at government financial statements. They could have had KPMG or something go in. Let's look at, these different sections of the government's books and see what's going on. Are they misattributing money or whatever? They didn't. They just had like 20-year-old software engineers. What the fuck do software engineers know about accounting and about finance? Like nothing.
Zero.
So I thought that was funny.
Well, about
But
as
they
much
did
as
have,
as a WWE wife knows about education.
Right.
Well, she was in education before she ever.
Oh, come
Not
on, buddy.
nowhere near what would be required, like to run the entire
But he
fucking
said
government.
that you made it seem like she didn't know anything. She wasn't
Well,
educated.
software engineers deal with software, and when they do accountants, that's software. So, I mean, you could say it's about the same, right?
Yeah, we both use Excel, so I guess it's pretty much the
Right.
same. You know?
I'm a software engineer. I typed up something on my WordPad.
The problem I think why they went at it like they went at it, and it was just really stupid to do it that way, is that they were like, okay, the Pentagon has failed 6 of the last 6 audits, and money's flying everywhere, and we need to do something about it, and then they let their egos take over. This is all a big ego trip. Is all it is. It's people's egos getting in the way, and I consider myself center right. I mean, I have a lot of conservative views, and then it bleeds over to the left. If you want to call it left and right, I think what we have right now is we have extreme right and extreme left running this country, and that's the problem. We don't have anybody with common sense.
Are you a Trump supporter, man?
No.
If you don't, no. Okay.
I like what I thought he was gonna do, and I didn't vote, so I don't really get to have a voice on a lot of this stuff, right? I don't.
Who's the extreme left that run the country? Like we don't have the problem with the Democratic Party is that it is completely centrist. It is completely dominated by corporate interests. It's not left. If it was left wing, if it was actually far left, there would be no Democrats that would be beholden to any corporate interests or foreign interests or something. That's what the far left like criticizes the Democratic Party of doing. If they actually reflected our like principles, then they would not have any corporate donors at all. The problem is they're not far left. They're like literally like centrist or whatever.
Neoliberals.
They're
neoliberal, yeah.
They lost the plot.
How are they far left? Like in what way are they far left?
I would say that socialism. A lot of
how are they socialists?
A few of your politicians want, like Bernie Sanders, for instance.
Yeah, but
he's a socialist Democrat, democratic socialist, whatever you want to call it.
And he's like the minority, like the vast. Sorry, go ahead, Damien.
Right, but what is socialism in your view, if you don't mind me asking?
More power toward the government to, I guess, give more to the people. So I don't want to use the cop out, the cliche, everything's free, because that's not really fair, is it? It's basically kind of like we are now, where our taxes are going to provide more benefits for people that don't have it, i.e. free college, free healthcare.
But don't you think that's a good thing?
Well,
wouldn't you think that would be a good thing?
There's a line, though. I mean, there's a line that where do you draw the line? Is I guess what I'm saying. Where do you draw the line between raising taxes so much so that poor people are getting everything for free, and then everybody else is working, we're out there working hard. Where's the incentive to go and work hard and make the American dream come true?
Hey, I got a question.
Where's the incentive? So what incentive does Elon Musk have when he has literally more money than like anybody else on Earth? Why is there an incentive for him? He has He has more money than he can ever do anything with. What incentive does he have?
Well, that like kind of like Bernie Sanders, that's an anomaly. What do you do? You tell him
Warren
to give
Buffett.
the money away?
Look at Warren Buffett. What keeps
these
them?
Guys,
what is the incentive?
Government took over.
Okay, hold on. What is the incentive for multi-billionaires to continue to grow their money? What's the incentive? Power.
It's an ego trip.
Okay, so to remove power from somebody because you can get too much of it, right? What do?
You have to.
You disincentivize that level of wealth, right? You say, okay, guys, your 278,000th home is unnecessary.
Yeah.
or you owning all of the water supplies and shit. So you can disincentivize it, but disincentivize this gross like overpayment of people without disincentivizing work and productivity. Because if you go through the productivity, our productivity is way higher per person that works than it ever has been in the history of the world. It's far greater. And yet,
and our living standards are declining, even though we're more productive. And look, you said, well, I have a problem with socialists or whatever because they want to give more power to the government. You just admitted that the
No, I didn't say
incentive
I had a problem with it.
well, hold on. You just admitted that for extremely wealthy people, the incentive is power. So, I mean, what is the height of power in a nation? It's the political institutions. So, what you're basically ostensibly saying is like, yeah, these people have an incentive to go in and dominate our political institutions, and they are. And that's literally what they've become is our political institutions are completely dominated by moneyed interests, by corporate interests. And you're 100% right. That is the incentive, and that's bad. Capital should never rise above our political institutions, and they are in America, and that's why our living standards are declining every single year.
Right. I never said socialism was bad, though. For the record, I think there's aspects of it that are very good. I think free college to an extent, like kind of like we do with FAFSA now, but maybe a little bit more aggressive. Maybe lower the requirements a little bit. Pell Grants, give more Pell Grants out, and make it easier for students to get scholarships. So less and less organizations are giving out scholarships nowadays, from what I've seen. And my cousin he graduated last year, and he barely got any scholarships. And I was like, well, how many essays did you send out? And he was like, what are you talking about? He didn't even get a list of scholarships that he could apply for, and which was crazy because we got like a 3-page list, which I'm from a poorer area, so that might be the case.
But there's this app for that now, that you can put in your name, your stuff, your information, and it shows you all the scholarships and all the grants that you can apply for and it automatically applies for you.
I mean, it's kind of like shitty that we have to. Oh, go ahead.
You brought up the fact that poor people, right? Like rich people are, they don't pay these taxes, right? They're getting all these tax breaks. Like he done restructured the tax system for next year. Like everything he's doing is to give his friends more money. But there was a time in this country where if you were a cashier at McDonald's, you could own a home, you could take care of a family of 4, right? But the fact that they refuse to raise wages, right? Because if we stick with inflation, then we should be somewhere between what, $25, $30 an hour for the average McDonald's worker, right? So then that would mean that less people would need to rely on government services and get free stuff, quote unquote, your words, not mine, from the government because people would be making a livable wage. But because these wealthy people are hoarding wealth, the people that work at places like McDonald's or factories are getting paid pennies on the dollar and they can't afford to live. So then we need to give more money towards social programs like SNAP benefits and Medicaid, I'm sorry, in order so people can live. But if these corporations would not be taking their profits and buying back stocks and actually paying their employees a livable wage, somewhere between $25 and $30 an hour, then there would be less people that would be using these services, and those services would be geared more towards the people who cannot, because of a disability, work. So that is my 2 cents on the statement that you made.
I think a lot was taken out of context of not enough information was given. I'll say that. So first, I wasn't talking about rich. The rich absolutely need to take out tax loopholes. I used to be a car salesman, and the amount of these millionaires, the amount of people that were millionaires that would come in and they would buy a couple trucks, 2 or 3 trucks because of capital gains, because they would sell land or something like that, and then they would come and trade the trucks right back in. No harm, no foul, and because they were millionaires and because they knew they were going to get their money out of them, my dealership would just wash their hands. It'd be a complete wash.
That's true. Like-kind exchange.
You being a CPA, how feasible is it legitimately to cut those tax loopholes out? Like, how hard would it be?
It'd be very easy. Yeah. What you're referring to is a like-kind exchange. You can defer the tax liability for pretty much ever.
When Amazon builds a complex in New York, and New York gives them this huge tax break.
Right.
So,
we should cut out things
explain
like
that to me. I've never heard that before, where they come in and buy a car and then turn around and give it back. Explain this.
So it's a
like-kind exchange.
Yeah. Go ahead. You probably know more about it than I do.
Well, so you can it doesn't count as a capital gain if what you're doing is exchanging property for other property that has a similar valuation. If it's similar in kind and similar in value, you actually are not taxed on the gains made from the like-kind exchange. You can defer those for pretty much ever. You're never taxed on it. It doesn't really make a lot of sense, from a tax revenue perspective. It's really just a gift to people who are constantly exchanging property. So we should change that loophole. It doesn't really make why are you deferring tax liability that way? So yeah. Anyway, what do you think is right?
The example I always give is there was a guy, super nice guy. I never had anything bad to say about the guy, but he would come in every single year, and he had like 900 acres that he would sell off, like 10 acres here this year, 10 acres here this year. He would sell it to the city because it was positioned right in the middle of the town I live in, and right now they're building like crazy. I live in Lower Alabama, so they're building subdivisions like crazy. He lives right in the middle of town, and so when I got my first year, when I got there, he walks in and he says, "Hey, I just sold 9 acres for like a couple $1 million. My accountant says I have to spend $150,000 on vehicles for a tax write-off." And I was like, "Okay." So that was the first example I was given of it, and that's what he called it. He called it a capital gains tax because he had sold money, or he had sold land to these individuals, these contractors, or whoever, and then had to then find something to offset the tax write-off. And the way he cheated the system is that he basically would finance these trucks, completely write them off, or I think it's 80%, and then come back in and trade the trucks back in for a wash.
What the fuck? They go through all of this shit just to not pay fucking taxes. What? What?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes,
so let me. I'm bringing in a timer because now we have a full panel and there's some people up here that haven't spoken in a minute. I'm gonna go top left and then we're gonna just make it back around the panel. Go ahead, APAC.
So I guess just to speak on that, so I'm also an accountant. I'm also a CPA. It may be the case that they're using that car for business purposes, right? And there's rules around that. 50% utilization of the vehicle for business use, to be able to accelerate the depreciation or write off a piece of it on the start. I mean, so there's, but whenever there's a deduction or credit, you have to ask yourself, if there's a credit, then it's the government, the IRS, saying that we want to incentivize, these actions. So that's why there's the green energy credit, for example. Why is it a credit? Because because America took the stance that, hey, this is a good thing for our economy, for consumers to purchase more, energy, efficient cars. So, things like that. So I just wanted to add that to it. It's probably being used for business purposes, and they're able to just accelerate the depreciation and get a deduction for it.
I think originally he was going to use it for his business, but something, he didn't have the information or something like that.
Yeah, but he's exchanging it back, so he's not even taking the depreciation on it because he doesn't even own it long enough. I think it's just like an exchange between properties, and you can just defer the taxes. That's what it sounds like to me, but I don't know.
Yeah, that's crazy. Well, Eucalyptus, you'll be up next. Go ahead.
Thanks for having me up, Liberal. So, I hear this quite a bit where people get pissed off about these super rich people taking advantage of these tax loopholes. And the idea is, take away these loopholes and tax them. My advice to you is just personal advice, not financial advice, is you learn and take advantage of the same loopholes. Nothing is preventing you from doing so, okay? That's number one. Number two, if anybody actually knew how much of this budget revenue spending, scheme, this fraud, waste, and abuse, the entirety of the government was responsible for, not one fucking department is innocent. Americans wouldn't be going to work the next day. That's the reality. You'd be out in the streets burning everything down. If you knew how much they spent on fucking couches and TVs and renewing TVs and buying new TVs every fucking year, thousands of dollars on couches, redoing their grass, tearing it up, putting it back in. The amount of waste and abuse is disgusting.
Okay. That is a take. Thank you, Eucalyptus. Danny, go ahead.
Hey, I'll pass on this round, man.
All right. Amir, go ahead.
Well, I mean, the point, like, most people don't even pay that much in taxes because they don't make a lot of money. The point of a progressive tax system is that the people who have the most disposable income pay the most in taxes. The vast majority of our tax revenue comes from, high net worth individuals, and it shouldn't. It should come from corporations. So it's not like somebody making $40,000 a year doesn't need to take, like an intro to tax accounting class to figure out all the loopholes they can't take advantage of because it doesn't apply to them anyway. The point is that we should close the loopholes so that we're actually collecting tax revenue that we used to fund our fucking nation. You can't have a nation if you don't bring in revenue to actually fund like required things to run it. This whole thing, I get not wanting to pay taxes, especially if you're like a business owner or something, but we live in a reality in which it's required. And frankly, I think that it's completely normatively justified to expect people that have a massive amount of disposable income, even if it's tied up in securities or something, to actually pay on the realized gains that they're benefiting from. I think that's an equitable society, and we should be promoting that.
Yeah. Joe, welcome in, man. Good to see you. Go ahead. Joe, I did mute you because you had a lot of background noise. So unmute if you're. Yeah. Oh, you got bars. Let me. You're breaking up real bad. I can't hear you. Let me come back to you. I'll come back to you. Lonnie, go ahead.
So I think this idea of telling people like you have to learn how to, exploit the system for yourself is a very, extreme idea because there's many people that do not have the ways or the means to be able to exploit the system, as Amir was saying, right? And so if we got rid of all the minimum wage jobs or all the jobs that were paying less than $20 an hour, there would be a lot more people who would be poor, would be homeless, would be without, right? So for corporations to be able, because they could afford to lose some profits, right? They'll still be billionaires because if we take 10% from a billionaire versus 10% for somebody making 40K, that's a huge difference, right? So if they took that money and paid their employees, there would be less people that would be dependent on the system, and there would be more people being able to take care of themselves. And most poor people that are on the system pay taxes anyway. So I'll just land it there.
Samson. Oh, good Lord. Block. Sorry, we got a spammer. And I think he's got like 12 fucking accounts here. Anyway, yeah, thank you, Lonnie. I appreciate that. Austin, go ahead.
I actually kind of like what the gentleman. I'm sorry, I'm teleporting, so I can't see anybody's names. I'm a truck driver, so I like what the gentleman was saying about we kind of still need taxes, and I know everybody's kind of excited, especially the right side is excited about, oh, we're not going to have to pay taxes in a couple of years, they're going to take them away. But there are still people out there that need help and are always going to need help, and I think that's what taxes are for. I mean, that's what a large portion of our taxes should go to benefiting those who don't have or those who cannot work. So it's kind of a double-edged sword. If you get rid of it, then where do we go from there? We got to invent a new system of doing a way of doing things.
Absolutely. And are you good?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. If you're done before timer, just say you yield. That way I can go to the next person. But I do want to read something to your point, Austin. Let me just read. We, the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union, establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, provide for the common defense, promote the general welfare. We often forget about that part. That is one of the government's roles, to your point. Equal. Go ahead, man.
The idea, it's an interesting one to utilize the same methods that the ultra wealthy use. That requires somebody here like Liberal to like organize himself as an LLC, and then he can do all this really cool stuff as if he's a business. And this maybe that, you know, and I assure you that there are a lot of creators on this app that do just exactly that. So those opportunities there. But what I want to say is this: we have some of the richest families that were rich in the 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s, etc., who persist today, that were paying 90% top tax rate, and they're surviving, and they not just survived, they thrived in that time when paying 90%. There's no reason they can't do it today. I want to hear an argument from anybody in the panel who suggests otherwise, that somebody paying 90%, like an Amazon or a Tesla, or, you know, all the people that are involved, all those families, like that wealth is not going to diminish if you take their tax rate and pump it up to top rate, like say 90%. I'm interested in folks' thoughts on that.
Yeah, well, so going back to the tax rates of old, before, you know, prior to Reagan, really, it disincentivized businesses from paying people ridiculous amounts of money. So what the business was able to do was keep that money, because they weren't paying people, you know, $1 million and then them only getting, you know, 10% of that. They, generally speaking, nobody was actually paying 90% tax rates. They just wouldn't pay them, because why the fuck would you? So they would up to that amount, and the business got to keep that money. And what they did was it funneled down to everybody else. So everybody else got that spread of what they would normally today give the fucking CEO, you know, 300, 400 times what their average employee makes. They didn't have to do that then, because they had that money. Or they would do research and development. They would expand, you know, any number of things. And so now that has stifled that. And that's why wages have fucking been depressed, because they're taking everything and basically leaving nothing for everybody else. It's like the fucking guy at the buffet. He's the first one at the buffet table. He takes all the fucking food. There's like a little bit left in now. Everybody in the rest of the line is sitting there fighting over all the, you know, whatever's remaining. It's horseshit, and it shouldn't be that way. And we wouldn't like that. We would call that fucker out for taking all the fucking food and making everybody sit there and wait for another round of fucking food to come in. We wouldn't be okay with that. So I don't know why we accept that with money.
Yeah, and people don't understand what a marginal tax rate is. It's like they think a 90% tax rate means, you know, somebody who makes, you know, $250,000, the totality of that $250,000 is going to be taxed at 90% or something. They don't understand that there's the brackets. Anything over this is now taxed. Like, that's the whole point of a progressive tax system. People kind of don't understand. Maybe that's like part of the problem, is that we have a really complex. But I think if someone's going to speak about like tax rates, marginal tax rates, capital gain, you know, this kind of stuff, they should probably know what the fuck they're talking about, especially when they're like looking for, like, you know, the ultra wealthy. But
Michael John says so. Trickle down does work. Oh my god, that's fucking funny. It's like, so when you don't give it to the people at the top, it does trickle down. You're right. You're right. But that's not what trickle down meant. That meant
all of a sudden profit sharing
give them all the money, and they will piss money down on top of you. Yeah, they will piss on you and say it's money. Really, is what we're dealing with now. No, so open discussion now. I just want to make sure everybody got a say in there, because there were some people that had been sitting for a minute and hadn't said anything. So Joe,
I didn't get a say, brother.
There we go. Okay, yeah, Joe, go ahead, man. Let me get your timer.
Yeah, I first of all, I think I need a new CPA, because I'm paying over $200,000 on taxes a year. That's number one. And number two, can somebody explain the bracket to me? Because I kind of hurt my pocket.
Can I say something? If you're in the progressive tax system, it taxes you. Say there's a certain amount that you're exempt at a certain tax rate, that it's a lower tax rate, and when you exceed that amount, then there's like an additional amount that's added, like calculated for the tax. So you should talk to somebody about that. That's a progressive tax. It doesn't mean that they're going to tax you one rate on all your income. They may tax it on two different rates based on a threshold.
Well, you get taxed at certain brackets. Everything you make over a certain amount of money is taxed at a certain percentage. Let's say like your first $70,000 of income is taxed at 15%. The next like $70,000 up to $150,000, that's taxed at a higher percentage, and so it kind of progressively goes up. Everything you make after $250,000 will be taxed at 60% or 70. So that's kind of how it works. If you're paying $200,000 in taxes, either you're not paying enough over the year, like a quarterly estimate, or you do need a new CPA. You can go ahead and DM me if you want. I can take a look at your taxes for
there you go.
But that sounds like you're not withholding enough, and that's like a personal problem.
Yeah, I'm
that's
paying like over $50,000 every quarter. That's what I do.
You do good. And you know what? I just want to say you do good, but yeah, you do need to check in with either an enrolled agent, or a tax preparer consultant, or a CPA. They could all look at your wages and then look at how much you're withholding from your federal and your state, and tell you what to tell your employer, how much to take out. You could always go to your employer and say, I need to change the numbers on how much taxes are being taken out, either more or less.
Oh no, that's my corporate taxes. That come from my company. My taxes are different. Sorry.
Even so with the company, you can ask an enrolled agent is like a tax lawyer.
I mean, corporate taxes are even more conciliatory to you. I mean, I don't know. Maybe you need to look at your own books. I think is probably. You're not actually writing off. No, him.
Put them in the oven. Put them in the oven and cook them. Okay.
Every time I try to write something up, everybody says that's not right at all. I'm like, what the hell? These people
I don't know, dude.
I probably need to ask questions too because I'm a truck driver.
Dude, I have tried. I've had.
It's getting cut off. Damn it.
Sorry.
No. It was equals got something on a screen, but it gets cut off whenever I put it up here. So I don't know.
I mean, it's just that those tax brackets for this year.
Right.
Oh, exactly. I see. Yeah. Does everybody understand how these tax brackets function? Because you pay, let's say you make $65,000, you actually pay the same rate, the same tax rate as the billionaire. On his first $65,000, you're paying the same shit. You may have different deductions, but it's the same rate for everybody.
Yeah. So now we're saying you make over 250,000, you pay 60% of your taxes, right? Let's talk about
on that amount of money. Yeah, everything you make over 250. So like if you make $400,000 a year, everything from 250,000 to 400,000 that gets taxed at 60%. Does that make sense?
It does make sense, but what if I make 249,000? What would I make?
So then you get taxed at the lower bracket underneath that. I don't know what it is. I can't remember exactly what it is.
But you only get taxed on each dollar above that tax bracket.
Exactly.
So like let's say your brackets are you have two brackets. You have $10 and $20. If at $10 it's zero, so you pay zero taxes. At $20 it'll be 50 of let's say 50% just to make it easy. So you're going to pay $5. So you'll get $10 plus the 50% of the next bracket. So you get all right. It's different for each dollar amount above each bracket. So you pay nothing if you pay no percentage of the dollars you don't make, and you only pay the higher percentage on the dollars within that bracket. But everything else is it's the same bracket. Yeah.
That makes sense.
Okay, great. And again, a CPA person who does your taxes for your businesses should be able to calculate how much. And I'm assuming you're a sole proprietor, Schedule C. Yeah.
S corp. Yeah.
An S corp. Okay. Yeah. So you basically created a corporation for yourself where you're issuing yourself paychecks, right?
Correct. Yes.
Okay. Yeah. I used to do payroll and I used to work as a tax consultant. So anyway.
Yeah. So that's a flow-through entity. So yeah, it all gets reported as individual taxes.
Yeah. So just
interesting. So as an S corp, it's still personal taxes because I assumed that you would take your business expenses out of whatever revenue you have. You pay that, you basically pay nothing on that, and then you pay yourself a certain amount out of.
So
it's a flow through entity.
That is an S corp. But you have to. So what you do is you form your company as an S corp. So then that's a separate tax return. That's an S corp tax return, and that from that your business you log all the money that you have coming in and all your expenses going out. But you also issue yourself as a worker for your S corp a paycheck.
You pay yourself a wage, whatever that is, right? And you file that separate from the S corp's taxes.
Yeah.
Correct.
Right. Okay.
That gets reported on your Schedule C.
Yeah,
It's like,
so S corp. What is the difference between that and like an LLC?
Schedule C is a sole proprietor inside the 1040, but an S corp and an LLC, limited liability company, which are the two options you can do if you want to move away from the Schedule C. It's the LLC and the limited liability corporation and the S corp, and those are standalone because you're creating a separate business entity. So you're not reporting your business income and losses on your personal tax return inside a Schedule C.
Yeah,
right.
You're
creating a
K1
person. You're creating a person.
You do report that on your individual tax return if you're getting K1s.
Oh yeah, K1s. Yeah, but that's just that's reported as K1 income. But that's K1 income. That's not on Schedule C.
That's why I need to.
I concur. I know exactly what you just said. I'm with you. I got it. Scorps and K's.
I'm sorry. I'm
No,
surrounded by
you're
CPAs
fine.
and stuff like that, and I used to do it. And it's been a few years, so I'm sure I'm not up to date on a lot of things.
And yes, there is a C corp, but what's the difference between the C corp and the S corp?
A C corp has like shareholders. That's not like a flow through entity. That's going to be like they could be like publicly traded or whatever, but they have a board of the board, and then they have shareholders. And so like an S corp is a flow through entity. Usually it could be whether it's like sole proprietorship or something like that. But a C corp has like a board that they have different shareholders that they give dividends to and stuff like that. So it's
now the LLC. Like an LLC also comes with shares, right? Like where it's so what?
No.
So what is that?
There's no shareholders. That's a limited liability.
But there is partnership in an LLC. So you can all be partners. You could have multiple members of an LLC.
Okay, so if you like have co-founders or whatever of an LLC,
right,
it can be split into shares, or at least it's represented in that way. Is that correct? Because I started a company with somebody else. It was an escort business. You know what I'm talking about? No, it's an escort service, and we had shares, but I don't remember how we formulated. It was years ago. I don't remember how we did it, but we had shares. Which those shares value would increase based on the assets held by the corporation, but I don't remember how we put that in there.
Or was it an Inc?
It may have been. I don't remember.
Yeah. You have 100 shares in an Inc.
Okay, so that may have been seeing what the fuck? Why? What the fuck is all this shit for? Like, is there really like?
It's like a multi-member LLC.
Does it make sense though that we have like broken all of this up into all this different convoluted shit? You know what I mean? Like,
it's dependent on the risk. It's like there's different business entities and different formations, and that dictates risk that's involved. And sort of how the income flows to the individual and the owners and stuff like that. It is important, you know what I mean, but it is a little bit convoluted too.
That's fucking crazy. I don't know. Let me get through real quick. Yeah, guys, we're not even at 50K yet. I don't understand what's going on. Let me look. Carrie's got almost 4,000 likes. Lonnie, you got almost 1,500. I appreciate that. Let's see who else we got. I'm trying to find. The other day I had somebody at like 12,000 likes. One person. Fucking wild. Anyway, guys, yeah, please keep tapping. I appreciate that. But I will say this is the first time I've ever seen when we talked about like kind of economics and stuff like this that my numbers went up. Usually when we talk about economics, the numbers start tanking. So I appreciate you guys. No, I mean, so in your opinion, the CPAs or whatever, maybe you have a better understanding of this business. Should we stop having all these different like types of things, or is it useful? You know,
It is useful.
Okay. How
Because
would
if you don't
you?
want to sell any of your actions, and there's no reason for you to create a multi-corporation. It's just you. Like, let's say you're a painter, you just need an LLC. But let's say you want to create a freaking Dunkin' Donuts, whatchamacallit, 20,000 stores, then you need a bigger company. Because you pay more stuff. It's more like money and liability, like he said before, like what is involved.
Hey, I appreciate you
Yeah.
guys. I'm gonna drop down.
Who was that? Was that equal? Who was that? Hold on. Who was that?
Me.
Oh, Austin, thanks for coming up, buddy. I appreciate
Thank
it,
you
man.
guys, absolutely.
Hey, keep the wheels on the road, man. I drove a truck for a long time, so you know I appreciate it. It's tough work, guys. Appreciate your truck
Who was
drivers.
the CPA? I might be messaging you because
Top right, Amir. Top right, Amir.
I'm a CPA, yeah.
I just
Oh yeah,
And-
definitely.
and
yeah,
APAC.
Yeah, me for questions. Yeah, APAC is also a CPA.
Yeah.
I appreciate you. Brother.
I will say this though, you know, like there is a profit incentive to keep things really complex and keep things like knowledge out of the public domain. Like a lot of the major big four accounting firms, like I know this like as a like verifiable fact, they do like lobby politicians, you know, to keep things away from, you know, like the individual, like to keep things sort of gay kept. Because it obviously is in there, but they're completely tied to people and corporations going to them to do the taxes. So there was like I think for a little bit, like a government website you could go to that, you know, would help you, you know, go through the process of filing your individual taxes. That got completely canned, largely because like all the firms were like, no, we don't really want people to know how to do taxes. Obviously, we want them to come to us.
Like H&R Block and shit like that. Because one year we filed our fucking taxes and the government's like, no, that's not what it should be. And so they just corrected it. And I'm like, okay, wait, if you already know what it's going to be and you just go in there and correct it for some weird fucking reason, why are you not just either sending me my check or my bill and being done? Like, why do I even have to do this shit?
Because you have a
If I'm
sense
not
that
going to, well, right, but if I'm not going to do any deductions whatsoever, I should be able to go and click a goddamn button that says, you know, standard whatever the fuck it is, and be done with it, so you don't have to worry about it.
That's something you should do through your employer. Like, you know, there's
yes.
a Sport IRS website where
Yes.
it'll help you estimate how much tax you pay. And what they're not going to let you do is not pay during the whole year and then say, you know, come April, let me pay 2025 taxes now. You know, you're going to get penalized the shit out of.
Yeah, I want to speak to that. So, Amir is absolutely right. Accountants, especially Big Four. I came from Big Four PwC.
Me too.
Oh well, no,
I worked at PwC too. Yeah.
Shit, you guys may have had a conversation at a water cooler one day and you didn't even know it.
Oh wait, you're the guy that stole my last.
It was
donut.
you.
Yeah, it was
You were
me,
the
that's
second
true.
gunman on the grassy knoll.
I stole your phone charger from your desk. That was me.
Man, I knew it. So.
Oh wait, hi guys, I gotta go. Bye.
See
Yeah,
ya.
nice talking to you.
Thanks for
Bye.
being here.
Yeah, so they're now. So I've transitioned to becoming more of a tax technologist. I'm still a CPA, but we're working on like internal AI where we have AI modules and tools that automatically perform or automatically prepare your 1040 returns. Right, the 1040 returns, the individual returns, they're the most simplistic, and now we're like going into like the corporate, but. I've always been a fond believer, and this is antithetical to
your profession.
To my profession.
Yeah.
That complexity is definitely a barrier of entry in this particular case, but also why do things have to be so complex? Why can't they be streamlined? So that everyone can understand. But I mean, there are reasons for it. Accountants do a lot of lobbyists, but I also think that the accounting industry is predominantly, this is going to sound controversial, but I think they tend to be Democrats, right?
Yeah.
Pushing for regulations because when we make more money, the more regulations there are because then
That's
people
funny.
can provide. So
You know what? I'm
True.
gonna look this up Let's see.
100% true.
Are
Yeah,
the
it's true.
majority of accountants Democrats? I've never even thought of this question. Let's see. It says, no, the majority of accountants are not Democrats. Research and industry surveys consistently show that the profession leans Republican. So
I don't know.
I would think public accountants, or at least the firms themselves, probably favor a like more liberal government because, yeah, obviously the more regulations, the more complex the tax code is going to
This
be.
is New York.
That's just rationally what I would think.
This is New York State Society of CPAs. Let me pull this up. The trusted professional. Yeah, okay. Okay. Accountants are more likely to be registered Republicans than the general population. 37% of accounting today's survey respondents compared to 29% of the general population based on recent Gallup polls, and much less likely to be registered Democrats, 21% versus 30% of voters across the country. Almost all survey participants agreed that President Joe Biden made the right choice in stepping down as a candidate, including many vehemently opposed to Kamala Harris as a candidate. Similar to much of the population, accountants are dissatisfied with the current political climate, blah, blah, blah. So that may not be the best, survey, but I say it calls into question that assertion. Let's see.
There's different subsets. So I think, I have no reason to not believe, what you just read. But there's like cost accounting, there's government accounting, there's public accounting, there's all sorts. So I have to narrow down that claim. But
yeah, so okay, and to your point on Reddit, somebody asked, accountants in the US, do you think accountants tend to lean more Republican or Democrat? Somebody said, I think there's pro-business lean fiscally, but socially it's all over the map. So maybe that's the difference, where you get more, nuanced thought rather than, because I don't know.
Because
What I would be interested in is, I would be interested to see who the AICPA, favors, or like who would the public accounting firms probably favor if they do like contribute to certain to certain campaigns or whatever, because I do know like the AICPA does like do consulting and stuff like that with the government. So
holy
I
shit.
don't know. That is an interesting thing.
Study about 60% of CPAs are Republican. An analysis by data firm Verdant Labs used publicly available campaign contribution data has found that CPAs, at least those among those who make political contribution, tend to be Republicans, with the ratio between the two major parties being about 60-40.
I find that very interesting because there are Republicans, I guess those that lean more libertarian, for example, that talk about like eliminating like the the IRS, for example, that puts certain accountants out of a job, right? So not all.
Interesting. Okay, so you know what? I know this is completely and totally useless information, but let's look at the occupations the study found. Environmentalist, I wonder why those are Democrats. Oil worker, Republican. Flight attendant, pilot. Let's see. Bartender, mostly Democrat. That's interesting. Maybe the nose ring thing, the septum piercing is real. Beer wholesaler, Republican. That's weird. Loggers, okay. Taxi drivers and truck drivers.
I love this diagram.
Okay, so urologist is mostly Republican, but pediatricians are Democrats. What the fuck? That's crazy that it breaks it down like that. So plastic surgeon, Republican, sculptor, Democrat. Why are they like putting these two across from each other? I guess I sculpt your face. A floral designer and exterminator. Republicans are the exterminators. The fucking no, you're not telling me yoga instructors are Democrats. Come on. No way.
Oh yeah, that doesn't sound right. They're definitely Trump supporters. Well, I just thought about this. You know what would actually like your theory makes sense, Sapak, but I thought about this. Maybe they favor more conservative politicians because they, that would give their clients a more favorable like tax position. And so, they can go back to their clients and say, well, we actually saved you like $20,000 this year. And so it looks
That's
better
a good point.
maybe on there, but I don't know.
That's true, but also there's different markets. There's middle markets, and then there's the multinational markets. So I would assume that those accountants representing the largest clients may actually favor more of a Democrat because we can benefit from broader range of services. So, for example, like LVMH, as you probably know, since you worked at PwC, right? One of the biggest clients. So we could say, oh, look, there's a new regulation, so now we can add another service to the engagement letter and get more money.
Right.
That's true. That's a good point. I know KPMG had like a consulting practice with the government, specifically like government consulting, and that got completely gutted. They just had like mass layoffs with like the Trump administration. It's hard to, it's honestly to go either way, really.
Yeah, the middle market's different because
Interesting.
middle market, like small mom and pop shops and stuff, I can see them favoring more Republicans too, and mid-sized businesses. But the large, I would assume they would favor more Democrats because hey, the more regulations, the more business we get. So.
And now, guys, I want to point out that not everywhere do you get to see two CPAs talking about this in an interesting way. Okay, I never thought I'd be enjoying a conversation about accounting and shit that I would enjoy. So I appreciate you two being up here. This is interesting.
Yeah,
Very
usually
interesting.
put people to sleep. If I go on a date with a girl and she asks me what I do, I'm like, you don't even, unless you want to take a nap, like don't even.
I watch grass grow. So. I watch grass grow.
Yeah,
really.
Exactly.
I mean, that's really what it boils down to.
I just joined.
We got two CPAs on the panel, and we were discussing. APAC made the assertion that most CPAs he believed would be liberals, but then I looked it up and it said that they were conservatives or Republicans, what have you. And so now we're just talking about the differences, in types of CPA, I guess.
Yes, and you get to write off any contributions you make to the liberal loudmouth channel. You can have either Amir or Apex sign off.
I'm a charity. I'm a charity case.
I don't know if I'm signing off on that one, but I'll take a look.
I'm a 501c, whatever is required for nonprofit. 3, I guess. 501c3. Isn't that the nonprofit?
Yeah, 501c. Yeah, it is.
I used to say when I was doing DoorDash and stuff, I'm like, at these rates, we're gonna have to set up a 501c3 because we're just fucking nonprofit doing this because we're not making any goddamn money. We're just like breaking even at this point.
Well, yeah, you guys are like all independent because Uber drivers are like independent contractors and shit, right? That's completely fucks them, honestly. That's crazy. I don't know how Uber got away with that. Like that's just.
Are you Democrat or Republican?
You know what's
Socialist.
crazy? You're gonna. I'm like a socialist. Yeah, you're gonna be really. People always say they're like, oh my god, a communist accountant, and I'm like, yeah, I see the excesses of capitalism all day long. Obviously, So.
Hey, I think that's actually fair. You see how fucked up it can get. So
it's yeah. I mean, we need to teach liberal loudmouth about foreign tax credits. So.
Oh yeah. What is that like a?
I am a citizen of a sovereign nation.
Or something?
I am a citizen of a sovereign nation. I wonder if I can get any kind of like tax benefit from being on, in my native territory.
You don't? I would think that like the indigenous
still have to pay everything. Yeah. So yeah,
really?
even while working on, like at a native casino. For my tribe, still have to pay state taxes. It's everything. They even abide by like health regulations and shit. It's weird.
Well, if you go to the casino though, they just raise the gambling losses deduction. So if you can write off all the losses you take when you go into those casinos, but I guess you can't. You own them right off, maybe.
Well, I meant being an employee of them. I will say those tribes take care of their people, guys. The health insurance we had there, we paid, I don't know, maybe like $175 a paycheck, but there was no other costs, no copays, no deductibles, no fucking nothing. You didn't pay shit when you walked through the door, ever. It was awesome.
How is like the healthcare and stuff like that? I was talking to a guy on a panel. I was like arguing for single payer. And his argument was, as an indigenous person, I have access to, I don't know that obviously you would know a lot more about like that specific healthcare like system or whatever, but he was saying it's really shitty and that's why he's like against like government subsidized healthcare or something. So
What
I was
he's
always
talking
curious as
about,
to
okay, so the BIA, the Bureau of Indian Affairs, is the federal government's version of, let's take care of these people. This is also where they were stripping uteruses from women without their knowledge or consent, right? This is in these, in matter of fact, the hospital that I went to in Claremore, Oklahoma, is a federally run hospital, and it's for shit. They actually engaged in this practice at that very hospital. Of course, I didn't know it whenever I was younger, but they did do that. Those are problematic.
What the fuck? Are you serious?
Yes.
That's insane.
Now, those are problematic hospitals. You can go in there for like your colds, your broken arm, things like that, and they work just fine. They have emergency rooms, right? And they also, if they have to send you somewhere else, they have what's called contract health, and they will pay for it at another hospital because you came from this, federally recognized hospital. However, the tribes themselves have started using, my tribe, for example, took the money, the revenues from these casinos, and they started buying up the fucking hospitals. So old buildings and shit, they have clinics all over Tulsa. They bought up, and actually built a big fucking hospital, and those are run very well because it's run by the tribe, not the federal government. And you can get everything, and it's all covered for free.
Do you think that is like an indictment on like? Well, I mean, my argument is usually just because the U.S. government is bad at, the VA or something, that doesn't mean that that's any sort of like government run or whatever nationalized healthcare system would be bad necessarily. But would you say that does that like make you cause for concern that like the tribe had to go in and really in a way privatize the healthcare system or something from the government, or is that just like a problem with the U.S. government? Like, what's
No, I don't think so,
claim?
because those institutions that they created were created to harm indigenous people.
Right.
Well, so the universal health care is going to be much different because generally speaking, universal health care does deal in the private sector. The people that are actually treating you, because it's essentially just an insurance program at the end of the day, right? So your treatments are not really going to change. But if they did start creating their own hospitals and stuff, they might suck if Congress doesn't fund it well enough. Right, because if your doctor, your doctor isn't getting paid for shit at this, government-run facility, you may end up getting the worst of the worst, where they in the private industry did something wrong or bad or whatever, and so they can go nowhere else, so they end up in those places. So there is that, but that's why I don't advocate necessarily for government hospitals. Right, because
you want like a Medicare for all.
Yes, the insurance company that then collectively uses their bucket of people, because it's going to be everybody paying into the same bucket essentially. That negotiating power is pretty strong. So you either you negotiate with us in good faith, or we won't send all of our people to you, and you can go under, and that's up to you. You know what I mean? Like, because the government wouldn't try to drive people out of their businesses. They wouldn't try to unalive those clinics. But at the same time, they don't want to overpay for it either. So I think there's comparing the shitty government-run hospitals we have and using that as an argument against universal health care, I think misses the point entirely.
Yeah, I would agree. And you also wouldn't have obviously them denying 40% of all claims or 50% of all claims to, obviously avoid paying out as much as possible either.
That's right. They would, if you needed something, they'd take the money out and they'd fucking pay for it, and that would be that. Of course, you'd still have to deal with fraud, people claiming that they did something that they didn't do, but they still do that to this day. They do it to private insurance, they do it to Medicare, that stuff's going to exist everywhere. So those arguments don't really hold any water to me, but I know why people make them.
Do people really commit medical insurance fraud or something? I mean, is that really super common? I always hear that really stupid conservative thing of, well, people would just be going to the hospital every day if it was free. And it's like, do people want to go to the hospital just for fun, like a hobby or something? That's, I don't know.
Well, the fraudsters are the the actual like clinics themselves, because they
Right,
will,
right,
you
right.
know, they'll claim, oh, we did 12 MRIs on this person's big toe, you know, and then file that with the government, get paid for something they never did. You know, they even had people where they would, their job was to go to like the homes of disabled people, and they were writing down all kinds of fucking crazy shit. And of course, you know, the people that do that, some of them end up going to jail or having to pay back the government or whatever. You know, but you're not going to not open a grocery store because people are going to steal from you. Like, that's silly.
Well, yeah, and that's the problem is like the like punitive like response to like white collar crime is like barely anything. They get fined or they, you know, and
Right.
then obviously for non-white collar crime, it's like 100, it's like
Yeah.
10 times ruins your life, you know.
Steal a
So I
candy
think that's
bar,
funny.
you're a thug piece of shit and you go to jail. Somebody commits, you know, fucking, you know, time clock fraud or whatever by telling you to clock out and keep working. You know, they get nothing. Nothing happens to them. It's crazy.
Yeah, they just pay what they owe you. I don't even think they include interest
Right.
on those. The
Right.
funniest thing they should really, you know.
Or like
But
with like Dollar General, what they were doing was they knew what they were doing because this came out in court. They were purposely putting you know, sales prices or whatever, and then on certain items. But then when you get up there, it wouldn't ring up that way, right? Some people would catch it. If they caught it, they'd revert the price. But if they didn't catch it, they just made a bunch of money and tricked somebody into thinking I was going to get it for, because if you're not paying attention, you buy 100 fucking things, you know it's going to be a lot of money. You don't necessarily know how much money it is. Anyway, they were doing that for a long time, ended up getting busted. But
well, speaking of
they're stealing
of
from you. Like, that's theft.
yeah, oh, yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, and that's the thing. Like, speaking of like accounting and white collar crime and stuff, I just saw this thing that one of the accounting firms that was indicted for Enron is like one of the most highly valued firms right now, and they rebranded to like Anderson or something. They were like
Wow.
Arthur Anderson or something.
What?
And
Why doesn't
you
that
know, and
surprise
people
me?
are saying, yeah, exactly right. And people are saying that like another Enron with the whole AI valuations and stuff is kind of coming around the corner, you know, because it makes sense. A lot of these AI companies, the expenses for running this stuff, these data centers and shit, I imagine,
Crazy.
you know, they're completely super overvalued.
And not even,
But
you know, the direct cost, but the cost to the communities when they suck the water out of their fucking water
yeah,
supplies, the electricity. Go ahead, APAC. Sorry.
Yeah, so I just want to add something interesting. Uh, so the U.S. has launched Tech Force, and did you hear of that? So if you were to Google U.S.
Tech
Tech
Force.
Force,
Okay.
yes. So it's essentially, and Amir, you may be able to relate to this. It's just like financial services and accounting have tax technologists automating everything.
oh no,
They now have an initiative with the scope being the federal government, a 2-year initiative where they'll pay people $150,000 to $200,000 to work for the Department of War, to work just in like Fed agencies and in general. They have remote positions, but they also have positions located primarily in Washington, D.C. So this is something that you can go like to USA Jobs, .gov and apply for. And when you apply for it, because I did it just for the heck of it, I thought it was interesting. The, they You have to submit a resume, complete a profile on the usajobs.gov, and
Wow.
then they'll notify you if when a position becomes available. But it's interesting because it speaks to the fact that, and I personally like this because they're innovating in the feds, and if we can have more transparency, and I know people are going to go against me for this, but and accountability, and we're able to see more, and we're able to make more efficient use of taxpayer dollars to fund social programs, then that could be a net positive. But again, this is too early for us to really know
Well,
too much.
so I read that order or memo that he put out. I think it was an executive order. And basically what I read is taxpayers are going to fund the reduction of their own fucking jobs, because it said that they were going to reduce, workflows or innovate workflows using AI to figure out how AI can do these things better than you. So, like, we are funding our own demise under this program. And we're doing it on behalf of corporations so that they don't have to pay for it. It is
Well, it's not even
fucked.
Yeah, and the AI is not even like we have like at the firm I work at, like an AI like assistant thing that we use, that's like trained in tax code really,
Be right back.
and it still gets stuff wrong. Like I still find it gets confused in of itself, or it'll hallucinate, or it'll link me like a tax provision or something that's like they got the numbers incorrect or something, and it's like, okay, putting all our eggs in this basket that we can rely on these technologies, I think is a recipe for disaster. Especially I've seen it in the legal. I saw, I think it was EY or Australia or something got like a penalized because they got caught using AI for a return, and they got it just hallucinated a bunch of shit. And this happened. I think it was EI Australia that I saw this happen at. It's been happening a lot in the like legal sector as well. Like lawyers have been caught citing like hallucinations from AI, like citations and stuff that are completely made up. So it's kind of, I don't know that. Look, I'm not like against AI necessarily. I think it can be useful. It is useful. I use it a lot for emails and shit. But I don't know if this over reliance on it kind of gives me pause for concern.
Yeah,
I think.
I mean, I could speak to that. So I'm intimately involved in that space, and it's what I do for my day job now.
Oh,
So it's interesting because in my job, it did cut a significant amount of jobs. But to your point, AI, when you think of AI or any technological tool, inputs, you look at the inputs first. And if the inputs are trash, then your outputs are trash. So you're always going to need a reviewer. So what they're doing now at my firm is they're mandating AI training and certification across the board. So if you don't have AI certification, then they'll do away with you. So it's
interesting. I guess that makes sense. I guess that actually makes sense. Like just from like a intuitive kind of play. If you're like giving them shitty data, then you might be getting shitty stuff back or
well,
whatever. Like,
Well, I mean, there's more into it. So, like for example, we have our in-house models. Our in-house models are not as grand as like the latest form of Chat GPT 5.2 Pro, because what we do is we take that, so we encase it in our environment, but it's also taking and pulling from our inputs, but we're wrapping the information, and because it doesn't have exposure to external libraries that those models do have, it's limited in what it can provide you. So, but it's like any tool. It's like a laptop, for example. If you're not trained in your laptop or an application or tools for the job, then you're not gonna get the job. So now in my job, that they said everyone has to have AI training and certification. But to your point, and I'll close with this: you're always going to need humans because humans have to review the output from a quality and risk perspective. So
yeah, I got AI. Look, this was a long time ago, granted, but I got AI one time to agree with me that like you can depreciate land and stuff. So I didn't agree. This was like years ago.
oh yes, yep.
But that kind of stuff is like, what the fuck? This is like an intro to financial accounting class or something. Have you ever used CoCounsel? Thomas Reuters
Yes.
one. Yeah, that's the one I use now. I like it, but it still gives me bad information. Maybe it's me. Maybe I'm giving it bad inputs or something. But maybe I should take like how to prompt AI
Yeah.
in the
So
best way.
prompting is
They'll
extremely
all
important.
do that.
Oh,
Yeah, we should all do that. I agree.
yeah.
No, I'm saying all of those AI models, the large language models, do that because it's they're predictors of what the next word is. So
You know what I mean? Like it's
Yeah.
kind of interesting how it functions because it doesn't really understand. It literally is just predicting it, which, and I don't quite know how to explain that, but I don't think they've gotten to the level yet where you could trust it.
Yeah, no, I can explain it. It's in AI. It's an HTML script. So think of like when you think of people saying, "Hey, I created my own code or script that scrapes databases," right? But it's able to do that rapidly. So I'm just trying to explain like what AI is. So it's a script that scrapes through all these databases. Here's the problem. The problem is when AI first came out, sometimes the information that came out was junk. Why? Because it was scraping all sorts of databases, even those with fake news or whatever you want to call it, with disinformation, etc. So that's what it's doing.
Fake news.
So now with the more premium models, what they're doing is they're narrowing the amount of databases that are being scraped, which there's a danger to that, and I think Congress should really have eyes on this because you can be living in a system where an AI model now only taps into, I know this is conspiracy, only conservative databases or only Chinese databases or only liberal databases, right?
Or only pro-Israel databases.
So,
or liberal loudmouth databases.
Oh no.
Well, I saw this. The person, and granted, this person's like batshit crazy. I don't know how much I can speak on this. I don't want to hurt your live liberal, but the person that runs like
hurt my life either.
Yeah, I know. I'm going to try to word it carefully. The person that runs Stop Anti-Semitism, that lady, she was giving like a speech, and she was talking about this like motion within the pro-Z community or whatever to, and I think I even looked it up and it was true that like, there was funding going to these large LLM corporations to like tailor their data explicitly on the IS Gaza, WAR, to make it a little bit more conciliatory to one side. And I was like, this is really fucking terrifying, considering the fact that now people are relying on LLMs more than like Googling and reading articles and shit. This could be like, I could see like Palantir getting involved in this, and it's like this is kind of dystopian a little bit, I think. Politically.
Yeah, it is true. There are news articles about this. Tens of, I believe, billions of dollars they've, invested into these models to literally propagandize you. And now, like ChatGPT will sit there and fucking argue with you over facts, call you an anti-Semite essentially, or suggest that you are. It's so weird. Like you can quote from the Bible, like we've got to be careful here that we aren't, saying anti-Semitic things. It's like, bitch, just give me the information. Stop giving me some morality test here. Like that's ridiculous. But yeah, it's true.
I got into a debate with it the other day over like the clean break memo. And I was like, look, this was used to justify and influence a lot of American foreign policy and stuff. And it was like, no, that's just like a conspiracy or something. And I was like, are we like, why are you like biased, as an LLM? That's a little strange, considering it's the only topic that it seems to be biased about. And
it is.
So yeah,
big time. Like, and I've noticed a change over time too. It didn't used to be that way. So it's this AI stuff could be so great for everybody. It really could. But unfortunately, the people that are in, controlling it or whatever, they have their own fucking agendas that has nothing to do with us. And so like APAC, for example, you guys are like coming up with stuff that will ultimately reduce the number of jobs available to you, right? You understand that? I mean, I guess you kind of have, worked that out in your own mind. Would you say that's accurate? APAC?
Say that one more time. I'm sorry.
That the things that you guys are working on now with these AI things to basically replace what you do or make it so efficient that you can reduce the numbers. And so you're like kind of reducing the amount of people that can be in your profession. Would you agree with that assessment?
Yes, I would say that As of right now, for every 3 people we lay off, we recruit 2. But what we're doing is we're taking, so it's more of a skills gap kind of thing. So we're saying, okay, these 3 individuals, their day to day was more administrative and clerical in nature. Like for example, maybe what I putting like letterhead on contracts or maybe routing
Like tedious shit.
yeah, so tedious, kind of redundant things that are not considered to necessarily be, sadly, value added to the client.
Right.
Like preparing the tax return, right? Like we prepare tax returns as opposed to, well, the contracts could be automated, everything else besides the tax return.
That's stuff I did as an intern. Funny enough.
Yeah.
Well, there you go.
Well, the reason I ask is because, like, even we're seeing these things happening now, and you probably have noticed a reduction in workforce. We have to be proactive here. And like Andrew Yang, this is why I supported Andrew Yang, because he was the only one talking about this real issue. And so, like, what do you guys think is the solution? Do you think it's UBI, or like my idea was have like a labor tariff where if you are saying that AI has replaced this number of people, you now have to pay a fucking tariff on that, whatever the difference is, so that they can then pass that back out to people who have lost their jobs due to either AI or robotics. I mean, what's the answer?
I think, to be honest with you, right now as it stands, and I think in the future, like AI could be more of a problem. I think it's actually outsourcing, at least in my industry, that is more of a contributor to job loss. Like a lot of these like firms will be like, yeah, we've been able to utilize AI in a way that's heightened productivity to the point where we don't actually need as many like first year associates or something. But really what they're doing is they're laying off American associates, and then they're just outsourcing that to like their practice in India or something. And it's like there's like a running joke in the industry. It's a little off color, but it's like every time you see a firm say AI, it stands for actually Indian. And it's like, it's like that is kind of like the truth. Like AI is not, I don't think, getting to the point where it's more about they're reducing their labor expenses by employing somebody overseas for like half of the fucking salary or even more than half the salary.
Well, sure. I
in a
mean,
lot of cases.
we've dealt with that, but now you're going to have a compounding problem where not only are they also
Right.
outsourcing, now they're just like, well, we can replace these guys with this AI or whatever. And it's not even that I'm saying it's a bad thing to do, right? Like I get it. It makes sense to me why a company would do that. But we have to be proactive, I think, because if we wait, there's going to be so much disruption. The economies around the world are going to fucking have problems, serious problems, and then they'll be scrambling to try to figure something out, and it'll cost a lot more, I think, in the long run, as opposed to fixing it now. So, like, what do you think those solutions are? Because I think we all see the writing on the wall that this is going to become outsourcing is one thing. You can deal with that in other ways, but this is also another problem that I think
I got you.
is far more pervasive. It can, because it can touch everything.
I can, I can speak to that. So, one UBI, I think, or a form of UBI would be essential. Because there is going to be a period of great displacement. There was an article that came out months ago that said 50% of entry-level white-collar workers will be replaced in 1 to 2 years.
Crazy.
Yes, and that is crazy. And even on, I think it was CNN's Smirkanish or something, he had Andrew Yang, and he also had an AI consultant, and they were going over a study that said that unemployment could be as high as 30% in I don't know, in the next like 5 years or so. So I mean, it's a really serious issue, and it's people say, okay, it's just fear mongering. No, we need to have these conversations sooner rather than later, because if we have it too late, then it's already going to be too late for people. I do think that I'm going to receive some flack for this, but the Trump accounts that came out, I hate the name, where So essentially now
The
they have
Trump accounts. You're
Yeah.
talking. That's the money where they put it into the account and add money to it as the child gets older, and then it goes back to them as some form, like a nest egg. Is that what you're talking about?
Exactly. So
Okay.
just to,
Okay.
to give an example, if so they could tap into it when they're so it starts when they're born, tap into it when you're 18. If you put $1,000 a year, the parents put $1,000 a year instead of it being 18,000, it would be 37,000. If you do for 3,000 a year instead of it, being 54,000, it would be 105,000. So it would accrue, right? Just to give an example. And I think stuff like that is important. Again, hate the name. I like the concept because now you're investing the kid into the market so that they could accumulate wealth and use that wealth to further their education or to put a down payment on a home. I think that stuff like that is important, but they need to do more. So, because in that way, it speaks to the financial literacy portion of it, right? Not a lot of
Yes.
people are vested or have financial literacy. They're not invested in the stocks and
we need that
bonds.
shit in schools too. They need to
Yes.
fucking focus way more on that in schools. Now, real quick, unrelated. Lucy, holy shit, 20,000 likes. Wow. You have made up almost half of all of the likes in this live, and I fucking
W. Lucy.
shout out to you. Holy crap. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. That's awesome. That said, fucking yes. Oh my God. Yeah. I mean, you're right. And I'm not opposed to that thing that Trump put in with the, growing the money or whatever. I think that's a good idea, but certainly need more financial literacy. You're certainly right about that. Amir, what are your thoughts?
I think, yeah, I mean, frankly, there absolutely needs to be a universal basic income. But in my opinion, I kind of feel like where there's like a new budding school of thought in like economics called like post-labor economics. I actually think it's really fascinating and like needed. I kind of do still agree with like the Marxist idea that value is
Uh-oh, we lost you.
the valuation of a commodity comes from. Wait, sorry, my headphones cut out. That like it's embedded in the commodity, and so if we're starting to see a world in which like humans are not adding any labor to the production of things that we're exchanging, as like consumable goods or something like that, I don't really think that. Well, I think we'll see the end of capitalism. I don't really see, if we see mass unemployment and robots are doing all the labor for us, why the fuck do we need why would we exist in a world that's predicated on wage labor to survive?
Yes.
That wouldn't really follow.
Right. And, I've talked about this before because at some point you wouldn't even need currency at all. Because if robots they're mining all the resources that you need to build all the products, and the robots are building the products, and I'm sure there's some labor still at some point. Who's doing what? Nobody's doing anything. Right? We wouldn't need to hoard and only reward those that owned the robots. You could collectively do all of the work that you'd needed. And what would be the point in currency? Everybody gets what they need. And that's that. Do we think,
and maybe
is that coming? Do you think that's where we're headed?
Maybe not in my lifetime, but definitely it's like around, or maybe it is in my lifetime. We don't really know.
Hello,
We're entering
everyone.
into,
Hello, hi.
what's up? We're entering into kind of like a black box, of what's to come with the whole AI thing. But yeah, I mean, I do kind of think it's like maybe there could be some sort of higher like remuneration for people who are still doing labor in this like theoretical future or whatever. But for the people who, their jobs are fully automated and there's not enough of like a demand in the labor pool to justify, the masses being employed or something, I think you're going to run into a situation in which the Rosa Luxemburg quote, like socialism or barbarism, is kind of true. You're kind of like automating away pre-configurations, the social configurations of capitalism. You're entering into something post that, whatever you want to call that.
And you're erasing people's identities because a lot of people, especially men, their identity is their work. That's their whole like existence is made whole by their work. And without that comes depression. It can cause a lot of mental. So you'd even have to structurally change the way society views humans as value. Like, what value do you have?
Right.
You know, because at that point, creatives would be far more valuable to society generally. I'm not, not putting a fucking monetary value on somebody. I'm just saying that they would be far more valuable because they would entertain. And at that point, that would be what people would seek, would be entertainment. And so, like, what a weird scenario, because I feel like men especially, because we haven't evolved past the hunter-gatherers that we used to be, and so you do see this in men. It's why like 80% of self-unalivings are men.
If you don't mind.
Well, sure. What's up?
Yeah, thank you so much for having me. So, my question is very simple. Yeah, yeah. So basically, as all of you know, like the whole modern political, economic, and financial and military system in the world is built around Pax Americana. America created United Nations, World Bank, IMF, NATO, dollar, even European Union and the euro do still exist because of the United States. US is the government of the planet. US is the global superpower. Okay, and especially after the collapse of the USSR, the whole world knows that America runs the show, right? Nothing happens in this world without America, without America approving that. Yeah, but the thing here is that America used its power, okay, to propagate, and America used its power, its massive scale power, to invade poor and defenseless nations. Iraq was destroyed, millions died. Libya destroyed, Afghanistan was destroyed, millions over there died. Okay, like you can see America financing Arab Springs. Okay, America overthrew two governments in Egypt. Okay, so like because of American influence, like the whole world is suffering because of this American dictatorship, right? So why America loves invading others, killing others, people that have nothing to do with America, they get invaded, they get killed, they get butchered. Like, I want to know why. Like, what's the reason for that?
Well, so we've seen empires do this before, right? The British Empire is a great example, almost carbon copy of what the United States is currently doing. And so that may just be an extension of that. Because what America is today is an extension of that European colonialism. That's where they went to 90% of the globe and basically unalived people. They've erased entire kinds of people, entire cultures and stuff. So when we split off from that empire, and that empire continued, and then we eventually outlasted them, I think that mentality stuck in our nation is built on violence. A lot of our people are just, their response to things is sometimes violence, and it's fucking gross. So like, why we do this? Some weird fucking superiority complex, or just we think that we have the right because we're like, because we're so large that we have a right to go and bully people. I can't tell you why, because I don't like it. My whole life I've been fighting against this shit.
Literally because of US, literally because of the UN, American media is the international media. American language is the international language. American culture is the international culture. All of us know that America is the world government, right? So
Sure.
because of American media, literally 2 billion Muslims around the world, people like me, literally because of literally because some lobbies, okay, that are our enemies, okay, they control the media in the US. Okay, we are propagated as kind of like jihadists, as kind of terrorists. Why? Because of the US, right? Our image globally, the image of the Muslim world and the image of the Islamic world is destroyed because of the US media, right? So we we didn't hurt America. We didn't do anything against America, but we got invaded. We got invaded for no reason. We got killed and butchered like like literally like U.S. Army in Iraq and Libya and Afghanistan butchered people mercilessly for no reason.
Yeah, that's
No one
true.
hurt America. No one did anything to America.
It is.
Well, yeah, that's
it
true.
is true.
A lot of that has to
Sadly.
do as well. I mean, it's a mixture of American imperialism, 100%. I think
Yeah.
we shouldn't downplay, especially with our complete impunity in the Middle East and the Muslim world. As well. My family's Muslim too, for what it's worth.
Shit rail also has
Yeah.
to do with
I was just going to
this.
say, that's what I was going
Yeah.
to say, is the influence of Zionism on our government, historically speaking.
Totally
You follow
taken.
the through line, from the Clean Break Memo, the Yannon Plan, all of these plans that were co-drafted between American intelligence agencies and Middle East, advisory boards to presidents like George Bush and et cetera, they were co-written by some of them, Benjamin Netanyahu himself, then given back to construct American foreign policy when it comes to invading Iraq and deposing Saddam. Obviously, we all know at this point that had nothing to do with what happened in September of that one year. It was for the interest of a foreign country. So it's a mixture of American imperialism and
It
the
was
influence of
because of Islamophobia. It was to support Israel. It was
Yeah,
it was to
exactly.
support Israel.
Yeah.
It was to
Shit
support
rail.
the
Let's
Zionist lobby, the Jewish Zionist lobby.
So my
It was
live
Islamophobia, hate against the Islamic world.
Okay, hold on real quick.
Yeah.
Hold on real quick.
I agree.
Let me do some housekeeping because they keep taking my live down. I just came off a 3-day
Oh,
banana.
sorry.
So shit real, you can call it shit real or Z or something, that isn't totally indicative of that because they have taken this app over, these fuckers. So like everything else, I would say. So just
My bad.
no, it's fine. Other places may not have the same problem, but I have been infested by these fucking people. They come in here all the time reporting and shit, people dropping like flies off my panel. So I'm just, I don't know how to stop that, but I assume it has something to do with the words that we use on here. TikTok doesn't like it. So, just, I don't know, come up with something clever.
Well, it's
I guess.
owned by Larry Ellison now, so that's
Right.
you have to be.
It's about to be. And I will say this. I think it was a mistake for the U.S. to force its values on others. And I think it's a lesson that we're hopefully, growing to learn. It doesn't mean that we can't say we can't promote our values, but when you force it on others, that's a difference. That's an issue.
Right.
Well, look, I would just say it's a little chauvinist when we think that our values, are superior and should be imprinted on other parts of the world. It's like if a part of the world doesn't want to be democratic, if they as a people, a sovereign people say, yeah, we don't utilize democracy here, we actually utilize a different form of governance, they should have the right, frankly, to be able to decide how their own society is operated. We lied and said, yeah, we need to invade Libya because Gaddafi is this horrible dictator, even though he was objectively making Libya a much better country. People's
While
standards of
America
living were
protects the
increasing.
dictatorships
went
and the
against-
nations.
Well, hold on.
He went
Just real
against the
quick.
petrodollar, and you can't do that.
Well, it was exactly. It was the petrodollar. It was the unifying nature of his government for a Pan-African, vision, and as well, it was also Israel. They saw, Gaddafi as
Shit real
this,
or
Izzy. Sorry.
No, it's okay.
Izzy, yeah, my bad. And we made the country worse. There's open, slave trades now. So
Open
look what
auction
happens.
fucking
Yeah.
slave trades. Crazy.
Yep.
And real
that's
quick,
imposing our values. We imposed our values on them, and look what happens.
This is a fast video, but it's to the point about Gaddafi.
So, that is the land of unconfirmed. Yes, we came, we saw, he died.
God, I hate this woman.
Shaitan.
That is evil.
Yeah.
Evil. They graped this man with a bayonet.
They unalived the leader of a whole nation, that represents millions of people, and she's laughing at it.
I know, it's
they
fucking
executed
disgusting.
the president of Iraq. They literally executed President Saddam Hussein by unalivement, openly, publicly. Okay, and they literally posted his execution video on the internet shamelessly, forgetting that The man was a leader.
I've seen
He
it.
was a president to a nation. That he was a president to a nation. He represented a nation. They executed him by death,
Right.
shamelessly. Like Mr. IPAC was saying that it was a mistake and we realized our mistakes, but realizing it after what? When you guys
Right.
burned the entire Middle East, the entire Islamic world is
Just
burning as we speak because of America.
yes, and
Like literally nothing
and
is left.
let me say, because I am an American. I do. There are redeeming qualities about us. Not all of us
I mean the
believe.
government, not the people, by the
No,
way. So you
I
don't misquote me.
understand
I
that.
mean the government,
That's
not the people.
I'm just making sure that it's said that a lot of people, my entire adult life was fucking opposed to that, but these people that are in office are operated by these other fucking, either corporate groups that want resources or, shit real that wants, to be able to be the most powerful player in that area, whatever the fucking reason. The people did not like that. A lot of us did not, and so we are trying to change it. But we're up against a lot, right? Everybody, I think, is, because if something doesn't change, we're all kind of fucked anyway.
Yeah, yeah. I like, in a sense, the American people, the ones who, and by the way, I have a lot of conversations with veterans who I'm not forgiving their actions within those regions, but I actually have more. I find I have more of like a yeah, we went over there. Everything we did was a lie. It was horrible. It was bullshit. We were lied to. We were used. We were pawns for a larger conglomerate of people who are either profiting monetarily or geopolitically from this. Like they're even people who come back willing to say, even more so than a lot of American citizens who are still blinkered by the propaganda. Yeah, everything that we did was complete bullshit, and we're lied to, and all the wars we're fighting are not for our benefit. And so,
Yeah,
you know.
I would say that as a nation that espouses to be, I'll say pro-life, not in the DND
Moral.
stance,
Yeah.
but pro-life, then what's fundamental, what's crux is having human dignity. And even though there have been times in which we've economically, benefited, like through invasions, and a lot of it has been, a pursuit of money and power and influence. The question is at what cost? But also the question is why? Why were we disadvantaged to begin with? And that's why I'm so critical of government, because we used to be in a state where we were number one, undisputed in the world economically and everything. And people are like, oh, we still are. But other nations have caught up. Why? Not just because they have more people too, but because they focused on bringing their house to order. They focused on the things in their countries. They focused more on their people.
Body and recreated a whole new.
Oh, Synapse, you've got echo or background noise or something, so I muted you. Go ahead, APAC.
So that's and that's right. They decided to just focus on themselves, on the issues, on their home, and they're doing well. And now we're feeling the economic competition and pressure, and we just feel like we need to control and have influence over everything, just because we don't have the confidence that will I think reign supreme. But I mean that's the way I see it. So I mean I hear what you're saying, Ahmed, and I agree with just about everything that was said.
Yeah, Ahmed, what
if you go
country?
to Iraq,
where are you from? If if you don't mind me asking.
Yeah. Look. Basically, I'm half Pakistani and half Arab. Ethnically, I'm speaking. Yeah. So
Yeah.
my mother is from the Gulf. She's from the Gulf region, and my father is from Pakistan originally. So, so this is my background. But generally, like the actions that America did in the Islamic world as a whole, like literally until now, the whole Middle East and the whole Muslim world is suffering because of what America did. Literally, Iraq is burning until now. Syria, because of U.S. formed sanctions, okay, and U.S. backing the civil war in Syria. Until now, Syria is burning as we speak because of America invading Libya. Libya is burning until now because of America creating a fake jihad in Afghanistan. okay, a fake jihad, using Saudi Arabia and Pakistan, they created a fake jihad in Afghanistan to fight the USSR. All these extremist groups, by the way, Al Qaeda, Taliban, ISIS, and Boko Haram, all of them, they originally descend from Afghan jihad that America created. Okay,
True.
and until now, the Afghan people are suffering because of what America created. Literally until now,
Yeah, and
the
now
region paid the highest price possible.
Yeah, and now the Gulf countries themselves, unfortunately, it's really sad to see, like Saudi and the UAE and this kind of places like now doing a
Bro, fuck
form
them all.
of
My mother is from the Gulf, and I'm
exactly,
telling you, fuck the Gulf governments.
exactly,
They are
what
all
they're doing in
Zionists.
Sudan, the RSF, what they're doing in yet, what Saudi's doing in
I
Yemen.
agree, but why do you think no one can touch the UAE? Yes, UAE is indeed backing a G side in Sudan. I agree. But
Yeah.
why do you think the world cannot touch UAE? Because of
Because they're
America.
allies with the West.
The
Yeah, I
global
agree.
south.
100%
Yeah,
agree.
yeah. Look, forget the West. America is the West. Without America, the West collapses. America is the center of the West. Forget Europe, forget Japan, and all of that. America is the country that matters because America runs the world, not Europe, not the West. Okay, America matters. UAE is protected by the United States. So obviously, no one is sane enough in his mind to challenge a country protected by the United States.
And
Nobody wants to war with this fucking mountain.
The UAE is now invested in what app? Come January
EA.
26th.
Well, EA. They just bought out. Oh no, that was Saudi Arabia, wasn't it? Never mind. What app?
I believe it's
Grinder.
these wealth funds.
Did they get Grinder?
No.
Probably.
I think it's this app. I think they were one of the three stakeholders of this app.
Oh right. Yeah, because they ended up splitting it like 15% to Oracle and then like 15% to a couple of others.
Yeah,
and Warner Brothers too. They're trying to buy all of our. It's like you point out the fact
fucking
that
wild.
which by the way, I would actually collapse like Saudi now, the royal family in with the Z's. To be honest with you, they're kind of all with the Abraham Accords and everything. They're kind of all one.
They get paid
hegemonic
to
force
shut
at
the
this
fuck
point.
up. Yeah, they've
Yeah.
been.
All these.
Yeah, they all get paid.
Yeah, all these Saudi wealth funds, they're now buying American media conglomerates, or at least investing in them. Warner Brothers now is being
There is
purchased
a
by
reason. There is a
Oracle,
reason,
and
brother. There's a reason. The Gulf nations pay America like literally. If you go like if we like don't look far around, okay? Like just look at the recent close history, right? Okay, if you see the history, literally when President Trump went to the GCC region, okay, he came with 5.2 trillion dollars, okay, literally, and this is an insane amount, right? Okay, but why do you think these nations paid that amount? Okay, because the United States is responsible for protecting the regimes of those regions. Okay, each country in the GCC, the regime of that country is protected by the US internally from any rebellion, from any uprising, etc., and externally from Iran and its networks, from Turkey and its network, etc., like from regional issues, etc. The U.S. protects those regimes completely. Their navies, their air force, their ground force, okay, literally their police, everything is backed by the U.S. Right? Without the U.S., the regimes will collapse in 2 weeks. As our President Trump himself said, as our President Trump himself told the King of Saudi Arabia, he told him clearly, like President Trump told Saudi Arabia very clearly, I love Saudi Arabia. Would you say they're rich? And then people said, yeah. And then Trump told Saudi Arabia clearly, and I love King Solomon, but I say, King, you won't be there, King. And he told Saudi Arabia clearly, King, I love you, I respect you, okay, but you won't be there for 2 weeks without us. So you have to pay for our protection. And indeed, he paid. He said that very openly, and and frankly, he is right. Yeah, so they have to pay that. And honestly, without US, literally, I can tell you, they will collapse in 2 weeks. And this is a fact. Literally, this is a fact. So because America protects them, no power on earth can touch them right now. Yeah, right. Because America is the empire of the 21st century. We're living in a literally until now. Yeah, China is strong. China rose economically, very good. It's rising militarily, but it's not as powerful as America. America is America, bro. America is the unipolar power that won World War One, World War Two, Cold War. America won them all and took the position that America is in right now. So I don't think China can challenge that position very soon. honestly.
I
So
agree. I
nobody wants to
100%
clash with
agree.
America.
But like here's I think another operative question. It's like why are we so invested in the Middle East in general? I think like yes, it's true. Hegemonically, we do like basically are forming an alliance, and all the countries that bend the knee, including by the way Egypt and Jordan, I would say like they are under the sphere of influence of America. But why do we even care about
Amir.
what goes on there? I would say it's
GCC is a
because of
very
I.
special region.
And
GCC is a very special region for the US because look, 70 to 80% of global oil. Okay, look, oil matters. Why? Because literally all international airlines and all international transportation systems and all international imports and exports and militaries, international water and electricity systems and international waters and electricity systems, they run on oil, right? So, and GCC produces 70 to 80% of global oil. So, America has agreement with GCC nations. Okay, we will protect your regimes. Okay, in exchange, we will protect your regimes in the GCC region. Okay, you Arab dictatorships, Arab monarchies, we will protect your thrones in exchange of in exchange of US drilling your oil and selling your oil in the dollars internationally because we already control the seas of the world as a whole. Okay, so this was the agreement. Yeah, so 70% of global oil flows from the GCC, and America protects those regimes in exchange of selling, uh, okay, in exchange of selling the oil in the dollar, plus, okay, plus taking commission from the sales as well and charging for protection, literally. So honestly, like America has a lot of interest in the GCC. America is not leaving GCC very soon, as long as they have the oil.
Sure.
America is not
For,
leaving.
yeah, for the Khaliji states, I think that's true. I was just saying for countries, like a little bit to the west, Egypt, Jordan, yeah, I would even say our interest in Iran, to be honest with you. I think this stems from, yes, if, for the GCC, it's oil. I think for the Levant, especially, it's because of the domination of, Z interests in our foreign policy. Before the creation of that country, we actually had good relations with all of these nations. Like we had good relations, even Saudi, like we had like a pretty good trade relationship. Then after the formation of this country, now all of a sudden we have to fund forces against them. We're paying them off so they don't invade. This kind of thing, like it's not just oil. I don't think in the totality of the
No,
Middle East.
GC.
It's
Look,
also
Middle East is a very big region. It's a very big region. When you speak about the Levant, Levant is a separate region. When you speak
yeah, I
about
agree.
Egypt, it's a separate region. When you speak about North Africa, it's a separate region. When you speak about Iraq or Mesopotamia, it's a separate region. When you speak about the Gulf nations, Saudi, UAE, Oman, Qatar, and all these nations, so they are a separate region. So Yemen is a separate region. Okay, for each region, US has separate policies. Okay, and the most vital region and the most vital place for the US right now, the number one because of the Jewish Zionist lobby, is obviously the Zionist state itself. It's like
Mhm.
it's the number one priority in the region. After that, it's the GC. Uh,
Yeah,
like uh, like after the Zionist state comes Turkey, and then after Turkey comes the GCC in importance. Why Turkey is more important? Because Turkey is like it's one of
in
the largest
NATO.
economies and military is a part of NATO. Turkey is
Yeah,
central to Europe. Without Turkey, NATO collapses, right? Because Turkey controls the
yeah,
Bosphorus and Black Sea crossings. So Zionist state, Turkey, then GCC. These nations are very important to the U.S. Okay, so this is how things go for American politics as of now.
I agree. I
Yeah.
don't have any rebuttals to that.
Well, you real quick, Synapse, you've been sitting there for a minute. Did you want to weigh in? By all means, go ahead. I did mute you. You had background noise, so if you're wanting to say something, go ahead. Okay. Silence says a lot. Anyway, yeah. So, what
He was probably a
is?
J. I can confirm you, a Zayo J.
That's funny. Yeah, so we certainly do need to get out of that stranglehold that we find ourselves in. These people employ all kinds of fucking tactics, make you look crazy, make you feel crazy, gaslighting, all kinds of shit. Like it is crazy, and but thankfully the world is starting to wake up. They're starting to like see it because it's happening in their faces. So hopefully we get to a point of just
Do you
collective
think
like.
America is going to change its policy towards the Middle East, especially regarding the Zionist state? Do you think the policy is changing
Yes,
anytime sooner?
I do. Oh, sorry. You can go ahead.
Well, I was going to say we've wanted to move away from that for a while. At least a lot of the people I know, don't like what we do there. All the things that go on there. But when it relates to oil, it's so necessary to us that it's vital to everything that we do. And so until we can actually get away from that stuff as it exists and is controlled by that region largely, we're going to continue to see this, because without that oil, the United States is kind of fucked, because we don't have the infrastructure to get away from it. So once we get there,
dollar collapses.
Yeah, once we get there, then I see us moving away from that, because we won't have any need for it technically, and it'll be an easier sell to the American people. But until then, I don't know. But Amir, maybe you have a different outlook. Please.
Well, I just think largely speaking, on both the right and the left, I'm pretty far left, but I have like friends, especially my age, I'm in my early 20s. It's like even like people on the opposite end of the political spectrum of me are like, yeah, we need to get the fuck out of all of our imperialist, endeavors, and we need to focus on America first. And we need to get all these foreign influences out of our fucking government. This is becoming like a almost universal hegemonic, political position, especially for anyone under the age of like 35, I think. So I do see like a cultural and ideological conscious like shift in Americans. I can't go on a TikTok panel without people bringing up, IS and the Z influence, and it's like becoming almost ubiquitous for people to be against it. So I think in the next election, you'll see an outcry of the public being like, get these people out of our fucking government. Like, we're tired of being dominated by a foreign country. So in that respect, I think largely yes. But it's just a matter of if the political class are going to listen to us, and if they don't, then we'll have to, do other things.
Other things, because I like they're not listening to us. They're not, like the Democratic Party didn't listen to us. They still, it appears, aren't fucking listening to us. So yeah, it's like pulling teeth. So it may take other things. I think you're right, Amir. And
things you can't say on.
Right. Other things, Yeah. Brian Thompson can tell you all about it.
Yeah.
Once today.
Could I join in here?
Absolutely. Go ahead, man.
Yeah. Like you guys are saying, like, I do think that Israel is becoming very unpopular.
Let's say is instead of that, and like if you're gonna say Z, just say Z, because I keep getting shit real, something clever, what have you. Please.
Yeah, go ahead. If you note, I don't think this necessarily follows that the United States will stop supporting, or that this kind of view in the public will be reflected in the government. And the reason I say that is because they currently have a lot of authority, and there's a lot of Z's and other like APAC type people who are in the government right now. And this is just like because of the previous era, they've kind of been grandfathered in. They still remain and retain these authoritative positions. And what's kind of been happening is, like, especially with Zoran Mamdani, for example, what's been happening is that they kind of are running a gangster-like racket to prevent Mamdani from embracing Palestine. I'm sure, that all of his, if you look at his commentary on the relations between Israel and Palestine, it's become like a centrist kind of both sides position, where there's like a peaceful protest outside of like some settler synagogue, and then he condemns the protest. And then later on he says like, oh, I would love to ban it. I'd love the law that this, this rabbi just proposed. That's actually true. He met with some rabbi to ban protests outside of synagogues. And that's like completely like that. No one wants that. That's like has no organic support at all. And it's not reflected in any of his past activism. So this is clearly a new position, right? And the reason he's taking it is because he's kind of compromising for political capital in the government.
It's a good point. And, you're making a really good point.
Yeah.
100%. Sorry, go ahead. My bad.
Yeah, I was going to say that what you're noticing is that he's kind of, there's like a new dialectic that he is promoting specifically. And as a standard bearer, this is going to be kind of setting the tone. And it's kind of like it's like a kosher sandwich, where he's talking about the rise in Islamophobia as well as the rise in anti-Semitism. And the reason I say it's like kosher is because you could be a hardcore far right Zionist, and you could be crazy about paranoid about anti-Semitism, and you could be an Islamophobic. But you can also be on the other side a liberal Zionist, where you also don't want to be you don't want this anti-Semitism happening, but you also but you also don't are against Islamophobia. So it's not condemning. So that's what I say. Is that people like Brad Lander, who is openly just like supporting the GA ethno state as recently as June. He's like embraced as like some icon, and then he's getting all these endorsements from the anti-Zs. And this is like the new assimilationist way to incorporate the movement and to kind of co-opt it, just like make it into liberal Zionism, which is basically what's happening.
Well, and the other thing is, I think this shows that that's a really, really good point. But it shows the limitations of a purely electoral strategy, especially insofar as it relates to just working through the Democratic Party. I don't know Mamdani's like core principles or something as a person, but I will say, if he was a ardent anti-Zionist before he was elected as a member of the Democratic Party, the fact that he's gotten into power and completely capitulated on basically all of the material efforts of anti-Zism that he campaigned on. Now he's saying, I won't kick out Zias from my administration as mayor of New York City. He's going to fucking synagogues and basically telling them that like nothing's really going to change. He's talking to rabbis and the son of George Soros and stuff. And it's like, either this guy never gave a shit about anything he talked about in regards to his pro-Palestinian positions, or this shows the limitations of working, even if you are a ardent anti-Zionist. Once you get into the Democratic Party, you are forced to completely capitulate to the hegemonic ideological positions of the party, which includes an uncritical dedication to Zionism and IS and all this kind of thing.
Amir, with all due respect, he indeed said in the White House in front of Trump, he said very clearly that the U.S. government funds the G-side in Gaza. He said it very, very clearly and loudly.
Well, hold on. Let's
public.
Hold on.
He does support.
No, that's not true. What you're saying is not true.
Zionism, not Judaism as a religion. Zionism is a nationalist ideology.
Dude, that's
came from
that's entirely cope.
It has nothing to do with Judaism as a religion.
If you hold on, let me address, because dude, what you're saying is totally cope. I've heard this all across Twitter when someone criticizes Mamdani for dropping Zionism, and obviously he's made a deal. Like obviously, and this is reflected in his rhetoric, but it's going to be reflected in his governance, right? He's mayor-elect right now, so. But yeah, his rhetoric indicates his governance. And secondly, during that press conference, he said, when he was asked, he said, I previously said this. So he just confirmed that he has previously called it a G-side. That's not like a reassertion. That's not like a reaffirmation of his, a proud embracement of the stance. And then later on in the press conference, he loudly interrupted everyone and proclaimed that he cares about Jay safety. Just for no reason at all, right? Of course, Jewish people are not at risk of anything. They enjoy like immense privilege in society. And so he's like kind of perpetuating this like liberal Zionist framework. So dude,
so I don't like, he's not even in office yet, right? And so we're attributing a lot of things that we just don't really know. But it is, I would openly state that we want to protect everybody, whether you're J or, an I or an M or a fucking A, B, C, D, E, F, G. People shouldn't be attacked for their beliefs or whatever. They should be held to account for their actions and or the things that they support.
Yeah, but
so I think
Zio Jason, they attack Palestinians for their beliefs. What about that, bro?
Well, what do you mean? That's included in what I just said.
I don't think Jays are in danger in America anyway either, but I think we're in fear of our
danger.
Yeah, exactly. That's kind of my point. It's like we're in fear of our lives. It's like you're the most privileged group of people in the entire country. But with regards to Mamdani, it's like I lost a lot of, and I was really enthusiastic about him, honestly. But when he said, "Yeah, I'm not going to disallow Zias from being in my cabinet," why the fuck would you say that? If you're a committed anti-Zionist, you would not allow Zias to. And one of his staffers just had to resign from their position for quote unquote like anti-Semitic tweets that they made like 10 years ago or like 15 years ago or something, and they weren't even anti-Semitic. And he's like not sticking up for them. He's allowing this shit to happen. This is just not someone who's actually committed to fighting Zism would act. You know what I mean? It's very
okay. So
killing.
what do you think he should say in order to get you to believe that he actually believes the things he said on the campaign trail?
Not capitulate.
Yeah, like I'm not going to allow
capitulate to who?
The Democratic Party and how their ideology is with the state of Israel and the apartheid state, that the policies they do carry out and the aid they give them on every single year and every single package. It's just a capitulation, just to get voters to vote for you, just to get power. And then once these liberals have this power, then to do anything with it, they don't.
Okay, he is the mayor of a city.
What you said there,
for the record.
Yeah, so I just want to speak to that real quick. So, I mean, I think in regards to Mamdani, I mean, he came off as pretty genuine. He's a mayor of a city. He's going to require federal funding, and he needs to work with the governor of New York, right? Because it's an economic, epicenter, not just the U.S. but of the world. So I'm just going to wait to see what he does, because he could say that he'll allow, I guess, Zias and stuff, but that could just be a saying, and he might not even, do that, because just because you could consider someone doesn't mean that you're going to act on it. You're just saying, hey, I'm open to this. And sometimes you have to engage in that kind of dialogue and just wait until the actions, right? I mean,
but isn't that backsliding?
Like he is vetting people though, like AIPAC. The problem with what you're saying is that he's not like blindly choosing and then only considering merit. No, he is vetting people. He's looking past his social media history, et cetera, et cetera. That's what he confirmed to a reporter.
Yeah.
Just apparently he's not vetting out Zionism. For like why? I don't know why, but he's going to vet out, ancient Jewish jokes. And honestly, it was kind of funny. You read the tweets, it was kind of funny, to be honest. And he's gonna, that.
But isn't that standard? Isn't that standard?
But he will not bet out like Brad Lander, who supports the Jewish ethno state. Why? It just like doesn't make any sense. Obviously, he has capitulated. I think you're coping a little bit.
Well, I don't know, because at the end of the day, it's going to be his agenda that gets. And look, I'm a conservative defending Mamdani. Where's the world come to? It's his agenda. So, for example, if I were to appoint liberal loudmouth, and I'm a conservative, right? He's a liberal.
What about me?
So, and I could say, people could say, oh, look, well, he's liberal and stuff like that. But if
you're a rhino,
yeah. So, I mean, I would find it kind of interesting, for me to say, actually, you know what, I'm gonna, he's gonna head all AIPAC favorable relations or something like that. Give him like, he'll be like, what the?
Well, but here's the thing is, though, this is not a matter of the difference of tax policy. This is a matter of you're allowing people into your cap. This, and by the way, this was previously expressed, I am ardently against the existence of a Jewish ethno state in the Levant. These kinds of things were comments he said. To go back and say, actually, I'm not going to disallow Zias in my cabinet. This isn't a matter of, well, we disagree on the tax percentages or something. This is a matter of, these are people who have a political agenda to continue supporting a G-side and got an expansionist apartheid state in the region. I'm not going to disallow these people from having political authority in my mayorship. That's just you're a complete sellout. Like, why would I trust you?
And can I just add another point in that vein? Like, you either think it's a G side or you don't. Like, would you tolerate this sort of wishy-washy behavior for pragmatic reasons if we were talking about, the Armenian G side or the H cost? Like, would you tolerate this kind of like, well, you have to get along with some of these people, who want to exterminate these men, women, and children because of their ethnicity for monetary gain, because you're running the biggest economic center in the country that's doing this. And, we have to make sure that New York is doing well economically. And if that means we have to continue this a little bit, then we have to do it. Like, you either have principles and things you believe that you're willing to fight for, or you don't. And I think it's very clear that all he cares about is saying things that get kind of lefty types, especially younger people, to support him. And he won't use any of his political capital to accomplish anything that he believes. If he believes anything.
Let me ask something. Do we think that he can do any good if he is getting buried and there's a funeral?
Yeah,
Can he do anything at all if he's been unalived?
I mean,
I would be like,
what are you talking about?
If you're not willing to be unalived for what you believe, when it's something this serious, then get out of the kitchen. Don't say you believe it. Don't say you'll do it.
That's silly because then
How is
they
that
would
silly?
just
No, it's not.
because they would
Dude,
just
what-
unalive everybody. And you would never get anywhere. The point here is that
you won't get anywhere if you aren't willing to make any
listen, shh. Calm down there, buddy. Okay, I'm trying to talk and you just keep talking. So calm down. It's all good, man. I don't even think that you and I are on different planes here. I'm trying to explain something, but you won't let me. The point here is that this guy has a job to do, right? And these people exist, right? And so I'm certain that this man is smart enough to be able to tell who the fuck is BSing him because he's been around it probably his whole fucking life. He's seen it. And so there is a level of strategy. Let me give you an example. I knew this guy who ran for office in Oklahoma. And while he was campaigning, he was like, fucking, fuck these Democrats. They're not going to be the ones electing me. So it doesn't matter what they say. I'm not going to work with them. He was like, just scorched earth. I'm not going to work with them or engage in them in any way whatsoever until he got into office. And once he got into office, he realized, okay, I have to work with them. I have to do these things. I have to listen to these people. And so he changed his tune. And so I understand why people would be irritated by some of the comments that maybe you've heard Mom Donnie make. But you've got to take this into the context of this isn't just like a two-dimensional thing, right? There are things going on that he is having to contend with that you don't know anything about. And also, if somebody unalives him because he's just gone full bore, opposed to all of these things, then it won't do him any good. His socialist policies,
Exactly like Kennedy.
his
Like
socialist
President
policies,
Kennedy, exactly.
his socialist policies to me are the most important aspect of that. Not whether or not he's going to rid the entire country of Z's. That's not the most important thing to me. Because
that's not what we're saying.
Wait. Amir. Can I say this?
All right, go ahead.
I think it's very telling that you would compare partisan disagreements within the United States to fighting a G-side. I don't think that. I mean, again, you either believe it's a G-side or not. Would you work with the Yahtzees to end the H cost? Would you? Like, that's obviously ridiculous.
I want to comment on that. So my understanding is that
it is a valid question. It's a completely valid question. I think it's one that everybody should answer.
The same thing.
I think there's about like 10% of New York City is J, right? I think that's the stat.
That doesn't
right?
matter. It's religion.
Well, hold on. I'm getting to my point, right? So again, at the end of the day, I think if you expect someone to be a purist in terms of politics, there's no purity in politics, right? You either get 70% of what you want and 30% of what you don't, and you're to say something, and I think that's something like almost like, I don't want to say trivial, but for me to say something like that, oh yeah, you know what, I can consider someone who's a Z, even though I personally don't believe. I mean, he's not in office. He hasn't even chosen someone. You never know if the person that he picks, even though may have had those views before, either changed their mind or can't even execute on those beliefs. I think he almost lost. I would, right? I'm from New York, right? So he could have lost doing a very like pro Z movement and political ad, but no, he wasn't like that when he was campaigning. So I don't know. That's
why people supported him.
Well, just real quick,
also,
just real quick, like, I think we do have to. Again, this is not about tax policy or differences between like some minuscule thing. This is like a matter of we are funding a modern day Holocaust. and you either are okay with having people in your cabinet who are okay with are going to use their political capital to continue that, or you're not. And by the way, there's a historical precedent for these DSA types to get into a campaign on like very progressive, sort of pseudo socialist, but whatever, fair enough, positions like anti-Zism, like sort of pseudo socialist
We've
policies,
even
and
gotten the
then once
power
they
in the
get into
30s off
office.
this rhetoric.
Yeah, once they get into office, they completely capitulate. We had AOC voting on a bill to continue funding the Iron Dome in IS. This is a DSA, darling. This is somebody who the progressives like. So obviously for us, for people who are to their left communists, frankly, it is well within our, purview to hold these people's feet to the fire. If we don't, what's to stop them from capitulating on everything? They need to be pressured, and it's completely valid for us to be skeptical of them going back on the weaponizing of like progressive policies, of socialist
What does it
policies,
mean to
and
be
not
Z?
actually delivering on them.
Because my definition of what it means
Sure.
to be Z is to support the existence of the state of you know what, or supporting the J people's right to national self-determination. So you can say that, hey, this person is pro-Z, but a person who's pro-Z can be against what the government did.
No,
No.
because that's what the whole
Yeah.
country is. That's how it was made. So if you support the existence of it, you support G side.
No.
That.
Yeah.
It's a
Wait.
false dichotomy.
So, okay, let's take the American government. Do you support the atrocities that the government has committed? And there's some in which you'll be able to say, no, absolutely not. The fact that they've invaded. But I would think that most of us would say, hey, well, generally speaking, we're in support of it. So I just don't see that as
No,
We're not
fuck
in
the
support of
U.S.
that.
No,
Fuck the
I want to
U.S.
see the liquidation of Israel. I don't want Israel to exist at all.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right,
And fuck
I don't have
the
anything
US.
more to add then.
Fuck the
IS.
US. What about
So somebody said that they would like to see the existence wiped out or whatever. So what do you do with the people that reside there, right?
So you have to form
indigenous land.
Well, frankly, look, either if they're like a very recent colonizer in that region, they need to go the fuck back to where they came from.
The
But
indigenous
somebody
most of them will.
someone
at the end of the day where they go.
Okay,
the great thing is, like, most of them will literally voluntarily do it. Like, already since the war started, like 1 million people have moved to different parts of America or Europe. Like, a lot of people have dual citizenship, and the people who want to stay should be allowed to stay as equal citizens in a free
Exactly,
and
that's what I was going
democratic
to
state.
say. When we say we want to liquidate Israel, we want to liquidate the existence of a settler, Jihadist, supremacist nation in Palestine. Not like send all the Jewish people back to what? No. The people can. The point is, Israel is bad because it's at the expense of the indigenous people of the land. Nobody says Jewish people can't live in the region. They were already living there. What we want to see is the liquidation of an ethno state. That's what we want to see.
Yeah, it's like should
so
all
get rid of the
you
government.
think,
basically.
like, wait. It's like saying all the German Poles should be unalived or forced to move back to Germany. No, it just the Yahtzee German state shouldn't exist. And there were Germans in Poland before that too, but it's about the political entity which is predicated on this large-scale death and destruction and liquidation of populations of innocent people.
No, emancipation, liberation of the indigenous of the people of Palestine.
Correct.
Most importantly, to decide their own material conditions, what happens within their own state.
I'm cautiously optimistic about Mamdani, and I think he deserves a fair shot.
I do too.
He does not
But
deserve
why,
a
though?
fair
Why?
shot. He's a political shiv. He has no backbone. He just did it for voting. That's it.
The same thing with Bernie.
Okay, so let's assume that that's true, Sanguine, right? Let's assume
the truth.
Well, let's assume for a moment, because we don't know for sure, but let's assume that it's true that he just flat out lied to everybody, and yet he still got elected. But doesn't that action, that the fact that he was able to say those things and still get elected, does that not shift this paradigm at least a little bit? And that in and of itself is a good thing. Would you agree?
I mean, not
I
really.
hear you there.
Look at the system that we're
No, I
in. How
disagree.
can we
I
build
can
off a
Wait,
hear
can I
better
you
join?
there.
Because
system
I
with
was
a
I'm a
broken
bit clued
house?
into the race. When you say, okay, so he's kind of moving the needle, is what you're saying. But the
Yes.
problem is that, yeah, the problem is that he's the standard bearer of the Palestine movement functionally. Like and what he does actually does set the tone for like the direction of the movement, whether it's going to get more radical or whether it's going to be co-opted. And what he's doing right now, he's making these like personal decisions for like political capital and like to give himself latitude
What
during like
political?
these
Wait.
during
What political
governance.
capital did he gain? Right before the election, he said he's not going to defund the police. What are you talking about?
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
no. Yeah, I'm saying that political capital for raising the taxes
What
with
do you
Kathy
mean
Hochul.
by political capital? What has he gained?
Yeah, as in currency, right? And what he's trying to gain is a tax increase from Kathy Hochul. And
That's
Kathy
not going to
Hochul is
happen. That's not going to happen. You know for a
well,
fact he's not going to do that.
yeah,
What leverage?
well,
What leverage
there's
does he
conflicting
have?
reports. So
But what leverage?
Can I
let me
just
finish.
just
Let me
to
finish. I'm explaining why he is behaving the way he is, right? Why he thinks that caving on Palestine is going to generate less resistance from Jewish organizations who they just, there's a news report, they just talked with Kathy Hochul, the rabbis met with her, and recommended that if he tries to do BDS, she not broadly work with him. And she replied that she would keep that in mind. So
What
obviously
party is he
he wants to avoid
established?
this kind
I
of
think.
friction.
Wait. I think.
So wait.
I just say something?
So somebody said that he's turning away from Palestine, but that's not what's happening at all. And also, I think people from the outside saw him as something else. And so maybe you are attributing more to him in terms of like what his purpose was than he himself was doing. Because again, he's just the mayor of a large city in the U.S. It's important. I'm not saying
something like that got Donald Trump into power.
I'm not saying that it's.
Can I highlight something that's just less divisive, I guess, because I can see what you were saying in your earlier point, and I definitely agree that it was a very concrete, promising bellwether for how opinions on Israel have changed within the United States. But that is because of the work of Palestinians online and for decades, for people who have constantly talked about this issue and spread the truth about it. He shouldn't be credited with that change in opinion. First and foremost, he pandered to people who already believed this. He said he would arrest Benjamin Netanyahu if he came to New York. He's walked back on that. He said all of these things about, it has, he kind of winked at the left and said like, it should exist as a free and democratic state, which is basically saying the liquidation of Israel because free and democratic state would mean a new country. So he would kind of wink at the far left the way that, let's say like Donald Trump winks at the far right and, the neo-Yazis in his base, like, and he would do the equivalent of that. But then it's not that he's lying or that he's duplicitous necessarily. It's that once you get power, once you start rubbing shoulders with people, it corrupts you and you start making these like
that back.
The
story
but you start
of the rest
making.
of Netanyahu, you said that he walked that back. Can you please prove that?
He did.
Yeah, he said in an interview, dude. He said in an interview.
He
with,
said what?
Mehdi Hassan.
What did he say?
Yeah, in an interview with Mehdi Hassan, he totally walked all that back. He said he would follow the law, and he would be a fascist if he tried to arrest me. He literally said this in the interview. Like, it was ridiculous.
Didn't he walk back? He like started condemning the phrase globalized the
people won't believe it.
Now
people won't believe that.
Now he condemns globalized the Intifada now because he's got But this shows the dead end of working within the Democratic Party. Look, if you're going to be somebody on the left, which I mean the actual left, not the fucking liberal left, you cannot work within these liberal parties.
You saw what happened in Sydney, right?
Well, okay, so I want to point out that
Sydney thing is the result of globalization.
Dude, the Sydney thing.
Well, hold on. I want to. Whoa! No, we're not. No, stop. We're not bringing that up because that's what got me bananaed. The Bondi stuff. Okay,
it's a non sequitur anyway. It doesn't have anything to do with
right. It doesn't. But I wanted to point out that the governor's the one that said that you can't arrest him. He would be a diplomat at that point, and you can't arrest them. So him saying it may be him expressing like his frustration with the whole situation, which people would agree with.
Dude.
But he has absolutely no authority technically to do that. He would get
the
moment that he's arrested,
this is
he
like
would be
borderline
out.
delusional.
Are you serious?
What?
Zoran Mavgani is not a bold anti-Zionist who was going to institutionalize BDS and then ban the settlers. Like, this is a delusion, dude. He is not like working within the system and frustrated by it.
Who said
Like,
that?
no,
Who said that he was?
Let him come to power
Who
first.
said that he was?
He's still not in power.
Who said that he was?
You implied that
No,
he
I
was
didn't.
expressing frustration at the limitations that were put upon him. Like, no, dude, he just
No.
he
That's
just totally
my
changes.
read of why he might say that, but because he cannot legally do it.
No,
well, look,
well,
it doesn't change our contentions with him as a whether or not he's going back on previously held whatever like anti-Z principles, or he just never had them to begin with. The critique is the same. The critique is the fucking same. He should be actually. He should be as principled as we thought he was previously, or something. If he's not currently, he either needs to adopt the principles he had, or he needs to adopt them for the first fucking time. Because being any sort of conciliatory political actor within the Zionist establishment is unacceptable. So we should be where the
This
critique is
isn't a
exactly
team
the same.
sport.
Okay, so
Politics isn't a team sport,
how
by the way.
old is everybody here?
25.
I'm 24.
Okay, I figured.
28.
I figured because, and let me say, like I get
ageism.
No, it's not ageism, guys, and trust me. when you get well, listen, when you get to my age, and I probably would have said the same damn thing back into my 20s, you'll understand what I'm about to say. Like yes, we want somebody to say, fuck this shit. You want to burn this, you want to fucking fix it, and you want to fix it now, and I fucking get that. But I'm telling you, life, it just doesn't ever fucking pan out that way. It doesn't. Even for those that try it, it doesn't work. And no. This guy.
do you see what we're experiencing right now?
I mean,
look what he's resorting to.
Listen, if that's fair
That's
for
reality.
you to say, if that's fair for you to say,
That's
on
a
account of our
selfish
age, it's fair for us to say, well, things have also changed. We also exist on an online space that didn't exist when you were our age. The world is in a much different place. There are all kinds of ecological and geopolitical and economic crises that are accelerating. And maybe you are just operating in a different era when those things weren't possible, and now they are. I mean, we could just say that back towards you.
You can.
At the end of the day, we have to talk about ideas and strategies.
You can, but what you're talking about is human social interaction, and that is generally the same. And people's ability, like people.
Hold on. Sorry. It's just the thing with liberals is this, even if you hold this ideology and like even how old you are, it's just at the end of the day, it's just you're not comfortable with this change politically and systemically.
I'm
Liberals are
comfortable
not
with
okay
it.
with change.
If I could snap my fingers, guys, and have all of this shit end, I fucking would do it. But it's not even that. No. And see, you're wrong, because you're saying that I believe in incrementalism. I don't believe in it. I just know that that's the way the fucking world operates, because I've watched this
that's not
shit.
true, though.
I've clawed over this stuff my whole life. This is how it works. It doesn't function the way in your minds. It's just like MAGA when they go out and LARP. Like the Civil War's coming. I got my pew-pews. We're going to go out there and we're going to do this.
It's not like that at all.
You're gonna call it acceleration.
I mean, there's a historical reality.
The reality,
there's a historical reality
in the fantasy in your head, of what should happen. And I'm not saying, listen, I'm not saying I disagree with what you're thinking that should happen, but that is a fantasy. And then when it gets to the employment phase, it doesn't function the way that you think that it does.
Look, we can look at history.
I'm telling you,
look at history.
It just
we have historical precedent. Look. The point is this, I'm in the adult in the room kind of like political realism thing. And I love you, liberal. No offense to you on this, but it's failed. Like, it actually hasn't. We're just kind of being conciliatory to the realities of. Like, the only time things have actually hold on, let me finish my point. The only time that political change has actually come, it's come from people like us who are revolutionary, who say, no, we're not going to do the fucking adults in the room thing. We're actually just going to change things based on our will as a class of people, as people with actual political convictions. That's when things have changed throughout the world. How do you exactly? Look at around the world, Russia You know, it entered into a new social epoch because of revolution, because of revolutionary change. Imagine all the Bolsheviks were like, well, no, we got to go through the system. We got to just be like the adults in the room. They'd still be under the fucking Tsar. So it's like,
And
I
I
think
mean,
the States
or Vietnam also.
look, I
Vietnam was destroyed in like 10 different ways, and today Vietnam is like the fastest growing large economy in the world. Like
let
for Ho
me
Chi Minh to just say like, oh, we should just give up against the Japanese and the Americans, whatever. Like what they were up against was a million times harder. We have everything they would have dreamed of.
and they lost how many lives in the process? Like I
They
said,
won.
guys,
It doesn't matter.
Amir, let me to your point. You were talking about we're the revolutionaries. We're the ones that can bring this in. Every generation around that age believes the same way. We're different.
And we're right. And then they give up.
No. Every generation
They were
believes
right.
that.
He should have kept
And then when reality strikes,
Liberal.
because listen, you guys are attributing
Our
something that I
realities are the
listen.
chill conditions
No,
right
it's
now.
not reality.
Listen,
It's not reality.
Okay, listen.
It's not reality.
Listen,
It's
shh. If you're not going to let me talk, I'm just going to drop you. The next person to interrupt me gets dropped because I'd like to say something, and I think it's a salient point. You guys are attributing to me something that I want. It's not that I want this thing to be slow rolled. That is not the point that I'm making. I don't want it to be slow rolled. I'm just as fucking vociferous about this as you guys. I'm saying that when you get in there and you're finally in a position to actually like cause change, you realize that it's not just as easy and black and white as it seems in your mind. And so when that happens, it does take longer than you want it to. It just does. Okay, go ahead.
Sure,
guys.
just do
Can I
it.
say something?
That's
I
okay.
want to say something because y'all said something and it boggles my mind, right? Because y'all sit up here and say y'all want change, right? Because us older generation, we are used to certain things, right? And I agree there are a lot of people who are stuck in their ways and they want certain things, right? But some of us have seen the change and we want to change and we want things to change, right? So when people come up to run for offices, right? That isn't your cookie cutter white man, okay, who is in his 60s, y'all sit up here and y'all nitpick them apart. Now, take Mondani's ethnic background off the table. Take VP Harris's ethnic background off the table and look at what is on paper and ask yourself, is that the type of change you want? And leave ethnicity and skin color and sexuality and whatever they represent as when they walk in the world, and on paper ask yourself if what he's trying to do is the change that you're speaking of. Because so far we've had, what is it, 46 white men run this country, and it's all been the same on both sides with all these white men that ran this country. And then Obama came in and he changed things up a little bit, he flipped things around a little bit. Did he have to get
No, he
along,
didn't.
go along to
deported the
get along?
most
Yeah. Did he have to
people.
do some things? Yes.
He
This over talking is
also
ridiculous because
killed
nobody can
brown
hear me.
people in the Middle
Nobody can
East,
hear me
though.
over you. So please let me make my point. Thank you. So
Okay.
what I'm saying is that y'all get up here and say y'all want change, but you're not pushing anybody up front to say this is the person that we want to support to help make the
We are,
change that
though.
we want to see. Because Mamdani is not a white man in his 60s and he's speaking about changing things. Now, take his ethnicity off the table, like I said, and look at what he's doing on paper and really ask yourself, what type of change do you want? And why are you not pushing out the people that are doing the things that you're saying you want to see? Because all this criticizing people because they're
Because the
supposedly
CIA always
pro-Palestine
suppresses
or
it.
pro-Israel, or because, they don't want, they didn't speak up about this or about that. Okay, cool. But who else is there besides these people that you're nitpicking that
Wait a
are
minute.
not white
We're not
cis men?
Actual
Who brought
communists.
ethnicity in the
Claudia de
conversation?
la Cruz, she ran for president
I don't
last.
think anyone here is interested in ethnicity. What brought ethnicity in the
No.
Yeah, I
conversation?
do.
Yeah.
Well, yeah,
Also,
Lonnie, what was said that brought that up? Because I don't.
Because y'all got up here and said Mamdani has something to do with Palestine and Israel, and that's why he's not a good fit for the governor of New York. And
that's
then
not.
Talking
when
about his
VP Harris
policies.
was
No,
running. Hold on, let me
Total
finish.
season.
Let me finish. When VP Harris was running, everybody wanted to jump on a bandwagon, and this isn't just for the panel. This is for everybody in the whole live. Y'all got up here and made it sound like because she was uneducated when she's worked in all three branches of government and she was running for a change and people didn't want to agree with it. They wanted to say that she wasn't smart enough, that she's this, she's that. All the negativity that Trump put out about her, people latched onto that, and that was the reason why they didn't vote for her. But then sit up here and say, we need change, we need revolution, we need to change things and move forward. And it's crazy to me that y'all sat up here and said we need change, we're revolutionaries, but Mamdani is over here being a governor of New York, and y'all are tearing him apart because of his ethnicity and where he allegedly.
Nobody's tearing him apart for his ethnicity. What are you talking about?
Yeah, Lonnie.
It's not about his ethnicity.
Nobody.
Like, what
It
brings
was.
What the hell are you
ethnicity?
talking about?
Okay, let me, Lonnie. So I don't. Nobody said anything about his ethnicity. It was about his viewpoints towards Palestine and Zionism, and they're seeing, his rhetoric on the campaign trail towards those entities now, since he's been elected, has started to change a little bit, and they're being very critical. I think it's fair to call it out. Obviously, I think that's perfectly fine. But I say give the man a chance. But nobody said anything about his ethnicity or background.
And
that
that's
I
the
heard.
thing,
look,
right?
to the point about Obama.
Let me respond, please. Let me respond, please.
Okay, go ahead, Stace.
Because this is the issue. Y'all say y'all want change, but nothing has changed. Like my whole life, having diversity brings change, right? Having different viewpoints brings change, right? And we can't have that if, like, whatever his viewpoints are on Palestine and Israel, we know what this government has done over there. We know that their involvement in that, right? So we know, liberal, like you were saying, when it comes to applying certain things, it can't be applied. Just like with when Obama originally launched Obamacare, it wasn't what we have now, right? It got
Okay.
changed because of voting and all of that, right? But in the same time, what I'm saying is that if you want change, it's going to require diversity. And if everybody that is stepping up to the forefront for this change isn't being supported in a positive manner, because we can disagree, right? We can say this person isn't great, this person isn't great, whatever. But at the same time, Trump did a lot of the stuff that y'all are speaking of, and nobody's complaining about that. Right?
Okay, just real quick. I kind of got.
Okay, one at a time, guys.
I got interrupted
Now,
a little bit.
yeah, one at a time.
like.
So I don't know who. I don't know who would have been
got
next.
interrupted. I feel like.
Who is that? Is that Amir? Okay, I'm gonna bring in the timer.
Frankly.
I'm going to bring in the timer
that's
again. So
idea.
I'm going to start next. Will be Blake, and I'll just go around, go down, and come back over. So once today, my apologies, but give me a second. We'll get through it. Blake, please go ahead.
Yeah, so I can tell you exactly why I did it personally for Kamala and a lot of people I know. She was a continuation, an exact one-to-one continuation of the failing neoliberal foreign policy that we've had in this country for the last couple decades. She brought, yes, domestically, she virtue signaled and said that she was going to tackle corporations and price gouging or whatever, even though she didn't have any actual policy proposal on that. She just said vague things on it. But when it came to Palestine, one of the biggest issues right now, especially for young people, young voters, Gen Zers like myself, she was the exact same thing as Joe Biden. She did not call for a ceasefire. When she did, she said, and release the hostages. And like she was very like wishy-washy on it, and she was just like totally just it was not good.
Okay. I do believe though that she had some policies related to the price gouging and stuff, and it was posted on her website.
That's what I said.
Oh,
But like,
well, thank you.
Foreign policy-wise, she was.
Ho! Is somebody calling me a hoe? No. Ahmed, go ahead. Somebody sent a Santa hat. I was being funny. Or I was being stupid, depending on her perspective.
So first of all,
Go ahead.
Yeah. Yeah. So first of yeah. So first of all, Miss Loney, okay, we were speaking about Israel and Palestine, okay, because because the ZIOJ lobby controls the U.S. government, okay. Because of the ZIOJ lobby, U.S. invaded and destroyed literally half of the Muslim world and the Middle East, Iraq, Libya, Levant, Afghanistan. All of them are destroyed and burned, okay, okay, because there is a specific lobby, the Zionist Jews. They control the US government, and because of this influence, literally entire Muslim world is burning as we speak. Okay, so we were speaking about that, and Mamdani promised to end this influence, especially starting from Europe. Okay, but obviously I understand that one man alone cannot face a system. Okay, the IPAC is literally a whole system, right? They control the system of the country. Obviously one man cannot face it alone. Okay, we weren't speaking about his ethnicity and all that bullshit. Honestly, like I don't know, I don't even know where ethnicity came from. Like I have no idea. So what do you think, brother? What's the solution for this?
Yeah, I mean, well, a lot of the things that you were saying, like, ending this stuff, he's just the mayor of a large city. Of course, it's, financial capital of the world, technically speaking, or they call it that, I guess. So his options are quite limited. He can do some things, but I think maybe people thought he had more power than what he is going to actually have. He still has restrictions that he has to abide by. So, it sucks.
Respond real quick.
It's
So what I'm
sure,
saying is
45-second
that
rebuttal.
this is what I want to say
45-second
real
rebuttal.
quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
So what I'm saying is that y'all are saying that because he said these things on the campaign trail, and now that he's been elected, he's not holding up on that, right? And Lib said the same thing that I'm trying to say with he doesn't have the power to make all his words come true. But on the flip side of that, the current president did that same thing and made all these promises and has rolled back on a lot of them, okay? And so the fact that, when we have diversity, okay, with someone who may be ethnicity wise from that state, does not mean that they are directly going to go against like the fact that people over there in Palestine should be free. That's what I'm saying. And it sounds like y'all are tearing him down because y'all assume that that's what he's going to do. He's going to be for Israel instead of against them. And that was my point.
Okay, now Amir, go ahead, and thank you, Lonnie. Go ahead, Amir.
Yeah, look, I'm not like against representation or like a political will to, see like a less obviously white supremacist, political institutions and things like that. The point is, though, it can't be filtered through liberalism. When you have this like, okay, well, Obama changed things up. Well, actually, he kind of didn't. I mean, like he continued imperialism in the Middle East. I don't think the people in Syria or Yemen who had their weddings drone striked really felt better about it because he was a person of color. I don't think the people in Libya felt better that Gaddafi was deposed in an extremely disgusting and egregious way because it was done by a woman. So it's not a.
Uh-oh. I think your headset may have screwed up. If you can still hear me.
Yeah, my bad. It's not.
Here,
Can I get like 20 more
Yeah.
seconds?
I got your time back. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, it's not a matter of just of mere representation that we should totalize. It's a matter of like political principles. These people need to also be committed to anti-imperialism, to anti-capitalism, to anti-Zism. That is like because if they're going to continue the political artifacts that are from the wellspring of supremacy throughout the world, what does it really matter at what they look like? Their political principles are still indebted to this. So that's why you can't just kind of chalk it up to representation.
Yeah, thank you, Amir. Sanguine, go ahead, man.
Yeah, I would also like to add to what he was saying too. Also, like with the Mandani thing too, and like you can even go far as Harris, as far as the Democratic Party still being set up still in the bourgeois duopoly, meaning that the constituents of the United States, or even if you live in there or come to it, you're still under the false dichotomy of freedom and liberty through the two-party system, and maybe the Green Party, or the Tea Party, or the Socialist Party, or the Communist Party, all of it still being held to a position through the ruling class, to the top 1% that still hold these things, to uphold the status quo, upheld through a white supremacist bill or the Constitution that, and people may say, how is that the case, or how is that white white supremacy. Well, from the same Constitution that allowed 3/5 of a human being and allowed the Jim Crow laws to still be continued and segregation and redlining up to these points
Oh,
to allow businesses to even
Jesus. Hold on real quick. Violation by
Master
Ahmed.
reported the live.
Yeah, Ahmed's live content is flagged for misinformation. Repeated. God damn it. I've got to drop you, man. I'm sorry.
I knew. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
I don't
I can
know.
understand that.
Yeah.
I knew the bastards would deport me, the fucking Zio Jews.
Right. Yeah,
Yeah,
no,
I mean, they
I'm
probably should have
sorry.
flagged
But
you.
I do have to drop you. I appreciate it, man. Thanks for coming up. It was a pleasure.
Okay, bro. Thank you.
Remove. Okay. And of course, it was
Honestly justified flagging, to be honest.
that's crazy. Anyway, you had like 10 seconds left, Sanguine. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, so basically, it's time for the people to start holding like the Democratic Party, especially accountable, or basically being controlled by the 1%. Even the Republican Party too is still being uphold by the 1%, because at the end of the day, it's still capitalism, which is the issue that oppresses and upholds indigenous, black, and brown people, and especially white people too.
Can I
Yeah.
respond? What
Now,
I want to say is
real
that
quick, real quick, guys. Hold on. Bunny, did you mean to come up? Bunny. Okay.
Bunny? No.
You
no.
did. Okay, I'll drop you down.
I'm traveling.
I
Sorry.
figured you had. No. You're good. All right, we'll see ya. She always does that. That's why I wanted to ask for her. Sometimes I'll hear like conversations that she's having, because she'll accidentally
so what I
request
say
up.
is that y'all say the Democratic Party, right? The Democratic Party.
Well, hold on, Lonnie. Is this a rebuttal to something directly
Yes,
somebody
it's a
said?
rebuttal to Admir and Sangui.
Okay, 45
Time
seconds.
because both of y'all said the Democratic Party, right? But y'all don't come up here and critique the Republican Party like as if they can do no wrong, right? And this is my thing, right? If what is put in front of us is put in front of us and we have to choose the lesser of two evils, then helping the greater good in this country, okay, the people that I live around in my own backyard is going to be my choice, right? And I understand what is happening in the Middle East. But at the same time, if we're going to critique the Democrats, we have to critique the Republicans on the same scale. And so since y'all refuse to do that, it makes this conversation difficult to have.
I like to. I'm glad you bring that up. I like to say something for that. See, I'm glad you bring that up. I'd rather focus on the knife that is at my back rather than the sword that's in front of me. Because we already know how bad the Republican Party is and what they do and the policies they hold and what they do. If you look at the grand scheme of things, they get their disgusting policy set done because of how educated people are within the United States of America. And that's by design, by the top 1%, so that they can enact their policies to get profit margin over people every single time, every single year, every single election cycle. Even if it's a Democratic Party or the Republican Party, they're still in the wallets and the pockets of the top 1%. Doesn't matter even the race too. It doesn't matter. You're still going to be forced to play the game if you're a Democrat or a Republican.
Yeah. Could I respond too? Since I was also kind of named.
Okay. I do need to move along, but I guess
That's
I'll give
fine.
you.
You can move
I'll
on.
give
You
you.
can move on.
Okay, Scott, go ahead, man. Scott, welcome in. You're muted. Scott. All right. I'm beaming Scotty up right now. He is now Ellie. Go ahead, Ellie.
Hi.
Hello.
I guess kind of this this whole conversation just seems like very interesting as someone who who's a communist. I really I don't know. When it comes to these particular issues, I think when you're talking about the lesser of two evils, it is especially now being so trotted out and it's so worn down. I think we really need to look into ways to change society without continuing to reform upon the same system over and over and over again. And of course, what people will say, oh, well, that's just how things should always be. But I think one person's particular point was that the political stability that, you know, maybe people in older generations once had is no longer there anymore. You know, the capitalist system is in crisis more than it ever has been in a very long time. And I think we really need to look into more revolutionary options toward that goal. And it doesn't involve lesser of two evils thinking. So that's all I have to say.
All right, thank you, Ellie. Now let me go backwards a little bit because What's for Dinner just showed up. Go ahead, What's for Dinner, and then I'm going to get to Scott. And I got to ask, what is for dinner?
I actually don't. Veal and lamb actually, roasted. Okay, so what was Scott's point? I'm sorry.
Well, Scott didn't go. If you need to wait and jump in later, if you're not sure what all was being talked about, I can go to Scott right now and we can move on if you need some time.
Okay.
My brother.
I mean, it's up to you. I just, if you're not fully, if you're not fully like involved in the conversation right now, that's fine. You can wait and then jump in when you'd like.
The magic of TikTok got me up here too fast. My bad, dude.
That's okay. Okay, Scott.
I'm hoping I can change it up just a little bit.
Go for it. Let's hear it.
All right, brother. What I find ironic is the changing of building names and of constant in institutions like the the John F. Kennedy Center is now, with Trump's name on it, and ironically how quick this is all developed. It was voted on apparently yesterday by unanimous, which is a lie. It wasn't unanimous. She was muted, and one of the people that were against it, they didn't let her talk, and they kept muting her, and that's disgusting. But anyway, how ironic is it that the plaques are already up on the wall? I mean, if this so-called happened yesterday, and yet all these signs were ready to put up on this wall, what's next? The Lincoln Memorial. What are we going to continue to do to put his name so that his fascism and his narcissism continues in our country? This to me is a complete joke. Why are we changing our amazing centers, our amazing things with his name on it? What a fucking joke. There. I had to say that. I had to get that off my chest.
And now so you have. So anyway, let me open it up a little bit because guys, I'm 10 more minutes and I'm gonna shut it down. I've been live for a little bit. If you got holy shit, we're at 90K, guys. Let's get to 100K. 10K, start tapping. Tap the fuck out of that screen if you really like it or hate it. Fucking tap anyway. I'm looking for 35 sweaty teddies, otherwise known as JD Vance's couch. I look for 35 of them. I got 18. So send some JD Vance couches to me, and we'll get there sometime. So 10 minutes open discussion, guys. Go ahead.
Wait a minute. Erica never said that he called them sweaty teddies. I don't think that's what she said.
I just made it up.
No,
don't mind me.
Or are we calling them Erica teddies? Because I'm sure they've been busy.
Yeah, I mean, the naming of buildings, it's like this is kind of part of what we're talking about. It's like this is really a non-issue, and it's kind of it's like this inundation within the political bubble of like what's important and what's not important. No. What the naming of the buildings doesn't fucking matter. You could demolish all these fucking buildings for all I care. The problem is like political institutions, who holds power, what they utilize that power for. They utilize that power not to rename buildings, but to continue to degrade the conditions of the working class within the nation and abroad and do imperialism around the world. And this is part of the problem is the liberals will be like, well, they're renaming the buildings. Well, who fucking cares about the buildings? Well, how about we start calling out the
so
system
do a lot of other people.
Who cares?
What about the
Who cares
children in
about the
Sudan
buildings?
and Gaza? They don't care about the fucking buildings being named.
Wow.
Yeah.
Let's just put Trump on everything then, right? Let's do that.
It's not even
Would
that.
make no difference.
You realize that more than one thing can be true at once, right? You understand the buildings can be important, but all the other shit is also important. It's about literally what they said they were doing? They were breaching the wall. This is about pushing out as much atrocious shit as possible so that people like you will argue about it on panels like this instead of understanding it's all fucking atrocious.
All it is.
Well, the
is just
buildings were already
propaganda.
atrocious. The buildings were already emerging from like systems of American imperialism and the colonialism and like all of these, like they're they're from the wellspring of the system that needs to be completely dismantled. I don't care what the
Yeah,
buildings
so
are
we should
called. I care
tear
what the
down
political
everything, right? We
institutions
should
represent.
absolutely just tear down everything. We should tear down everything and not have a country at all. And that's
Yep.
what the solution.
Based W. That's exactly what I'm saying. What we need to do is replace the systems with actual working class power. The liberals and the Republicans, they're a complete dialectic of each other, and they get bound up in these non-issues, these culture issues, these issues that play well on MSNBC or something, while the totality of the
You're caught up
nation
in it.
continues to get more poor. The world is continually bombed by our military equipment that we sell, these disgusting countries in the world. We're continuing to do like allyships with disgusting countries like the UAE and Saudi that are funding G-sides around the world. And meanwhile that's happening, liberals care about the names of the buildings.
Well,
but it sounds like you care a
what
whole
we
lot.
need,
That doesn't-
what we need is for Congress to pass a bill to rename all waste disposal sites after Donald Trump. That's what we need.
Yeah, there you go. I'm good with that.
And then I think we can all agree. Hey, the name of these waste disposal sites should be Donald Trump.
But it's actually illegal what happened today. So anyway, that doesn't matter.
Yeah. You look, it's, in the grand scheme of things, not the most important issue. We weren't even talking about it, but it's
I know. That's
it's
why
still
I wanted.
frustrating.
That's why I asked you if it was okay to.
Yeah, I didn't know what you were going to say, and look, it's part of a grand scheme of shit that we're seeing. It's just one part of it, and it's all atrocious. I think is what's for dinner. It said it's all shitty, right? And pointing it out, we've spent more time bitching about or talking about the thing than would have been if we'd have just said, yeah, it's shitty, and then we could have moved on.
Like talking about Mondani, and then the man hasn't even been sworn in yet. Let the guy have a little bit of.
I agree.
A little bit. Give him a
he
little.
Doesn't get a second of breathing room. He doesn't get a second. If you're going to capitulate on principles that you held on the campaign trail, then you get no room to breathe at all.
Guys, are we missing?
And the point was, and by the way, the overall point with the buildings thing was that I'm glad to see the liberals are back from brunch or whatever. But while Biden was in office, all the same shit was still going on. So,
hey, big homie.
I'm sorry. Did something get named after Biden? I don't remember.
Why does it matter?
It was a nursing home. It was a nursing home.
Yeah, there you go.
Why does it matter?
Yeah,
the
what was
Joseph
named,
R. Biden nursing home.
The bombs that we sold to Israel, those had Biden's name and fucking Kamala Harris's name on them, and those got sent to Gaza.
An intellectual fucking contrarian, right?
Okay, so let me. Okay, guys, let me say something. Mamdani did not campaign on resolving the issue. He didn't campaign on it. That wasn't his goal. That's not what he talked about. He had a viewpoint, right? He had a viewpoint of a situation unrelated to him being mayor. He did not campaign on doing any of those things. So I think people are making more out of his viewpoint than even he was, right? So I think it's, to me, the most important part of what Mamdani represented was the socialist aspect of him and the things that he was going to do for the city. But people now are like going off about whether he is or pal or whatever the case is, but he didn't run on any of those things. He has his own personal viewpoint, and now he's going to set forth and do the things that he said he was going to do, and it wasn't resolving the issue, right?
Nobody said that he can resolve the issue, but when he says things like, I'm not going to disallow Zias from being a part of my cabinet, I don't understand why principled actual anti-Zias, you think we wouldn't have a problem with that. Yeah, you should not have any Zias in your cabinet ever. That's completely.
What is the exact quote? What is the exact quote?
Wait, so you want a purity test?
Well, hold on. Hold on. Dinner. Hold on. I want, because you guys have sat up here and said this, I want you to tell me the exact quote that he said, because I know what you're talking about. And he didn't say it. Brad Landers said it. Brad Landers said that there will be Zionists in his cabinet. That's what Brad Landers said.
I think he was directly asked if he would disallow Zias from being a part of his cabinet. He said no, he wouldn't disallow them from being a part of his cabinet.
Can you
That's
pull that up?
unacceptable.
Can you pull that up?
You're gonna have to give me.
Or did he say, "I'm not going to have a litmus test"? Is that what he said?
No, I think the exact question was, will you disallow people who have expressed like Zia's views from being a part of your cabinet? He said, no, I will not disallow them from being a part of my cabinet. His transition team or something like that, which is unacceptable.
Okay, so do you
Oh my God! Get the.
Do you have the quote?
What?
Do you have the quote? The exact quote?
I can go and get it. I'd have to get off the app and this comment, and I can do that.
Can I make just a quick comment?
Right. Sure.
I'm still lost on what he said.
Yeah. So when I think of the mayor who's not even in office, I mean, I think about housing affordability. That's a big issue.
Totally.
That's a big issue. Cost of living is a big issue. The transit is a big issue. Traffic, New York City is a big issue. Homelessness is a big issue. Mental health is a big issue. This doesn't even. Like he's not even in office. We're not sure what his cabinet's going to look like. So I don't know. I just think that with politics, talk is cheap. I just look for people to act, and then I just base my decisions off of that. So.
Well, you're just saying you have
very
different
successful.
priorities.
I
Wait,
really
wait,
do
we're not
think he's a
priorities.
successful mayor.
Somebody needs to get the torches and pitchforks because apparently he is the worst person who's ever lived, and we can't have him.
Oh my God.
Because you're just a political contrarian. You're intellectual.
I'm actually an active communist.
I can't find.
Do I need to go through my Sure. Do you want me to go through like IRL political things
thanks.
that I work on or something? Like I don't understand the attack is that I only exist online to be contrarian or something. That's just stupid. No, I'm a principled socialist who wants.
I guarantee you're a dick in real life too. I guarantee you're a dick in real life too.
I'm not even a dick on the panel. I'm not even being a dick on the panel.
Going to the voting booth. That's all you do. That's what you think change is going to the fucking voting booth. That's not how you get change done.
How do you get change done, Sanguine? With your
You go out in
lifetime
your
of
community.
experience?
You go out in your community. You see what needs to be done within the proletariat or within your community. You organize. You make sure things.
Then why are you not running?
What? Okay, so who have you organized with? Like, how large is your group currently?
I work with multiple organizations that are pretty large.
Can I look them up?
I don't know the exact fucking amount of people that are in it.
Well, I want to be part of this change. So if I could look up the names of these organizations, I could reach out to them and we can do that change.
I work with a Black Panther organization out by the area. I think Flint. I'm pretty sure.
Black Panther organization, and what are they like? What is their goal? Like their main mission?
Socialism.
Socialism,
Black emancipation, and helping their community out and the communities around them.
I see.
By doing what?
What do you mean doing what? Giving out free, handing out food.
How are you going to help out your community, sir?
I just explained to you.
You did? I did. I must have missed that. I'm sorry.
I mean,
what
look,
do you do?
Since
this is a fucking direct attack on my life, what do you do?
What's
what do I do?
It's not an attack.
I just explained to you.
Wait,
what I
did you say what did I do?
Where I do and where I work, and what do you do?
Are you asking me? Because I heard Lib.
Yes, now I'm going to put the question on you since I already answered the question. What do you do?
What do you think this is, man?
TikTok? That's not a fucking.
No. Whoa. There are 4.
TikTok?
Listen, bro. There are at least 4 Trump supporters that have openly stated because of my show they view things differently and they no longer support Trump. What the fuck do you think this is, man? I've been doing political advocacy my whole life.
So am I.
This is a form
but I'm doing
of
it IRL.
So when you're literally on my show,
me what I fucking do.
No. You're on my show asking me,
I do TikTok.
What do I do?
The
No,
fuck?
this isn't doing TikTok.
You
this
didn't
is
even answer the
hosting.
question to the guy.
Listen, Sanguine. This is hosting a discussion with people and trying to get others to see that we're not all fucking crazy and that we're not so far apart. And it's been relatively
The thing
successful.
is, you are.
So
Liberals
why
are
are
so
you asking me
disconnected
what
here it
I
is.
do?
goes
Here
on.
we go. Yeah, it's always the liberals.
I'm
We're bad.
sorry. What am I doing? I asked you for the group name. You tell me the Black
You couldn't
Panthers
even
that are
answer
pushing
it.
I can
socialism.
look.
There's a chapter
Socialism.
out in Flint, Michigan. Look it
Okay.
up.
Okay.
Okay.
Black Panthers in Flint, Michigan.
You
It's
can
a
also
chapter of the
work with.
organization that is like basically throughout the country. It's not a new fucking thing that happened.
Okay. And
You can
what do
also
you
look up the
guys
Brown
go
Panther
around?
Party.
Like, what do you do? Like, have you gotten people elected? Have you changed city council seats? Like,
The
what
point
is
is
your
not
method
election.
of? So you don't think that you think you're going to be able to change the
Capitulating with a
country?
system that does not change.
You're
You
gonna
think that's change?
You're going to change the country without changing the
You have to
representatives?
dismantle the system.
And how are they doing that?
How are they doing that?
Yeah.
Teaching socialism, being reliant off of socialist policies, education, especially on capitalism, imperialism, and neocolonialism, and the dangers of what fucking capitalism has done to enslaved black people and indigenous people, and especially my ethnic group.
Okay, so basically,
you
like
do
what
understand that
I'm
Karl Marx
doing,
literally.
I'm doing the
educating.
same thing. What the fuck
Sounds
are you
like what
talking
Tim's been
How
doing
are
since
you?
I've known him.
How are you doing
going up on
those
fucking
things?
panels and arguing with liberals like you?
No.
And
Black
conservatives.
Panthers. How are they going around and educating people? Like, what do you guys like? Rent a
Go
venue?
on, yeah.
Do you
Let me
rent?
get them a good
No,
old fucking
I'm
channel on
asking
PBS.
you.
Yep.
I'm asking you. Are they like renting a venue and then inviting people in? Like, how are they
Can I give
educating?
like a? Well, can I give like an example with the group that I work
Well,
with?
I'm
That's
asking
also social.
Sanguine because he has a lot of judgments to everybody else, and I want to make him
Amir, wasn't I
put
not sitting
his
in that
money
panel watching
where
4
his
people
mouth
attack what I
is.
did politically? Yes or
No,
no?
I'm not
Yeah, I mean that
attacking
is.
you.
Look, they were like
No.
really drilling both of us on like, what do you guys do? What do you guys? And like,
And then
you
their
know,
issue was going to the voting booth
You
and
guys
sitting on a fucking
asked
TikTok as their
No,
change is
the
disgusting.
same question
no.
of me.
No, but
Can I answer the question? Because I mean,
No,
look,
I asked Sanguine. I want Sanguine to answer. My
I just
question.
answered it 4
No,
different
you
times.
didn't.
answer.
No, you didn't because Amir started
Am I
talking.
crazy, Amir?
Okay, no. You aren't crazy, but you weren't listening. Listen to
I
the
am.
question. You said that you're part of Black Panthers. That's great.
I'm not
What
part of the
is
Black
it?
Panthers.
No.
Work
Okay.
for an organization with them.
Okay, so how do you guys go around? Because I asked you, how are you changing things? And you said by educating people. That's what you said. What are you doing to educate people? Do you rent venues? Do you hold seminars?
So you holding fucking public events in public parks.
Okay.
It's not that hard. Doing
And-
what other organizations do. It's not that fucking hard, man.
And how do you measure success with that?
I don't know, educating the masses as much as they're willing to educate themselves. It's not up to me. It's also up to you as an individual to deconstruct your mind on the dangers and what have capitalism has done to black and indigenous people throughout history. It's not that hard, man.
Okay.
Can I get? I think that's a good answer. Can I give like a concrete example? Because you're asking more broadly, what do socialists do outside of voting? And I think that's a fine question.
Well,
I'll give you an example.
He said
So
that
the socialists. Can I just answer the question?
Well, I just want to point out what he said. The reason why I went down that pathway is that his goal is not to change the politics at all because that doesn't work according to him. So it wasn't about that. So I wanted to know.
The voting booth. No, the voting booth. We don't think that like political change in the way that we see is necessary for society to strictly come through the voting booth. And look, if I can, the socialist organization that I work with, yes. So we organize with our city's tenants union, right? So people who are getting fucked over by their landlords, we use direct action. Things like going to the property management's office, standing outside, clogging their phone lines and saying, yeah, like these people are slumlords, they're exploiting their tenants and this kind of thing. While we're doing that, we're making people's lives better. We actually have won cases in which people had like pest infestations that their landlord wasn't treating. And because of our efforts, like they capitulated and actually spent money on treating those infestations. Then when people say, oh, thank you so much, like, who are you guys at this kind of thing? We can say, look, we're communists, like we are pro for the working class. This is part of our like direct action within our community. And then they say, oh, wow, communists. I thought you guys were like evil or something. And they're like, no, like that's so it's about making people's lives better and also just quelling like, a lot of mythologies and propaganda pieces around socialism, while at the same time making people's lives better. That's something that you can do to make your community better and improve people's lives outside of the voting booth, which historically doesn't, that's not the totality of political change in the world. So, yeah.
Young man, I'm sorry, but I desperately need to tell you. You do know that Karl Marx literally was a political sellout, and that
oh my God,
Lenin was a liar. Because
you know what you're talking
it's
about.
the idea that you can't have progress through with there being elections, because it literally is a sabotage. It prevents.
It's not even what he said.
Having any gainful
He said it's not what he
because
said.
you're under
okay, so well, we're not even
your cause with negating political
That's
system.
just wrong.
You don't understand
Marx actually
it's literally a
said
setup.
to
That's why
use the
Stalin was put in power, because he himself was informant for PS back in the day. Like, it is set up that you.
I don't even know what she's talking about. But Marx actually said that you should be using the voting booth, but you can't only use the voting booth. He actually promoted communists to form socialist parties and unions and such, but he said you can't change the system of capitalism purely through the voting booth, and that's true. Look what happened in Chile. They elected a socialist, Salvador Allende, and then they had the U.S. went in, deposed him, put in a non-socialist candidate. So it proved exactly what Marx said. So I don't even know what you're talking about.
I want to point out, though, that what you said that you do, and I applaud you for doing that, is what other people already do. So it's not like communism is lending itself
for fucking
to
money.
I'm sorry, I was speaking. It's not as if what you guys are doing is revolutionary, which is what you guys, or at least, forgive me, this is essentially what Sanguine is claiming, that they're engaging in some revolution. This is totally different. You got to make them do it. You got to make them. Yet the advocacy that you just spoke about is exactly what people have been doing for like ever. And again, this is not going to be overnight. This isn't going to happen that way.
Tell me who.
Now, Sanguine, if I may, are you talking about the Black Panther Party? Is that what you're talking about, sir? When you say Black Panther, the Black Panther Party, right?
He works with somebody that works with them, and they go around knocking on doors and explain to people what communism is, I guess.
Really?
Part of the Black Panther Party.
But it's been dissolved, sir.
You do realize that there's still fucking chapters. It's dissolved because of the fucking federal government on the crime on it. They can still run as an organization. You do realize that, right?
No, not according to this. It says it's been dissolved. So I'm confused.
If it's dissolved, that's crazy because I'm still working with these organizations. That's
I mean, this isn't even like an argument. Are
you fucking serious?
The point is that revolutionary, changes to the system are not going to come. I agree with you, not going to come overnight, but that's part of organizing. Like what we're doing now is organizing and trying to raise the consciousness of people to understand where they fit into the economy and how that plays into their everydayness. Like, obviously, you have to have some semblance of a rupture in the economy that meets people's consciousness to have revolution. I'm not saying it's going to happen overnight, but I think we should dispel the myth that you can only do things through the ballot box. That's what a lot of liberals will tell you, and I think that needs to be
okay. So Sanguine has come up here regularly, and Sanguine says something a lot different than what you just said. Sanguine casts. Hold on, Sanguine, because you cast judgment on basically everybody. You say that you guys aren't doing it. You guys can't do this. What you're saying, other people are doing. This advocacy that you're talking about in the exact same way, making phone calls, like getting into people's business and saying, hey, we don't accept this. We don't accept this. This is something that people already do. Yet when Sanguine comes up here with his judgmental shit and casting aspersions to every liberal that's on the panel, and you do it all the time. No, you do, bro. I don't even disagree with your ideology.
You do, though.
No, I don't, and that's the problem. You don't listen, Sanguine. You don't listen. You talk. Just like now, you can't stop yourself from interrupting me, and yet you cast judgment on other people while what I'm hearing. And no, you're not, because if you do it again, I'll just drop you because I'm making a statement. You come up here and you cast your judgments on other people, and yet what I'm hearing from Amir and from you guys do the same thing that everybody else does. You're talking about it's a revolutionary. Oh, you've got to change the the system. You've got to change the system. Yet
That's
the
the end
things that
goal,
you're
right?
doing, of course it is. What do you think we do as well? Stop judging other people for doing the same thing that you're doing, bro. It's fucking weird.
Well, but a lot of liberals only do things through the ballot
Jesus
box. That's kind
fucking
of the
Christ.
and as well.
No.
I think ideology also comes into play, because if you're
That's
someone
not true.
who is not willing to admit that capitalism needs to be overcome, then what you're doing
It does need to
making
be
things much better.
overcome.
Okay, well then we don't necessarily disagree. Then I guess I
That's
don't
what
know.
I just said to Sangwon, yet he
Let me ask you this.
always does this.
Can I ask you this question? If it came to be that there was like a mass uprising of the working class organized by a combination like a united front of communist and socialist parties, like would you support the teleology to like capture the state and overthrow like these systems that were trying to? Because if so, then I don't think you're a liberal. Frankly, I think you're a socialist. But also, I don't really think that we actually have a fundamental disagreement.
So let's define overthrow.
Like overthrow overthrow the class that holds hegemonic power within the nation.
In what way?
You want
it's going to have to be the V way.
Kick them out of power.
Okay,
yeah, have to be the V way. You can't negotiate with your oppressor.
So the only way that this is going to happen. Look, I am not a communist. Okay, I am a democratic socialist. I advocate for a hybrid system, because anything that is full on anything, if you get full, complete, and total capitalism, it's absolute trash. You get full and complete and total fucking communism, eventually somebody gets into power and turns it into fucking trash. You socialism, I mean, we've never really had a pure socialist country, so I don't know that you can even compare that with anything. But again, you have to put these fucking guardrails in there. And if you want to make a change, you've got to get rid of these fucking rich pukes that control everything. They control everything. They control all the goddamn resources. They control the fucking internet. They create fucking monopolies so you can't get away from them. You get one electric company, so if you have an issue with them, well, you're fucked, and they always get it, and they're protected by the government. We have to
think that we
deal
can
with
vote
those
people
systems.
out of power?
No, you have to go in there and make sure that the fucking people that you do put in office are saying these very, I wouldn't even call it extreme things, because we used to fucking be like this at one point, and get that shit out of there. And if they won't do it, there's only one option left, because they won't listen. And if they don't listen, then that bridge you have to cross when you get to it. But we're not necessarily there yet.
We are, though.
I think we are.
We might be. We might be. I say wait until the midterms, see what fucking happens, and then we can talk.
Okay. Well, there's never in history has like the people in power like given away power with like voting. Revolution has always come through social revolution, the mobilization of the masses. I just think that that's a historical contingency that seems to remain constant in any social epoch, and that it's the same under capitalism. But we can, I guess, have like a slight disagreement on that.
Well, look, me and Sangwon agree on a lot of things, but he doesn't realize it because he's so like pissed, and I understand being pissed about what we're seeing. I'm pissed too. But you don't listen, Sangwon. You like the words go in and they just, I don't know, get fucking right out the other side or something.
Brother, I promise you, I listen to every single thing you say. It's the issue of what I have and why I am stubborn on my point is that libs especially need to be pushed to that point to see that bridge that you just said is the only plausible option to take power. It's the only way, historically and materially. It's the only way.
You always keep saying liberals. So if I said this is how our today's youth talks, is that fair?
What did you say?
You always talk about liberals, right?
Yeah,
so if I came back to you and said, well, you're just too young, and you're young, and this is how you guys talk in society today. When it comes
that's true.
to book,
we are radical.
Book.
Like our generation, Generation Z is radical, either to the right or far right or to the far left. I think you guys have to deal with the reality that our generation, we're either becoming like right wing or hyper fascist, or we're becoming communist. And you guys in the middle, you're kind of like going to be in the dustbin of history when
Because
we
the
take
day I
power.
want to be a
We're all
communist is the day I end
revolutionaries.
my life.
Because
Like, are you
That's
was
kidding?
fine.
because
Then
the
I
option
guess
was
You
never
want to be
given
like
to
North
you in your
Korea? Is that
time.
what you want?
no.
Hold on,
Well,
hold
North
on.
Korea is under a barrage of sanctions from the West, and I think we need to end those. That would be day one.
Hold
Day
on,
one
I want
policy
to.
and the sanctions in North Korea.
I
Oh, go
want
ahead.
to.
Sorry.
Yeah, sorry, you're good. I want to address this one thing, Nick. Why you feel the way you do, especially Lib and anybody else in that age group feels that way, because economically and the way it was at the time, especially when you guys are our age or even fucking like a little bit now. You guys never had the economic pressures. Maybe if you did, it wasn't as severe as what it is right now.
Wait. Did you just say we've never had the economic pressures?
Was gas fucking $4?
Bro.
You know, my
How much
first
was it
job,
to
I
buy a
got
fucking
75
house?
cents an hour. Are you fucking kidding me?
This
Because the economy was affordable for that at the time.
This guy is saying that I never had economic pressure.
Unfucking believable. This
come
is what
on.
we're talking about, man.
That's
Come
not
on.
even what I'm trying to say. I say this and you guys take it out of fucking proportion because apparently I don't listen when I went through you guys' fucking wind tunnel of ears.
You just fucking said we've never had a what
economic
the fuck are you
pressures.
talking
After
about?
I just said
Well, look,
what was
can't
fucking
you-
gas and the amount how it was the
What
fucking
does it
what was
fucking
minimum
matter? What did I
wage.
make an hour?
Because the economy
can't
was
you
different
agree-
compared how it was to right now.
Holy fuck, man.
It's
Can
more
you agree?
expensive.
Yeah, like can't you agree that our generation, the prospect of us even owning a home or like really owning any assets at all or like having any sort of retirement or like ever paying off our student loans or anything like this is like a complete fairy tale. And it is borne out, it's borne out in the economic studies that Gen Z is worse off than any other generation in history. Like it is true. We have faced more economic hardship. I'm not saying you guys didn't suffer. I'm saying that the reason you say why is people in their young 20s becoming radicalized almost in totality, it seems like all of Generation Z is
It's
becoming
always
communist and
poor me
fascist.
now. And
Oh
this
my
is
God,
not
dude,
okay, man.
look,
Amir,
dude, it's just true. Are you saying that like we're not worse off than all our parents? We are. That's just true.
No, I'm sorry, you're not.
Look,
Okay, well then you're wrong.
I'm not
you're
going
just, You're just demonstrably wrong.
Look, I'm not going to, deny the fact that there are unique situations and unique, shit that your generation is having to deal with. That's true.
Mm-hmm.
But you saying that we've never had any, or I guess it was Sanguine maybe that said it, have never had economic pressures is just ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. I mean, I lived in a fucking tent for a year of my life. You guys acting like I've never had any economic pressures. Like, that's ridiculous. Shit wasn't
I
as
think you've had economic
good
pressures.
it wasn't as good as you think. You may be talking about like boomer generation where college was basically affordable. Things were generally affordable. You could do one, household income. And we don't see that anymore. Now you got the fucking internet. And you guys have gotten a raw fucking deal, and that's for sure.
Yeah, thank you.
I'm not
and that's all we're
disagreeing with that,
saying.
Amir.
Yeah,
I'm not disagreeing that it's going to be tougher for you to buy a home, and I am sorry, and it sucks, and I know what you're saying, but at the same time, we all had to suffer too. Some of us, not all of us.
I'm not denying
some
that.
of us.
I'm not denying you guys didn't suffer.
Sanguine did. Sorry, he
Okay.
did.
Well,
he did.
Yeah,
Okay, he
but
totally
did.
did.
But do you see what happened when he said that? Your like knee-jerk reaction is to say, well, you Gen Zers are all complaining. This is what I hear from my fucking parents, or like what we hear from people that are, with all due respect to your guys' age, it's like you guys are just complainers.
Yeah,
you guys
but
just
Amir, is your
you want it
parents
all
gonna
easy.
are they gonna look
And
after
it's
you when
like,
they die? Yes or no?
Well, no, that's like a complete non sequitur, and I actually
Amir,
do pretty well for myself.
I'm asking you
Hold
that
on,
question
dude.
though. Is
Hold
your
on, hold on.
parents going to look after you, sir, when
Dude,
they're older?
no, my parents don't look after me now. That's not the point. Like I'm speaking in an more aggregate sense. I actually do okay. I probably do better than a lot of my generation, granted. But the point is, in a totality, Gen Z is worse off than the generations before us. And when you ask yourself, why does it seem like Gen Z is radical? They're either goipers watching Nick Fuentes or they're communists. It's because we don't believe in the system anymore. We don't believe in the institutions. We don't believe that there's a future for us. And we do want radical change. Like it's like a through line Okay, why are they all radicalized? Well, we're radicalized because look at the fucking world we inherited. It's completely
Mhm.
broken. We have no future. Nobody's getting married.
I think you have a big future. I do. I think it's a future of hard work, hard knocks, just like, some of us had. Um, we like my generations, we had to work through a lot of different things, wars and so on and so forth. So it was different for me. I have to admit that. But I think sometimes I get like that hard work isn't there, Amir. And maybe for you it is.
Dude,
But
this
I'm
is
just
like
trying
so
to say,
insulting. This is why we don't
Wait,
like.
so,
This is just so
you won't
condescending.
listen.
Okay,
You haven't even
Scott.
let me talk
Well,
yet,
hold
sir.
on. Did you just say that hard work isn't there with his generation?
No, I
Yeah.
said that it seems to me that they don't understand that we need to all work hard. That's just life.
No, but
That's what life
well, now you're
is.
going back on it.
Sure.
Your implication was that my generation's late. This is the same shit. And honestly, the millennials got this too. Like my older siblings
They said
also
the
are,
same
you
thing
guys are
about
spending
us. Yes.
all your money on like avocado toast or some bullshit. And like you guys
That's
always
true.
think you had it the hardest and that the generation after
Well,
you is lazy. And it's bullshit. We are inheriting a worse economy and worse outcomes and a worse future than you guys ever did. And it just think about it rationally. All of Gen Z is radical. They all have very radical politics. They don't believe in the institutions anymore. They don't believe our government works for us. They don't believe in the economy. Well, why is that? Is it because they're lazy, or is it because it doesn't work for us anymore and we don't believe that we have a fucking future because of the actual economic and material implications of the world that we live in?
Look, I don't attribute the problems that that is coming with this generation due to a lack of working, because the nature of work itself has changed. The fucking gig economy where you got, matter of fact, I'd say you guys hustle more than a lot of other fucking people, and you're getting paid less for it. And
It's not a woe is me
looking
thing,
at
by the way.
do what?
Well, I'm just saying it's not like I want people to cry or like it's not woe is me. I'm just saying like we're dealing with what we have, and our conclusion is not, we're not going to sit and cry about it. We're going to fucking seize the institutions and create a society that works for us. That's our solution to the world. I
As
think
you
that should be
should.
like respectable. Yeah.
As you should. I mean, and look, the hippies thought the same thing. The hippies thought the
Well,
same
we're
thing.
not hippies, though. We're communists. We're not
no, I'm
hippies.
just saying. They had the same viewpoint when they were your age as you're having right now. And just think about racial problems back during their days. Their perspective, like shit was really fucked up. And then you'd get to a certain age and your ass would go over and get unalived in a fucking country you've never wanted to go to, let alone ever been. And so every generation has its unique problems, right? So yours is unique because of the internet and the way that the fucking oligarchy really has taken over. But this isn't the first time that this has happened. This is the Gilded Age 2.0. This has already happened, and it happened right before the Great Depression, and then the Great Depression hit, and those motherfuckers, they had it really fucking bad. That shit was really fucking bad.
I mean, I think like I kind of hate generational politics because at the end of the day, differences only exist because people's conditions are different in different points of time. Like we had this conversation earlier, like, and I basically made the point, like when you're younger, your politics can be more radical because you have less to lose. You have kids, you have a mortgage, you have a house, maybe you have a business. It's not so simple, right? Then you become more sympathetic to changing within the system, right? Whatever. So a lot of these things are like circumstantial. I don't think there's any inherent difference, right? But I think what we can say, maybe more specifically, is look at the way political discourse changed after the 2008 to the 2007 2008 crisis, right? Like Bernie Sanders, Trump, the 1%, the whole concept of the 1% and the 99%, Occupy Wall Street, all of these political movements kind of exploded out of these real economic circumstances. And I think that's the point Amir's trying to make, is that you can't dismiss people like us who are Gen Z, who are on the far right or the far left, who have very radical opinions. on the basis that there's something cultural. You know, what really is driving it, and again, like Amir said, both of us are well off.
Nobody did that.
Well, no, because it's part of the structure, because it's part of the structure and systemic nature of capitalism and this accelerated drive for profit that monetizes everything, right? And so now you have all these subscription services, and cars are so expensive, and you know, houses are so expensive, and there's just and people are getting paid less in relation to their living costs, and so people are squeezed more. And there's all kinds of other forces, but it's part of this natural reaction against the fundamental laws of nature that exist within the capitalist economic system.
Well, sure, but no, like nobody here, at least, you know, was like trashing this.
Well,
stuff.
he said that we're radical because we're lazy. That was like a cultural.
Yeah, I don't think it's
Well,
cultural.
I'm not trying to say
Okay.
you're lazy. I'm
So-
just trying to say it's going to take hard work. That's all.
There's
but
radicals.
this isn't like the
there's
personal
radicals in every generation who think they're the most radical than prior generations. It's you know what I mean. Like, I understand that you perceive it that way in yourself, but other people also thought that too prior to you. And then a lot of the fucking boomers that were like that thought that they were these revolutionaries. Hell, they changed the entire fucking music industry. I mean, you know what I mean? Like the whole
This
the
was
whole
in
way of life
response
changed.
to. This was in response to Scott saying, "Why are you all of you young kids talking like this? Talking in this radical sense?" So that was really where like the wellspring of the conversation.
No.
was.
I think you took the
explaining-
misconception, Amir, because we kept getting this shit back to us as liberals. You liberals. And I
Yes.
said, is it fair if I throw back at you, oh, you young people?
That's right.
That's what I said.
That's exactly
That's
right.
exactly what I said.
Because it's an arbitrary age cohort, and liberalism is a real ideology with like very
Not
it's
when
easy to
you're
define.
attributing things
No.
to it that isn't true. And especially
I
to
mean,
people
then
who don't
explain
even
why it's
agree
not
with
true
those
with
things.
respect to liberalism, because you don't choose how old you are, you choose your ideological beliefs.
Do what?
You don't choose how old you are, you choose your ideological beliefs.
What does that have to do
So
with
it's not
anything?
really the same thing as saying, oh, this is just like
No.
me saying,
When somebody says these liberals believe X, Y, Z, and the liberals only believe maybe X, and Y, Z was just attributed to them incorrectly, that's a wrong statement.
yeah,
You're
why
still
then bring up-
generalizing. Listen, generalizing is generalizing, because I can guarantee you, I've had people tell me, "Oh, you just admit that you're MAGA and fuck all the way off." I had people call me a
then it's
Republican.
So then the issue is just defining terms.
Right,
Like, what
but
do
it's
you mean
still
by
generalizing.
liberalism?
It's still generalizing. It's the same thing as generalizing in generation.
I mean, but I wouldn't even disagree with the read that it seems like people under the age of 25 or whatever seem to have a more radical disposition to politics. And I think you can make a materialist analysis of why, and that's kind of what I've been trying to stake a case for, is that I don't think that people older than us should be like, clutching their pearls because it seems like the younger kids won't want to like radically change the system. It should be like, oh, I get it. This is why this makes sense.
Well,
probably if I was in that situation, I would be like too, rather than like shaming or something, or like turning your nose. Oh, like, or even like this like condescending. Well, every young person is just thinks like you. It's like, okay, but also we have seen instances in history that were revolutionary, and that systems did get. You know what I mean? It kind of goes back. You know that quote where they said, it's easier to see the end of history than the end of capitalism. That's kind of like the vibe I get. It's like,
well,
yeah.
I think that, real quick, because I need to get to strategic. He's had his hand up for a while. It may fall off here in a second.
Sorry.
But I want to say real quick that what you're attributing to liberals, I think you're attributing neoliberalism to liberals. There's a big fucking difference. The neoliberals are fucking suck. They suck ass. They've sucked ass my entire goddamn life. They're pieces of garbage. They call themselves Democrats, but they're really fucking not. They're stick a fucking $1 billion up my ass, and I'll do whatever the fuck you want me to do. That's what they are. So that's not the same thing as like a liberal or a Democrat.
Well, I am
or I
against
guess I
liberalism.
should say. But strategic, please. Thank you for being patient. Go ahead, man.
Yeah, I mean, like, what this falls all into, like, back in 2021, back in 2018, I got a job at a medical collections facility. And out of the history of this company, our class was the largest training class. We had 55 people join. And out of those, in 2 months, out of those 55 people, only 7 people lasted 2 months here. And this place has a history of bringing in 30 to 40 people and then losing about 95% of them. And then I moved on from that job to what I do now is IT. I do IT help desk. And the issue is that these corporations here, instead of hiring more people and balancing the workload out, they expect
Good
one
boy.
person to do the work of 7 people, but not increase the pay for the work that they're doing. Like I'm like right now, I'm doing the work of 4 people, but yet I'm getting paid barely $18 an hour to do the work of 4 people, and it's Gen Z and millennials are tired of having to work that way, and so we fight back against the system and we complain about it here because it's not right.
Yeah.
Back in the 50s and 60s, one person was able to work and make enough money to be able to put shelter over their head,
That's
to
right.
put food on their table, to cover health care, to cover basic needs. And now millennials and Gen Z can't even do that. We have to have 2, 3, 4, 5 roommates to be able to make things satisfactory, and it shouldn't be that way.
True. Well said.
Well said, strategic. A win strategic in the fucking comments. You're right. And for the record, I am a millennial. Like I'm at the, very beginning of that, but I am a millennial. And it sucked for us too. It has. It's just sucked a lot worse. We were the fucking credit card generation. Oh, you got to get your credit cards. You got to, or go get his fucking student loan. This was like when I was coming into college, that was the thing. And parents who wanted trophy children to be so that they could go around to their social circles and tell people, oh, my kid's in college, my kid's in, doing this, and then saddling themselves with all this fucking debt. And nobody ever said anything. And then they blame, us for, because we're fucking kids taking on, $30, $40, $50,000 in debt or more. And so it's ridiculous. So we've each had our struggles and shit, and strategic just laid it out there perfectly. It's
I mean, like,
it's a fucked system.
I grew up in a neighborhood where, like, everybody and their baby mama said you had to go to college. That's the only way that you're going to be able to make over $200,000 a year is if you got educated and got a
Where's my money, bitch? Where's my money?
And this is a perfect example. Somebody called hang way low in the comments said get a better job. Well, that's the issue. If everybody started making $200,000, $300,000 in our current system of capitalism, it just raises the price on everybody.
That's right.
Capitalism relies on needing the poor class, the middle class, and the wealthy class.
So let me give you a little bit of. So you're right, and look at my children. My son is 34 and my daughter is 31. My daughter still lives at home because of this bullshit. And she's got a job. She went to school. She was educated. She became an LPN. So and she can't make enough money to be able to afford exactly what you guys are talking about. And let's go into my lifetime. Literally, where I went through a really bad time because our economy just tanked in the 80s. It was interest rates were out of control and it was so bad, and I ended up losing everything, and I had to redo everything. And I literally bought my house a year ago because I was able to finally, after 50 years or 46 years of working, I finally got a job where I was able to afford a $5,000 mortgage a month. And how ridiculous is that to say that I had to pay? That's what I pay for a mortgage. So I get what you're saying. And I don't know how to fix all of this. I really would love to, because I want to be able to see my children in a home, and they can't. There's no way. It's not
See you, Jules.
I can tell you there's a heuristic to like actually. Oh yeah, go ahead.
I want to hear what you have to say too, but this was on the tip of my tongue. I mean, I do want to say, and I think Amir would say this as well. I think we appreciate the sentiment that underlies this sort of thing, right? Which is most charitably a kind of solidarity, right? Because, and I'm only 23, but of course, when I see people who are high school age or younger who are nihilistic, who don't appreciate the opportunities they have, how early in their life they are, you want to basically say, hey, I was there too, like it'll be okay, right? Because you don't want to see people give into this nihilism. But I don't think we are actually nihilistic. I think both of us actually have a lot of revolutionary optimism and feel very and feel a lot of conviction about what should happen to solve these things. Um, and we're also in a pretty good position relative to most people our age. I think what we're trying to articulate is just that conviction about a solution and about, in a wider sense, outside of our personal lives, that this is a emerging crisis, and we can't just say like, oh, we need to, engage with incrementalism and the Democratic Party because history is kind of moving beyond that. We are accelerating into economic, ecological, and geopolitical crises. And we have to face that. We can't crawl into like a turtle shell.
Cactus, how long is your tongue, bro? All of that was on the tip of your tongue?
Sorry. W Cactus. Cactus is a smart guy. These are smart guys. So.
Anyway, no, I appreciate what you said. It was funny. I just thought I'd jump in there. Who was it? Somebody was trying to jump in there earlier. Who was that? Was that Amir?
Oh, I was just going to say we have a here. When you say, well, I understand everything you're saying and I see it too. I just don't know what to do about it. I was just saying we have a heuristic to actually analyze this stuff. We actually have a method of analysis that points out the contradictions of capitalism and charts out like a cartography for a system that would replace that, which is to ameliorate those contradictions within capitalism, like move beyond the social relation of profit. You can't have an economy that's completely predicated on like short-term returns and, like needed social projects that require long-term investments and long-term planning are just like brushed to the side because they're not profitable. That's kind of what it comes down to. We want the masses to be in power and for these political institutions to serve the interest of society in totality and not be geared towards profit, but be geared to social utility.
Okay,
that's like the whole point.
So Amir, my question, I guess, and I'm not trying to be a selfish person, but okay, if my house is worth right now $1 million, and I've heard so I have to ask this question. Do you think because my home is worth $1 million and I have so much equity in my home that my home should be devalued down to $300,000 so that other people can afford homes? That's my question.
That's not. The point is not like your personal equity or something. The point, and it kind of does get, I don't even get it a little complicated because now houses are speculative assets or something. But the point is I'm more angry at like BlackRock and Vanguard, who was able to buy residential housing and not like nobody even lives in these housing units. They're just used for speculative assets in like a portfolio. I'm not interested in somebody who owns an expensive house. I'm interested in weeding these corporate interests and these special interests out of the political institutions. They can't rise above our political institutions, and that's what we see in America and the West. It's like capital has become more powerful than the governing bodies of the nations. That's just like a recipe for complete disaster. That's what we want to like ameliorate. That's kind of the problem.
And a lot of people have wanted to ameliorate that for a long time because the United States at one point got bailed out by individuals because they were so goddamn wealthy. So it's not like we haven't been here before. And this is a fucking perpetual problem and it does need to be resolved. Are we to the point where we have one option left? We might be. And also to the point of radicalization with the generation now in their 20s, we also didn't have a Donald fucking Trump, right? We didn't have that. We had shitty presidents, but we didn't have a fucking Donald Trump. This guy is some kind of special like dirtbag. So the spotlight that this guy points at all of the problems in this country, I think is a fucking great thing because now people are like, you knew it was there. You knew these problems existed, and he's like, look at it, and it magnifies it and like plays into it as if it's okay. So people may start to wake
emblematic.
up. Yes, it's very symbolic of
Could you
exactly what
imagine
the
if
problems
Cactus
are.
and Amir
That's
walked
right.
into the White House tomorrow? I would love it.
And
Could you
like,
imagine
like,
these questions
and like,
going after Trump about it?
and like,
Yeah, dude, that'd be great.
like even when
Inshallah, one day, inshallah, that'd be great.
And even when the day comes when Donald Trump does leave the presidency because of everything that Trump is doing here with challenging the Constitution and the three branches of government, it just puts us in a new predicament here for if we get another Democrat president here of how much more harder that they're going to have to work. So I'm like, we've never had, just like liberals said, we've never had a Donald Trump in the White House before, and it's setting new precedents.
That's right. Yeah, he's a fucking he's the dotard of dotards. I'm King Dotard. I eat cats and dogs. Fucking guy, man. This dude. I even said that, when he first ran. I'm like, you know what? This may be the best fucking thing for us because he's going to be so fucking horrible. And it turns out, I mean, that assessment was pretty spot on. So, but I don't want to fucking go. I don't want to go through hell to get to paradise, but we may have to.
Yeah, I mean, it's that Rosa Luxemburg quote where it's like it's socialism or barbarism. I kind of think that's what happens when the economy ruptures, and it exposes the most egregious contradictions of an economy predicated on profit. It's like it turns into this barbaric, like extremely egotistical, like self-serving beast.
And like with me,
Hold on,
example,
Leviathan. What slur are you talking about?
Oh, you said something about Donald Trump tard or something like that.
No, I said he's the dotard of dotards. Dotard is not a slur. That's not a slur.
But
this is what Kim Jong-un called him. You guys don't remember that? He called him a dotard.
I've never heard of that.
Yeah. It's like a fucked up. It's like a fucked up old guy, or crazy old guy, or it's like cat lady or whatever. I mean, I guess you could call it a slur, but I mean, are we going to PC the dotard, aimed at Trump from Kim Jong-un? I'm sorry, but I thought that shit was funny when he said
with
that.
me, I don't know, if I for me personally, I'm the kind of person that leans for more heavy regulated capitalism or even more socialism in this country. I'm like, I don't care how much a person honestly makes, but make sure that the people on the bottom of the food chain are highly taken care of. That way they don't have to rely on welfare systems.
Yeah, agreed.
Here, I'm going to pull this up because I don't like. Okay. Somebody's like, it's a Groiper meme. I don't know it as such, but here's the definition. A person exhibiting mental decline, especially in old age. He is a fucking dotard. He is the dotard of dotards. Dotard. I'll fucking make a song dotard if that bothers you. People always got something to say. Jesus fucking Christ. Anyway, well, guys, that is the time for the show. I appreciate everybody. I appreciate all the support.
Love.
Yeah, no, I appreciate everything, and I'll be back in the well, actually, I may not be here. I might be, but we'll see. Something may be coming up, so I don't know yet. But either way, I'll be back on Tuesday at 9 a.m. Central Time, either way. So we'll see you guys there. Again, thank you all so much. It was a pleasure talking to each and every one of you. Y'all have a great evening.
You too.
Appreciate you.
See you guys. Peace.